landing maneuver as well. Time for a very short break. News and updates and our full coverage on Chandrayaan 3 mission continues.
Brought to you by...
That's what it will do. Then the attempt will be to soft land on the moon's south side at the South Pole, the big Atkins Basin, the biggest crater. Series of complex braking maneuvers will come into play. And of course, the lander will actually hover around for a bit to see if the surface is ideal. The sensors will send the message back into the computer and then it will choose the ideal place to land. Sans the boulders, sans too much of soft moon soil, and then figure out the most perfect available landing space. Rover named Pragyan will then roll out of the lander. Pragyan will explore the nearby lunar surface, the area, and it will gather images that will be sent back to Earth. It will also pick up samples which will take it back into the lander, which will then send those images of those samples and what's being collected. All that data will be sent back to our space station back and also in Karnataka, and then relayed to the ISRO headquarters. Chandrayaan 3 will explore the unexplored, the dark side of the moon. The possibility of water is in a larger area, in permanent shadow. That's why it's believed to have more water and ice and could hold 100 million tons of water. That's the possibility, because the dark side is not exposed to the elements, and that's why it could preserve how the Earth was billions of years ago, when this chunk of Earth separated from it and then became the Earth's own satellite, that is the moon. Frozen time capsule temperatures as low as minus 203 degrees centigrade on a moon night could contain preserved materials, insights into geological developments. There are so many aspects that will come to the fore because we have not known this at all. Untapped resources, traces of hydrogen, methane, it could hold sodium, mercury and silver, source of precious minerals, the original soil of the earth, composition of it billions of years ago, the crust, mantle and core, we could know all of that. Future exploration aids coming up, and of course the upcoming lunar missions, ideal pit stop for Mars missions. So this is what India will sell to the world, that we've achieved this. And in what? In just our second attempt to land. Second attempt. This is not the first attempt by India. In 2019 too, India made a similar attempt. But what's the difference between then and now? Let's try and quickly compare and contrast Chandrayaan 2 with Chandrayaan 3. Chandrayaan 2 cost 978 crore because it also had the orbiter in it. Chandrayaan 3 cost 615 crore. But it's equally heavy because the Pragyan rover and the Vikram lander have been made heavier, and they've been also packed with more features, more abilities. Chandrayaan 2 component, the orbiter, lander, rover. Chandrayaan 3 component, the propulsion module, lander and rover. Chandrayaan 2 payloads were 14. Chandrayaan 3 payloads were, total number is 7. Lesser number but equally 3.9 tons. Chandrayaan 2 days to the moon took 48. Chandrayaan 3 days to the moon is 42. Chandrayaan 2 contained one camera to detect hazards. Chandrayaan 3 contains two cameras to be more robust. It also has added features. The Pragyan rover has added solar panels. Chandrayaan 2 landing site is a high plane between two craters. Chandrayaan 3, the landing site is slightly off the Chandrayaan 2 site. So not too much variation as far as the landing site is concerned. Then Chandrayaan also sets the ball rolling for India's next big mission, that is Gaganyaan, further on into space and also sending a human being into space. First manned mission into space. 3 crew members in space for 3 to 4 days. The mission to a 400-kilometer low Earth orbit, splashed down in Indian waters. And then fourth nation to launch a crewed spacecraft after, of course, US, Russia and China. But India was not the only one in the race. Russia also launched a moon mission and they tried to race it. That was the lunar mission, but it failed. August 11, Russia launched the Lunar 25. Attempt was to soft land on the same side of the moon that India is attempting. August 21st, it was expected to reach the South Pole, but the spacecraft crashed on the moon. Deviation of actual parameters. Device switched to an off design orbit. That's what happened. So when all of these aspects happened, Russia was disappointed. But it was nearly after 5.5 decades that they were attempting it. It's not that Russia has not landed successfully on the moon. But 5.5 decades later, how could they make a mistake? Well, it's the countdown to touchdown for Chandrayaan 3 as it gears up for the soft landing. The Vikram lander module will be ready for that moon landing in just hours from now. India is all set to make lunar history, the dark side of the moon, the South Pole, the Atkins Basin. No other craft has gone there. The Russians attempted it, India attempted it before that. But will it be India landing there first? We'll have to wait and watch. The spacecraft that carries the hopes of not just the Indian Space Research Organization, but also of billions of Indians and also the expectations of scientists, space researchers and space adventurers worldwide. The landing on the 23rd of August at 6:04 p.m. It's the countdown to that fantastic touchdown we are expecting. Prayers Havan being conducted, everybody hoping for the best. ISRO confirming that all is on track, repeatedly sending out images of the dark side of the moon.
Welcome back. You're watching our non-stop coverage here on CNN News 18 on the Chandrayaan 3 mission. It is just a few more hours to go before that landing sequence is initiated. 5:44 p.m. is when that maneuver is going to be initiated. India is hoping for history. India is eyeing history and all is well. All's on track is what we're now learning from ISRO. The latest update coming to the fore from the Indian Space Research Organization. We're now learning that they have decided that the automatic landing sequence is going to be initiated as per plan. That is going to happen at 5:54 p.m. today. The decision has been taken after assessment of all parameters 2 hours ahead of the launch. We are on track. That was the decision that had to be taken 2 hours before the launch. Whether the launch window needs to be extended or not was the decision that ISRO had to make. But we're on track. 5:54 p.m. is the time when that last landing maneuver, the initiation of that automatic descent is going to begin. Harish, my colleague, joining us, getting us latest on this. Harish, the latest update coming to the fore from ISRO. All is on track. All we have to now do is wait and watch, wait for that historic moment to actually happen.
Absolutely. It's just waiting for ISRO to initiate the automatic landing sequence, and then onboard systems would take over and execute a soft landing. So the decision has been made, all parameters as planned going normally, and there was a very small window where ISRO could have either delayed it or rescheduled it. But considering that everything is going according to the plan, ISRO has decided to go ahead with the landing, and it's just a matter of time. Around 5:44 is when the automatic landing sequence will be launched, and after that the onboard systems would execute the kind of programs that have been put on board that will execute the soft landing. So as you rightly mentioned, just a matter of time before the onboard systems take over the lander module and attempt a soft landing.
Commands will be sent from ISRO for a certain time, but then it's all up to Vikram to ensure that it lands and for Pragyan to roll out on the lunar surface. Arunima, my colleague, also joining us. Arunima, all arrangements and also on track here in the national capital as well. Several people there going to be monitoring minute by minute, second by second of what happens in that half-an-hour window when from 5:44 the descent initiation happens.
Yes, the CSIR headquarters is all set. I'm joining you from that auditorium which has been set up. The screen is just on my right-hand side. The signals here are getting tested. A short while back, the feed from South Africa was also tested. Prime Minister is in South Africa. We're expecting him to also watch this online as India makes history, as ISRO creates history. So he's expected to join the ISRO team virtually and, here in person at CSIR headquarters, the MOS, Minister of State for Science and Technology, Dr. Jitendra Singh, will be joined by DG of CSIR. Principal Scientific Advisor will be present here along with the Delhi ISRO representatives, the team here situated in Delhi of ISRO, and they will all be watching live as history is created by ISRO. Already we know how difficult that maneuver is going to be, and just to keep everyone abreast, a little model of the rover and the lander has been created. created here. Outside this hall, there are several, cutouts that have been put out showing the rocket which has taken Chandrayaan up to the moon. So the excitements are high. Last minute signal testing is happening even as media takes its place and the officials are taking their place. But the big moment, we are counting down, in about 30 minutes from now, I think the countdown will begin for all the officials who are heavily invested and the country which is cheering ISRO on this historic mission.
And India and many Indians, both here in the country and abroad, are going to be at the edge of their seats watching what happens there. Arunima and Harish, do stay on with me, because let's put this in perspective. What is going to happen once that automatic descent maneuver is initiated? The final 15 minutes, this is the dreaded window, is what many within ISRO, many scientific observers also believe. So what exactly happens in that 15 minutes? Why exactly are they called the 15 minutes of terror? Let's take a look at this. There are 4 stages through which this is going to take place. Stage number 1 is when it begins. The lander is an altitude of about 25 kilometers above the lunar surface. What happens next? The lander then hurtles towards the moon at 6,000 kilometers per hour. That's stage number 1. Let's take a look at what happens next. Now, we're already at a certain speed, so there is something called a rough braking. The lander is going to slow down. Its engines will keep firing, though it is still horizontal, remember, to the moon's surface. It does have to move vertical to attempt that soft landing. That is where stage 3 comes in the fore. Fine braking system is then going to be initiated. That means the lander is going to be made vertical from its initial horizontal position. It is then going to be feet down. That is when it is going to attempt that soft landing. We're going to be seeing velocities come to a complete halt, to a complete zero of the particular lander of Vikram, which is going to be carrying Pragyan. The lander then hovers around 800 meters above the lunar surface. It goes down further. It hovers at 150 meters. After that, searches for the ideal landing spot. Remember, this time around, the landing site is a little far away from where we attempted back in 2019, and that is something that we've learned from, changed from the 2019 mission, which is also why ISRO is extremely confident that this time around we are going to taste victory. The ideal landing site is then going to be identified. The lander touches down with just 2 engines firing. That's when the final stage 4 comes into play. The touchdown, that is when it happens. The engines shut off once contact is made with the lunar surface. The sensors will feel the lunar surface and out go the engines of Vikram the lander. The lunar dust will then settle down. The ramp opens up. The rover, which is Pragyan, is then going to roll out, is going to be released out of Vikram. It is then going to be released on the lunar surface. It is going to also leave the imprint of India. It's going to leave the national emblem and it's going to leave the imprint of the ISRO logo on the lunar surface as well. That is when India would have made its mark as far as this particular mission is concerned. Kartikeya Sarabhai joining us here on this broadcast. So thank you so much for speaking with us here on CNN News 18. It is a big day. Scientists, the layman, children, everyone's excited. Even those who do not really have a sense of what exactly this perhaps means is still wanting to be a part of this exciting historic moment, because it is going to be a giant leap, not just for ISRO, for the space agency, but for the entire country as one unit.
Absolutely. It's also for the world, because I think nobody has explored the South Pole and the area around it. And we'll be one of the first, we'll be the first agency to do that. And it's a remarkable achievement. We are all holding our breaths just now as the time comes close to the Vikram lander coming down. But it's a wonderful moment.
Mr. Sarabhai, you are from the family that really founded the beginnings of what India's Odyssey now is really at, where India is heading, wanting to be a leader, doing rightly so as far as this entire space race is concerned. What are your feelings today? How are you feeling a few hours before that touchdown actually happens? Are there jitters? Are you excited? How do you feel right now?
Well, I think I share the feeling with everyone here in India who is all part of one family. And I think it's a wonderful feeling. It's also a feeling of pride as to what happened. My father, Sarabhai, when he first started on this journey with some key colleagues and others, it was a very tough uphill task at that time because you had to convince the country about the importance of a space program for our country. He was very conscious that the journey India needs to take and the way it should build up its space agency is in a sense quite different from the way Russia or America at that in those days did it. Their mission used to be to go to the moon or whatever it was. India's was to play a pioneering role, which it has in India's development on education, remote sensing, and various other things. But the fact that we could do it in a different way, and this is how this moon Chandrayaan 3 is, it is planned differently, it's not imitative, it's unique, and it's done with the type of precision which we makes everyone proud. And not only proud, it makes us inspirational. I mean, just look at the schools and the children and everyone watching this today, and how much it inspires for people to understand what science is and how we can go to the frontiers of science. So it's a wonderful moment.
And he would have been proud. This is the vision that he had that is actually being realized now. The fact that India is leading the space race, not only are we looking at the kind of missions that we're doing now or the ones we're wanting to do in the future, but the fact that we're doing this at a cost-effective mission, that's really important because a lot of countries are also looking at wanting to be part of the space race but cannot really do so. Up until now, it was looked at something that you couldn't waste a lot of dollars on. India has proved that that also cannot be an impediment and that can be run past.
And I think if you hear the type of pronunciations which are being made at BRICS just now while we are watching this, where India is providing a different way, an alternative way for developing countries to see space as something which is intrinsic to their own development. It's not a question of cost of, it is something which is money spent well worth it. And if you see the type of budgets, as you rightly said, much less than the type of budget, because the whole idea is not to make it a race. I think Vikram Sarabhai was very clear that for us, space is not a race. Space is a tool which will be essential. It's an achievement of science and it's done for mankind as a whole, but it can be done in India. And I think this has been proved by ISRO, PRL, and so many other institutions which are participating in it from all over India. And the fact that it is led by men and women, it's participatory. We will share the information with the rest of the globe. I think it shows what India's new position is,
yes,
if you like, in terms of providing that leadership and having that magnanimity of sharing data, because we do not see it as a race. We see it as something which is a frontier. And I think there's a slight difference in that, in the way we see that.
And it's going to be a win not just for India when that successful landing happened. Is going to be a win for the entire world, for all the space agencies who are hoping to follow suit. We are going to be watching it right here as our viewers tune in. Kartikeya Sarabhai, thank you so much for speaking with us here on CNN News 18. We do hope to connect with you. We do hope for success and of course then connecting with you when that happens. But for the moment, thank you so much for sharing your perspective here. My colleagues continue to be with us here on this broadcast because the excitement is building up. Purnima joining us from Chennai. Purnima, I believe you have some kids with you there. A lot of excitement happening across the country. What's really the mood like from where you're reporting?
Here also, at least 50 students have gathered. More students are expected to gather. At around 5:30 is when the big screening is going to take place here at Ispahani Center. So these are the kids from Space Kids. Remember, Space Kids is a space startup where they also help in designing and launching small satellites. So all these students have been trying to learn how the rockets work, how satellites work. Everyone is excited, right? Today is going to be a proud moment for all of us here. So what are your expectations? Are you very excited? Are you nervous? What is it feeling like?
A mixed feeling of both excitement and nervousness. It's kind of a proud moment for India, and as you know, Chandrayaan 2 was a failure, and let's put the negativity out. Okay, so we as homeschoolers expect Chandrayaan 3 to be a successful mission, because this is a very proud moment for India, and as an Indian, I'm proud too.
Yeah. So are you also confident? Because a lot of experts we speak to say that everything is on track and today is going to be the day for all of us.
Yes, of course. And by doing this, we have a chance to get a world record. So I wish that this moment comes true. And this is the first time in history for a satellite to land on the south side of the moon.
Right. So that's why ISRO is my pride. That's what what is your message to scientists who've been working hard, who've been trying to ensure that it's all going to be a soft landing today?
Yeah, so after Chandrayaan 2's failure, they doesn't give up. So they were planning to make a very successful moment as the Chandrayaan 3. So they everything should come good.
Right. You know, are you also interested in space? Because, you know, a lot of you are now trying to learn something and trying to be part of, you know, making small satellites through Space Kids company. So things like Chandrayaan 3, does it motivate you to do better, to join, to become part of the ISRO in the future?
Yes.
Yes. Right. So you can see a lot of small kids here. If I can ask my camera person to show you, a lot of them here, and the screening will begin at 5:20. That's when there will be a live screening in the terrace at Ispani Center. And all these kids are already part of a Space Kids company, and they're all excited. Some of them nervous, and some of them praying that it all ends well today. Back to you.
And they're not alone in that excitement, in those prayers. They're not even alone in that message that's coming to the fore. ISRO is India's pride. It is the pride of every single Indian that is watching and is going to be watching for the next 2 hours once that automatic descent maneuver begins at 5:54 p.m. And CNN News 18 is going to be your destination when that happens. Our extensive non-stop coverage continues here. Back after a quick break, but don't go anywhere.
Rover module moves towards that lander module, moves to that entire orbit, and that proximity, the closest point from where it will start attempting the landing. Government sources now reveal to News 18 that Prime Minister Narendra Modi is likely to virtually join the Chandrayaan team during the time when the landing is attempted. Mind you, he's at BRICS, he's in South Africa at this point. But this touchdown on the surface of the moon, that too on the dark side at the South Pole, is something everybody is waiting for. First, let's tell you about the 42-day journey to the moon. The takeoff happened on the 14th of July. It began from Sriharikota and it was all done, practiced to the T, and went on smoothly. Milestone 1 was the 15th of July when the first orbit-raising maneuver happened. So as this entire Chandrayaan modules moved away from the Earth and trying with each elliptical orbit moving out and out and out, and finally slingshotting itself after milestone 2 on the 1st of August, inserted itself into the translunar orbit. And on the 5th of August, the lander propulsion module actually separated. It inserted into the lunar orbit, milestone 3. Milestone 4 was the in-orbit circularization phase. Milestone 5, we come to the lander propulsion module separating on the 17th, and then of course the deboosting maneuver that was completed on the 18th of August. So all these milestones have gone as planned. But there's the 15 minutes of terror. That's what scientists call it. The final 15 minutes, that is the descent onto the moon's surface. That will determine the success of the mission, because from a speed of about 1.68 kilometers per second, you got to reduce your speed to just about 2 meters per second. That's the deceleration. That's where the 4 thrusters play a critical role. The lander begins the descent towards the moon. That's what the 15 minutes of terror. To move towards the moon at 6,000 kilometers per hour, ISRO will then give commands to the lander. The lander will then have its own computers that will do the calculation and figure out the deceleration. The thrusters will kick in. All four engines of the lander will be used. The speed will be reduced to just 2 meters per second. And the lander will be made vertical. So it's horizontal right now, it will become vertical and then land on its 4 strong legs, which have been made stronger in that final braking phase, to much stronger than before, to even wield a little bit more than 2 meters per second. So what is expected to happen? On the 23rd of August, at 6:04 p.m. if all goes according to plan. The Vikram lander carrying the Pragyan rover attempts the landing. That's what it will do. Then the attempt will be to soft land on the moon's south side at the South Pole, the big Atkins Basin, the biggest crater. Series of complex braking maneuvers will come into play. And of course, the lander will actually hover around for a bit to see if the surface is ideal. The sensors will send the message back into the computer and then it will choose the ideal place to land. Sans the boulders, sans too much of soft moon soil, and then figure out the most perfect available landing space. Rover named Pragyan will then roll out of the lander. Pragyan will explore the nearby lunar surface, the area, and it will gather images that will be sent back to Earth. It will also pick up samples which will take it back into the lander, which will then send those images of those samples and what's being collected. All that data will be sent back to our space station back and also in Karnataka, and then relayed to the ISRO headquarters. Chandrayaan 3 will explore the unexplored, the dark side of the moon. The possibility of water is in a larger area, in permanent shadow. That's why it's believed to have more water and ice and could hold 100 million tons of water. That's the possibility, because the dark side is not exposed to the elements, and that's why it could preserve how the Earth was millions of years, billions of years ago, when this chunk of Earth separated from it and then became the Earth's own satellite, that is the moon. Frozen time capsule temperatures as low as -203 degrees centigrade on a moon night could contain preserved materials, insights into geological developments. There are so many aspects that will come to the fore because we have not known this at all. Untapped resources, traces of hydrogen, methane, it could hold sodium, mercury and silver, source of precious minerals, the original soil of the earth, composition of it billions of years ago, the crust, mantle and core, we could know all of that. Future exploration aids coming up, and of course the upcoming lunar missions, ideal pit stop for Mars missions. So this is what India will sell to the world, that we've achieved this. And in what? In just our second attempt to land. Second attempt. This is not the first attempt by India. In 2019 too, India made a similar attempt. But what's the difference between then and now? Let's try and quickly compare and contrast Chandrayaan 2 with Chandrayaan 3. Chandrayaan 2 cost 978 crore because it also had the orbiter module in it. Chandrayaan 3 cost 615 crore. But it's equally heavy because the Pragyan rover and the Vikram lander have been made heavier, and they've been also packed with more features, more abilities. Chandrayaan 2 component, the orbiter, lander, rover. Chandrayaan 3 component, the propulsion module, lander and rover. Chandrayaan 2 payloads were 14. Chandrayaan 3 payloads were total number is.
Welcome back. You're watching our non-stop coverage here on CNN News 18. The excitement is building up at less than an hour before the final maneuver for Chandrayaan 3 begins, before that automatic descent happens. So what exactly is going to happen once that last maneuver begins at 5:54 p.m. today? All's well is what ISRO has said, but let's take you through what exactly is going to transpire beginning from 5:54 p.m. this evening. Let's take a look at this trajectory. This is what ISRO has now shared, and this is the latest one. Remember, I was pointing out earlier as well, there are going to be 4 different stages once that final maneuver happens, before the soft landing happens. In that 15-minute window, there are going to be 4 different stages that take place, and these are those 4 different stages. It starts with the rough braking phase, that is the power descent begins at about 30 kilometers above the lunar surface. Then we're going to be seeing the rough braking phase. It comes down to the altitude hold phase. Remember, it is then going to be slowing down and lowering towards the lunar surface. At this time, the lander Vikram is still horizontal. It needs to change its position to being vertical. That is going to happen in the 3rd phase, which is that of the final braking phase. That is when it is going to switch around, be in a vertical position for its legs to actually then land on the lunar surface, with the cameras to detect where the lunar surface is. that is when the final terminal descent phase is going to begin, and this really is the area. The maximum amount of area that we're looking at as far as the landing site goes, that is what has now been charted and mapped out by ISRO. All is well, all's on track. 2 hours before the assessment was done, and we now know that 5:54 p.m. Timing is what we are going to be sticking to. That is when we are going to be seeing that automatic descent start to happen. Harish, my colleague, getting us the latest. He's at the command center of ISRO. Harish, over to you.
Well, the automatic landing sequence has been preloaded now. It's just a matter of time before it gets initiated. Roughly around 5:44 is when it gets initiated, and as you rightly pointed out, it starts the descent from a height of anywhere around 30 kilometers from the surface of Moon, and then in multiple stages, whether it's the rough braking stage, that's the first stage once the descent starts. Based on the commands given by the automatic landing sequence, and then you have the attitude hold phase. That's the second phase where it will further slow down, and fine braking phases when it actually slows significantly, and then you have the terminal descent phase. This is almost coming to the final last stages of soft landing, and at just 10 meters above the ground is when it will start to hover and then finally go for a soft landing. Once these commands are preloaded to the system, it will all happen automatically. There's very little intervention from the tracking center here in Bengaluru, and that command, that preloaded command, has now been put on board the systems, and it will be initiated at 5:54.
Right, Harish, what's the mood like there? We know that at the command center, of course, that is off limits for us because they're all going to be monitoring minute by minute now that all that ISRO could have done from that command center is done. There's not really much to do for the scientists there. For all that is now to do is just wait for Vikram to do what it's going to do best once it nears the lunar surface. But what's the mood like there from where you're reporting from? We've seen the kind of excitement coming to the fore from around the country as well. Is that the mood there as well?
Well, absolutely. Remember, every stage right from the launch has gone according to the plan. Even when it was put into orbit or slight changes were there, all of it has gone according to the plan, and ISRO is going ahead with the launch as it was planned. But remember, there will be members of this team who were part of Chandrayaan 2, and we were here at the same place during Chandrayaan 2, and it was in the final few minutes, perhaps it's in the last phase when we saw the velocity not decreasing, and then finally crash landing. You would see those images, recollect those images of the map which was tracking the projected path and where Chandrayaan 2 was happening. So a lot of people would be recollecting those images, but ISRO this time around saying that we in fact have a lot more on board to ensure that the systems are under control. You perhaps in a short while will also see those live visuals coming from the mocks of ISRO and the scientists over there who've been toiling day and night over the last few years, ever since Chandrayaan 2 crash landed on the surface of Moon. They've got back to work. They've ensured that the systems are made more robust. There's more redundancy for every aspect of this project.
It's jitters, it's nervousness, it's excitement, it's prayers, and it's not just ISRO that is really at awaiting on the edge of their seats for this nail-biting finish. But across the country, we've seen the kind of excitement that has taken place. We've also seen the kind of prayers that are now being offered, from Havans being held to Puja being held to even Namaz being offered. Even from every single Gurudwara in the country, we're seeing ISRO is really the only prayer that we are seeing across the country, irrespective of the faith that people follow. Let's take a look really at what has been transpiring across the country. We've gotten these, we've seen how people across the country have gathered today. Today, nothing else matters. All that matters is one thing, that is this mission, that is ISRO. Take a look at this. This is coming in from Lucknow, where a satsang is being held there. Similar scenes coming in from other countries as well. This is from Ahmedabad, where several officials, students there gathering, praying for the success of this particular mission. We've seen these visuals coming in from the rest of the country as well. This is Ranchi in Jharkhand, another place where prayers are being offered, where a havan is being conducted so that this mission successfully etches India's name in history books. This is coming in from Ajmer, where namaz is being offered at the Ajmer Dargah there to ensure that there are no last-minute glitches. Divine intervention is required. It is going to be aiding our scientists when we do watch that successful attempt at the soft landing that happens. There in Srinagar and Jammu and Kashmir as well, we did see prayers being offered, we did see namaz being offered in several of the mosques across the country, including there in Srinagar. Moving across now to the national capital. This is where in the Gurudwara in the national capital, we saw several leaders, politicians as well, including Union Minister Hardeep Singh Puri there offering his prayers, hoping and praying for India's success when at 5:54 that last maneuver happens, when the automatic descent happens. Success should be ours is the only prayer every single Indian is making tonight. These are the visuals coming in from across the country. It's not just these visuals that you see. It is the sentiment that is there in every single Indian's heart and mind today. ISRO is not the only one that is rooting for the success of this mission. Every single Indian, not just on Indian soil, but every single Indian outside of the country as well, is also rooting for these scientists, for this humble team that has worked hard, that has toiled for years together. 5 years since the last mission. We've not learnt from our mistakes from 2019. Success is going to be ours is what they believe, and India is rooting for exactly that. We are hoping that the successful soft landing happens because it is going to be extremely important, not just for India, not just for ISRO, but for all of mankind. This is going to be an important step in the journey of space for the entire world. This also is going to aid the next lunar missions that are going to come to the fore. For the manned mission, for the manned space missions that we are going to be seeing, not just by India, but by the rest of the world as well, which is why the success of Chandrayaan 3 is extremely crucial. Let's take a look at some of the reports coming in from across the country.
चंद्रयान की सफल लैंडिंग का पूरा देश इंतजार कर रहा है। पूरे देश के अंदर दुआएं हो रही है, प्रार्थनाएं की जा रही है। मंदिरों के अंदर लोग प्रार्थना कर रहे हैं, अलग अलग मंदिरों में। इस वक्त हम विद्याधर नगर जयपुर के भूतेश्वर महादेव मंदिर में हैं और मंदिर में 2-3 तरीके की प्रार्थनाएं चल रही है। इस वक्त आप देख सकते हैं कि एक तरफ जलाभिषेक, रुद्राभिषेक किया जा रहा है और दूसरी तरफ मंत्रोच्चार किया जा रहा है। यहाँ पर आप देखेंगे तस्वीरों में कि किस तरीके से भारत का तिरंगा लिए हुए और चंद्रयान की तस्वीरें लगाए हैं, पूजा अर्चना कर रहे हैं, प्रार्थना कर रहे हैं, ईश्वर से भगवान भोलेनाथ को मना रहे हैं और भोलेनाथ से ये प्रार्थना कर रहे हैं कि लैंडिंग है चंद्रयान की वो सफल हो, विक्रम सफलता से लैंडिंग करे और रोवर आसानी से। अब किसी तरीके की जो पिछली बार हुई ऐसी कोई हादसा दुर्घटना नहीं हो, उसके लिए प्रार्थनाओं में शक्ति है। मंत्रोच्चार भी चल किया रहा है अलग अलग। आप देख सकते हैं कि किस तरीके से लगातार प्रार्थनाओं का सिलसिला चल रहा है और ये जब तक लैंडिंग नहीं हो जाएगी तब तक ये इस तरीके से प्रार्थना लगातार चलती जाएगी।
As prayers are on across the entire country, right here at Ghatkopar as well, there are people praying for successful soft landing of Chandrayaan 3. इतिहास लिखने जा रहा है भारत. That's the kind of slogan that you see right here by people. Apart from that, they're saying that they'll keep praying until 6/4, which is when the landing of Chandrayaan 3 is expected. And here there are people in high spirits. ये आप लोग जो है यहाँ पे सुबह से पूजा पाठ कर रहे हैं, शाम तक पूजा पाठ करने वाले हैं. आज जो पूजा कर रहे हैं उसका क्या उद्देश्य है, क्या प्रे कर रहे हैं आप लोग भगवान
जो
से?
हमारे इसरो के साइंटिस्टों ने जो मेहनत की है, जो चंद्रयान बनाई है, वो एकदम सफलतापूर्वक कामयाबी से उतरे और उन्होंने जो भी मतलब के रिसर्च किया है वो कामयाब हो जाए, यही हम हनुमान जी से प्रार्थना करते हैं, संकट मोचन से प्रार्थना करते हैं।
इसरो साइंटिस्ट को मुझे ये कहना है कि उन्होंने जो मेहनत किया है वो सफलतापूर्वक चंद्रयान 3 पर आराम से लैंडिंग हो जाए।
Here it is, prayers will continue. In fact, let me tell you a bit about this location here at Ghatkopar. Just 40 days back, when on July 14th was when Chandrayaan was supposed to take off. We had spoken to some people approximately 3 to 4 kilometers from here. It was at Godrej where the Vikas engine, which is an instrumental part of this entire Chandrayaan 3 project, was made. It was made very much in Mumbai. The story started from Mumbai. It is about to reach moon, is what we're expecting.
हम जो अभी यहाँ पे प्रार्थना करें, ये पवित्र स्थान पे प्रार्थना कर रहे हैं. ये कहीं भी कर सकते थे हम लोग, लेकिन हम पवित्र स्थान पे मंदिर में बैठ के प्रार्थना कर रहे हैं कि इस बार जो चंद्रयान 3 पे उतरे और सफलतापूर्वक हमारे वैज्ञानिकों ने जो मेहनत किया है वो पूर्ण हो और भारत विश्व गुरु बने. ये हमारी मनोकामना है. ये हमारी शाम तक चलती रहेगी प्रार्थना कि ये जब तक लैंड नहीं करेगा.
It is our continuing coverage of India's date with the moon. One small step for ISRO and a giant leap for Indian space technology. For a billion Indians, this is what it boils down to. The next 45 minutes, there's bated breath, there is anticipation, there is the collective weight of a billion plus people. And you can see across the length and breadth of India, from Lucknow to Ranchi to Ujjain to Srinagar, people are offering prayers with one thing and only one thing in their mind, and that is the success of mission Chandrayaan 3. We are less than an hour away from touchdown. In 45 minutes, the automated landing sequence will begin. There will be the rough braking series and then the fine braking series, and between 5:45 and 6:04, in those 15 to 20 minutes is when the fate of a billion hopes will be decided. The fate of this mission Chandrayaan 3, which has seen blood and sweat and tears and toil, will come to a conclusion. We're all hoping, fingers crossed, that we will land on the moon today, that India will plant its flag, the Tiranga, on the surface of the moon. Prayers being offered right across the country, like I said. But what is going to happen in those last 15 minutes? That's what it boils down to. So I'm going to go and explain to you from our video wall here what to expect in those last 15 minutes. They're called the last 15 minutes of terror. Now, stage 1 is when the powered descent begins. Remember, this is when the automated landing sequence starts. At 5:47 is when the powered descent begins. The lander is about 25 to 30 kilometers away from the lunar surface. Then the lander starts hurtling down. Remember, at this stage, it's at about 6,000 kilometers per hour. That is 10 times the speed of an average aircraft. Then from there, it slows down, its engines are firing, it's coming slowly down. The first phase is the rough braking phase from 6,000 kilometers per hour. It has to be brought down to a few hundred meters per second. Then there comes a stage where the lander is still horizontal to the moon's surface, and there is horizontal velocity as well. Then it shifts from horizontal to vertical position. When this happens, you have both the horizontal velocity as well as vertical velocity towards the moon's surface. It's the lunar gravity that's pulling the lander Vikram onto its surface. So both horizontal and vertical velocities come into play. Then you have the lander at less than a kilometer from the moon's surface. That is when the cameras kick in, the sensors kick in, the descent, engine-powered descent stops at about 800 meters above the lunar surface. Then the lander further goes down and there is the hovering phase. This is the final phase. The last 5 minutes or so, it's about 150 meters above the lunar surface. There, using optical imagers, sensors, cameras, of course, the lander then searches for the ideal landing spot. This time around, the spot is much bigger. It's about 4.5 kilometers in width and about 2.5 kilometers in length. So it's much wider than the landing site last time around. The lander then touches down with the engines firing. The landing legs are absolutely important because last time it couldn't take the weight of the lander. This time they've added more strength to the legs of the lander. The engines then shut down. This is once the sensors start feeling the lunar surface, then it is simply going down on its own with lunar gravity. The lunar dust will then settle down. That's when we know that it is a successful touchdown. The ramp of the Vikram lander then opens up. the Pragyan rover rolls out and then it will start exploring the surface of the moon. Both the rover Pragyan and the lander Vikram will be there for 14 days, 14 Earth days, 1 lunar day, sending data to back to mission control in Bengaluru. We have our reporters spread across the length and breadth at the ISRO center, the tracking center in Bengaluru, mission control that is. We have Harish Upadhyay and Shrishti Chaudhary. Here in Delhi, we have Arunima, where there is a live feed that's being made available to the who's who of Delhi. Purnima is joining us with a bunch of school kids from a prominent location in Chennai. But let me go to mission control first. Harish, all systems responding, all systems go. We've got what? Less than 40 minutes now down to touchdown. What is the mood like there at the tracking center in Bengaluru?
Well, mood is upbeat. Remember, those preloaded programs have been put on board. It's just a matter of time before the onboard systems take over around 5:44 and start the automatic landing sequence. Not much for the scientists here to do post that. Just waiting and hoping that the onboard systems and all programs work properly and a soft landing can be achieved. A few scientists we've been talking since early in the morning are saying that perhaps the final phase, that's known as the terminal descent phase, which would be roughly around 4 minutes 33 seconds when this particular lander starts hovering. Many of them saying that would be the crucial one to ensure that it can soft land without impacting the lander, although the legs of this lander has been strengthened further, but they're saying that's one crucial phase. The multiple phases before that, when the power descent begins, ISRO and also these scientists saying that all that has gone according to plan in Chandrayaan 2, so unlikely that we would get it wrong. The final phase, the hovering phase, is when they're hoping that everything.
इसके बाद Harish, I'm going to come back to you in just a second. Srishti is also joining us from Mission Control at the tracking center in Bengaluru. You know, when you've been speaking to scientists, people who've been working on this mission, people who were associated with the previous mission, what changes have they made and how and why are they feeling much more confident now as opposed to what happened last time, Srishti?
Yeah, it's a sense of deja vu. We were here in 2019 when ISRO had last attempted a soft landing on the moon. There was again a lot of excitement which turned into disappointment just minutes into the touchdown phase. This time, however, it's brimming with enthusiasm and there is confidence, much more confidence than the last time. And it has come from the series of preparations, ground test and sensor testing that ISRO has undertaken over the last 4 years. Multiple ground tests have been conducted to make sure that the lander can successfully land on the moon. Like you said, this time we have a much larger landing site to ensure that whenever the lander is taking a decision to land, it can actually look and for a uniform surface and land. Apart from that, the 4 legs of the lander have also been strengthened, and ISRO has made sure that even if the touchdown velocity is about 3 meters per second, the lander will still be able to withstand their entire weight and successfully land on the moon. Apart from that, ISRO has also given a much more power supply to the lander by adding more solar panels to it. So the landing process is going to begin just when the sunrise is happening on the moon. So that will ensure uninterrupted power supply. And just to add to the information, it's not just the Indian Deep Space Network, the dish antennas of India, but antennas across the entire world would be tracking and monitoring the Chandrayaan 3 lander as it begins its power descent. NASA as well as the European Space Agencies have also been monitoring this.
All right, so NASA will be monitoring this. The European Space Agency will be monitoring this. I'm going to come back to our reporters in just 1 second. Arunima is there at CSIR in Delhi. I'll go to her in just 1 second. But once it lands, and if the landing is successful, what happens after touchdown? Number one, the Pragyan rover comes down. It conducts, of course, a series of maneuvers on the surface. Number two, what essentially happens is that one side of the panel of the lander that will unfold. Then it creates a kind of a ramp. It's just a few meters It creates a ramp from the surface of the lander to the lunar surface. A 6-wheeled rover, the Pragyan, will then descend from the lander Vikram out onto the moon's surface. Pragyan will move at a very snail's pace, almost like 1 centimeter per second. It will come out of the lander. It will then roll on to the lunar surface and then start scanning the moon's surface. What is it going to be looking for? It's going to be looking for water, traces of water, hydrogen, helium, and of course minerals that are stored on the south side of the moon. It will also in the process leave imprints of the national emblem, the Ashok stump as it were, and it will also have the ISRO insignia on its wheels. So on the tracks on the lunar surface, you're going to see both of those. And then the rover will communicate with the lander. Remember, the orbiter from Chandrayaan 2 is already there in space. So the lander Vikram will be communicating to the orbiter from Chandrayaan 2, and they will be sending back images, data, other messages back to mission control in Bengaluru. So this is how the next set of steps are going to unveil the process, as it were. 35 minutes to go. Let me go back to our reporters. Arunima is also joining us from CSIR. Yesha, I can see, is joining us from Mumbai. Arunima, at the CSIR facility, I believe the who's who is there. You have ministers of the government, members from the Department of Space Technology are there. And also, I believe the Prime Minister will be watching this live in Johannesburg on the sidelines of the BRICS Summit. Walk us through what you're seeing around you.
Yes, let me begin by giving you a sense of this auditorium. It's not a very big auditorium, a small one here, but it's packed to capacity, and there are screens that have been set up outside as well. The minister himself is here, sir. Just one question, nervous or confident? Are you feeling the butterflies in your stomach? Confident. And any last minute message to Team ISRO, sir?
We will speak after it's over.
Sir doesn't want to speak much. He says he will speak after the event is over, but he says he is confident. So Dr. Jitendra Singh is here. You can also see CSIR and the other officials from the Science and Technology Department who are all attending this screening. There is a miniature of the rover that has been put in here, and there are school students waving the flags. These are students who have come here. Let me begin by asking this boy here, what's really the mood here? How's the Josh? Hi, he says, Zaka, and that represents the mood here for most of the students. Excited, some of them are already in their minds raring to go join India's budding space technology program.
All right, Arunima, clearly schools across the National Capital Region and indeed other cities as well have sent out messages, they've sent out YouTube links. In fact, if you want to watch this on YouTube, just go to CNN News 18. The top stream there is the #1 stream in the country right now. 100,000 people are watching it live right now on the CNN News 18 YouTube handle. So what exactly is the Pragyan rover and the Vikram lander going to explore on the surface of the moon? Remember, when Chandrayaan 1, the first mission, went there, it looked at the possibility of water. Basis that, now there is a larger area that is in the permanent shadow of the moon. Remember, the south side receives far less sunlight than the equatorial region or other regions of the lunar surface. So the main aim will be to try and find if there is traces of water. The shadowy surface is believed to have much more water ice. The temperatures there are well below freezing. In fact, minus 2,000 degrees or minus 200 degrees. It could hold up to 100 million tons of water. The frozen time capsule, the temperatures there, like I said, could be minus 200. Just wrap your head around that for a second. Water freezes at 0 degrees. This is minus 200, which means it could preserve natural materials. It could preserve raw materials. And these insights and geological sort of developments will be priceless for ISRO scientists to learn as to whether there are insights into traces of hydrogen, methane, other gases which are essential for life to sustain, whether those traces can be found. Not just those gases, minerals like sodium, mercury, silver, sources of precious metals. These are things that the rover will be exploring, and that data, whether it's in the form of pictures or messages, will be transmitted to the lander and from the lander eventually to mission control. Now, the future explorations are also getting aided because of these lunar missions, because once you learn how to land on the moon, It certainly helps you with putting a man in space, the Gaganyaan mission that's coming up. And also there is Mangalyaan, the mission to Mars. So this is critical and it's an ideal pit stop in that sense for future missions as well. Let me go back to our reporters. There is huge excitement all around the country, like I said, in schools. People are offering havans and prayers, namaz. It is incredible the kind of scenes that you're seeing from across the country. This is, better than a cricket match, if you were to put it that way. So let me go across. If Yesha is there, and Purnima is also joining us from Chennai. So Purnima has a bunch of school students. Purnima, where are you, and what is the mood like there? I see a lot of enthusiastic school kids around you.
Absolutely. We are coming to you live from Ispahani Center, where Space Kids and Aeronautics startup has in fact organized the screening. And Smriti ma'am, you're the founder. A lot of kids are now eagerly waiting, many of them wanting to join ISRO in the future, considering the success so far, and also many of them confident that at 6 or 4 p.m. there's going to be a soft landing.
Absolutely. I mean, the atmosphere is so energetic and so positive, because in being with children, that's the best part, and, they're not bothered about what happened to Chandrayaan 2. It's all forgotten. They want to know what is happening to Chandrayaan 3 and how successful this is going to be. No fingers crossed. Everybody said we are going to be with open fingers, and we would say, yes, it is going to be a super successful launch.
That's the kind of excitement here. Are you excited, nervous, confident? What is the feeling like?
I'm very excited, and I don't have words to express my excitement.
Right. So, are you excited, nervous? Yes, because some of them are still, we're hoping that everything goes well. Some of them are nervous. What is the feeling like for you? What's the mood here?
It will go well. I'm very excited, and I believe that Chandrayaan 3 will land on South Pole. We are the first one.
What is your message to the team in the making of Chandrayaan 3?
I want to thank the scientists who worked for hard works for the Chandrayaan 3, and we will pray for them.
So it's, what happens is like the scientist fraternity is always forgotten. The innovation comes in the front, and this, this day is only remembered today. And maybe it hits the headlines maybe tomorrow or day after. But it's forgotten very soon. So this is what we want. There should be something that is continuously pumping, and this has to go and reach the grassroots students. And, the last student of the country also should understand the importance of being a scientist, importance of being an innovator for the country. After all, we all, want to do something for the country. It's not that we need to be in the armed forces to do something for the country. Every innovation is important, So that's the reason I'm so happy, thankful to all the media houses who are actually spreading this awareness so much. And every school in the country, I think small or big, are having this screening. And today is a very big day. Yeah.
All right, Purnima, I'm just going to come back to you in a second. We have other reporters as well. Our guests are there. Gaur Raza, scientist, is there with us. Smita Purushottam, space expert. Dr. Priya Hassan is also joining us, professor from Manu. But I'm going to come to our guests in just 1 second. So why is the Chandrayaan 3 mission so important for ISRO, for Indian space research, and of course, for the pride of 1 billion plus Indians? Number one, it shows that India's tech capabilities in space exploration are unparalleled. It will boost the morale of not just the space community, but the entire scientific community here in India. The mission will also foster a sense of national pride. Remember, only 3 other countries have undertaken successful moon missions. India will become the 4th. It also promotes indigenous research and development at a fraction of the cost. In fact, the entire Chandrayaan 3 mission is a fraction of what big Hollywood budget movies are. It's just about 600 crores. The sector has the potential to create lakhs of jobs. The space exploration sector, both in the private as well as in the government sectors, it will attract more private investment into space technology. At a time when SpaceX and other space companies are sending tourists to space, India and ISRO could be doing it at a fraction of the cost. It will also position India among the top 4 tech advanced nations. Remember, only the US, the former Soviet Union and China have undertaken successful moon missions. India will be the 4th in the world. It will also pave the way for more international collaborations. Remember, as Srishti was saying a moment ago, NASA is tracking this, the European Space Agency is tracking this. All the world's eyes in that sense are on ISRO and are on Chandrayaan 3. Because this is what it boils down to, ladies and gentlemen. In less than half an hour, we will have the final descent begin. the automated landing sequence will kick in. Let me go across to Professor Gaur Raza. What is the sense of occasion here for us? Just paint it for the 1 billion Indians who are watching this with bated breath. What does today's moment mean for them and mean for folks like you in the scientific community?
The question has been asked repeatedly whenever there has been a high point, and this is high point for not only scientists, not only for the country, but the entire scientific community, especially those who are working on space research. It is a moment where everybody is excited, and as you said, and most of us know, that the entire scientific community is looking at us and is interested in what is the result finally of the exam that is at the moment going on for Indian scientific community. What is going to be the result? So it's a high point. The palpitation is high. One has fears. As a scientist, I must tell you, we always are ready.
All right, Professor, I'm sorry to interrupt, but we're getting live footage now from Mission Control. These are live pictures coming in from the Space Control Room in Mission Headquarters in Bengaluru in ISRO. You can see the row of scientists who are all tracking the developments. This is the trajectory that it is supposed to take, the Vikram lander. At 5:45, in exactly 20 minutes from now, the final descent will begin. These are tense moments. This is the ISRO chief, Mr. Somanathan. You can recognize him from the back. This is the leadership team that is sitting at the back row. Of course, in the front rows will be the people who are directly involved in the mission. This is a moment that is being waited with bated breath. Remember, for all of us here, this is a moment of pride. But spare a thought for these folks. They have put years and years of their lives' work, blood and sweat and tears and toil for this one moment, and this is what it boils down to. The next 20 minutes decides that fate. And as Professor Gaur Raza was saying, success is great, success is many fathers, but you learn much, much more from failure. So the images from 4 years ago will also be there in the back of the minds of some of these people who are directly involved with this mission. You heard from the ISRO chief saying sometime back that they have learned their lessons from the 2019 failure. They have adapted and made changes. And I want to ask our guests, as we stay full frame on these pictures, I want to ask our guests, and I'll start with Professor Raza, what are the changes that have been made? What is this moment right now as we're seeing this live feed of the Mission Control Room in Bengaluru at the tracking center, the ISRO tracking center in Bengaluru? What does this moment mean, sir, for scientists who've been working on this mission for the last 4 years?
They have learnt a lot. ISRO scientists have continuously, for generations in fact, generations of ISRO scientists have worked on major projects. These projects were not initiated a day earlier or a year earlier or a decade earlier. These projects were initiated long, long ago. And they have learnt, and they are today confident that there is going to be soft landing. The major changes that have been made after learning the thing is that there has to be full control within the lander to decide where to land. The area which it is going to scan this time is much larger.
Interrupting you, but can we go back to full frame pictures? And there is commentary coming of what is going on.
के सतह पर उतरने के ऐतिहासिक पलों को देखने के लिए तैयार और उत्सुक हैं। जी हाँ, इसरो के गौरवपूर्ण इतिहास में एक और अध्याय जुड़ने जा रहा है और आज हम सब लोग इसके साक्षी बनेंगे। आप ये सारे विजुअल्स अपने स्क्रीन पर इसरो के मिशन ऑपरेशन कॉम्प्लेक्स यानी मॉक से देख रहे हैं, जो कि बेंगलुरु में स्थित टेलीमेट्री ट्रैकिंग एंड कमांड नेटवर्क इस ट्रैक से प्रसारित किया जा रहा है। ये विजुअल्स आपको पावर डिसेंट के काउंटडाउन और उस पथ को प्रदर्शित कर रहा है जिस पे चलकर लैंडर आज चंद्रमा के साउथ पोल पे सेफ और सॉफ्ट लैंडिंग करेगा। आपको ध्यान दिला दूं, इस समय हम लोग पावर डिसेंट शुरू होने से लगभग 22 मिनट दूर हैं। जो दर्शक थोड़ी देर से जुड़े हैं उनकी जानकारी के लिए बता दें, आप लोग इस ऐतिहासिक पल को इसरो के ऑफिशियल वेबसाइट, फेसबुक, ट्विटर और यूट्यूब पे भी देख सकते हैं।
Honorable dignitaries, delegates, scientists, media personnel, and dear viewers, a very good evening to all of you. We at ISRO welcome you to the live coverage of India's prestigious Chandrayaan 3 mission's landing event on the lunar surface. These are the visuals from Mission Operation Complex at ISRO's Telemetry Tracking and Command Network, ISTRAC, situated in Namma, Bengaluru, Karnataka. I, Arushi Seth, and my colleague, Dr. Padamdeo Mishra, are your hosts for the evening and shall accompany you on the journey of the landing event from powered descent start to touchdown. Today, we shall be witnessing the final phase of the critical and most technologically challenging mission operations of Chandrayaan 3, wherein the lander module will be making a safe and soft landing on the surface of the moon. These display screens show the countdown to the power descent start as well as the path that will be followed by the lander module. We are 18 minutes away from the commencement of power descent. India is at the brink of creating history as we all await with bated breath to witness the landing on Moon's south polar region.
Coming from the Mission Operation Control in Bengaluru, it is the tracking center that ISRO has built. You can see the faces, some of the tense faces in these final moments. We are less than 20 minutes away from the final powered descent of the Vikram lander. And the area where it's going to land is on the south pole of the moon. It's an area that is 4.5 kilometers long and 2.5 kilometers wide. It's a much wider area than last time around.
अगर मैं सही मायने में कहूँ तो अंतरिक्ष का कोई भी मिशन हो और चाहे किसी भी देश के द्वारा संचालित किया जा रहा हो, इसरो मिशन की निश्चितता और अनिश्चितता के बीच बहुत ही महीन अंतर होता है, जिससे कि एक मिशन सफल या असफल होता है। लेकिन ना हम थके ना हम हारे। हमने पिछली कमियों को सुधारते हुए आज पूरी तरह से आश्वस्त किया है कि लैंडर मॉड्यूल निश्चित तौर पे चंद्रमा के सतह पर सेफ और सॉफ्ट लैंडिंग करेगा। सभी दर्शकों के जानकारी के लिए अब हम इसरो के अब तक के सभी लूनर मिशंस को संक्षिप्त विवरण प्रस्तुत करेंगे। जी हाँ, इसरो का पहला मून मिशन चंद्रयान 1 अक्टूबर 2008 में PSLV रॉकेट के द्वारा सफलतापूर्वक प्रक्षेपित किया गया था। चंद्रयान 1 ने चंद्रमा के सतह पर पानी की खोज करके पहले ही इतिहास रच चुका है। यही कारण है कि आजकल विश्व के तमाम अंतरिक्ष वैज्ञानिक और स्पेस एजेंसियां चंद्रमा को और करीब से जानने के लिए उत्सुक दिख रही हैं। अगर हम बात करें चंद्रयान 2 की, जो इसरो का दूसरा मिशन है, जुलाई 2019 में इसरो के सबसे ताकतवर रॉकेट LVM-3 द्वारा सफलतापूर्वक प्रक्षेपित किया गया था और आज भी लगभग 4 साल बाद यह चंद्रमा के 100 किलोमीटर के सर्कुलर ऑर्बिट में घूमते हुए बहुत ही उत्तम क्वालिटी का डेटा प्रदान कर रहा है। मिशन के प्रारंभ में इसकी आयु 1 साल निर्धारित की गई थी, परंतु LVM-3 द्वारा बहुत ही सटीक इंजेक्शन और मिशन मैनेजमेंट की वजह से चंद्रयान 2 काफी लंबे समय तक कार्यरत रहेगा। अब तक चंद्रयान 2 चंद्रमा के लगभग सभी भागों का चित्र ले चुका है। इसका एक बहुत ही महत्वपूर्ण पेलोड OHRC यानी कि ऑर्बिटर हाई रेजोल्यूशन कैमरा विश्व का सबसे बेहतरीन कैमरा है, जो कि चंद्रमा के सतह का लगातार पिक्चर भेज रहा है। अब मैं आरुषि जी से निवेदन करूंगा कि वो आप लोगों को इसरो के वर्तमान मिशन चंद्रयान 3 के बारे में बताएं।
अभी आपने मिश्रा जी के द्वारा सुना इसरो के अब तक के लूनार मिशंस का विवरण। अब चलते हैं टुवर्ड्स चंद्रयान 3, the follow-up mission of Chandrayaan 2, which has been designed to accomplish our mission goals. The primary objective of Chandrayaan-3 mission is the demonstration of safe and soft landing on the lunar surface. This demonstration is a critical aspect for ISRO's future interplanetary missions. In addition to this, the mission objectives also include demonstration of roving capability and conduction of in situ scientific experiments on Moon's surface. Carried on the shoulders of India's heaviest rocket LVM-3 on the 14th of July, Chandrayaan-3 was placed in the precise elliptic parking orbit of size 170 by 36,500 kilometers. ISRO, in its mission plan of following the incremental trajectory approach, carried a total of 5 earthbound maneuvers. The fifth apogee raising maneuver, which took place on the 25th of July, placed the spacecraft in an orbit of 250 by 1,27,000 kilometers. At the early hours of 1st August, the translunar injection was carried out, after which the composite module began the final leg of its long journey of nearly 3,84,000 kilometers for its rendezvous with the Moon. The TLI was a key step in the mission, enabling the spacecraft to escape Earth's gravitational pull and travel to the Moon. An orbit of 288 by 3,69,328 kilometers was achieved at the end of the translunar injection.
जी हाँ, ट्रांसलूनर इंजेक्शन किसी भी इंटरप्लेनेटरी मिशन के लिए बहुत ही आवश्यक परंतु कठिन ऑपरेशन होता है। इस सफल मैन्यूवर के बाद चंद्रयान 3 पृथ्वी से दूर निकलकर चंद्रमा के प्रभाव क्षेत्र में एक हाइपरबोलिक ट्रैजेक्टरी के द्वारा पहुंचाया गया। पुनः 5 अगस्त 2023 को लूनर ऑर्बिट इंसर्शन के द्वारा चंद्रयान 3 को 160 किलोमीटर के पेरीलून और 18,000 किलोमीटर के अपोलून के साथ चंद्रमा के इलिप्टिकल ऑर्बिट में स्थापित कर दिया गया। टीएलआई के तरह एलओआई भी एक बहुत जटिल ऑपरेशन होता है। इसमें हमें यह ध्यान देना आवश्यक होता है कि उपग्रह के वेगमान को एक निश्चित बिंदु से घटाया जा सके, अन्यथा उपग्रह चंद्रमा के प्रभाव क्षेत्र से बाहर निकल जाएगा। एलओआई के सफलतापूर्वक परिचालन के बाद चंद्रयान 3 की कक्षा को 4 बार और परिवर्तित किया गया। इस दौरान चंद्रमा की अधिकतम ऊंचाई को घटाकर 160 किलोमीटर कर दिया गया। इस पूरी प्रक्रिया में प्रपल्सन मॉड्यूल का लगभग 755 किलोग्राम ईंधन का उपयोग हुआ और चंद्रयान 3 के वेगमान को लगभग 850 मीटर प्रति सेकंड कम कर दिया गया। लैंडर मॉड्यूल को लगभग 150 किलोमीटर के सर्कुलर ऑर्बिट में स्थापित करने के बाद 17 अगस्त 2023 को प्रपल्सन मॉड्यूल से अलग कर दिया गया। पुनः लैंडर मॉडल के ऑर्बिट को 2 डीबूस्ट मैन्यूवर्स के द्वारा 150 किलोमीटर के सर्कुलर ऑर्बिट से घटाकर 25 गुणे 130 किलोमीटर के एलिप्टिकल ऑर्बिट में स्थापित कर दिया गया। इस दौरान यह भी सुनिश्चित कर दिया गया कि 800 न्यूटन के चारों थ्रोटेबल थ्रस्टर्स पावर डिसेंट के समय किसी भी चुनौती का सामना कर सकें। लैंडर मॉड्यूल इस ऑर्बिट में 4 दिन तक चंद्रमा की परिक्रमा करता रहा ताकि इसके सभी सब सिस्टम को पावर डिसेंट से पहले कार्यात्मक रूप से वेरीफाई और वैलिडेट किया जा सके। इस दौरान चंद्रयान 2 और लैंडर मॉड्यूल की आपस में बातचीत भी हो चुकी है। और संक्षेप में अब तक की यात्रा की बात करें तो लैंडर मॉड्यूल अब तक 21 बार पृथ्वी के और लगभग 120 बार चंद्रमा का चक्कर लगा चुका है और इस पूरी यात्रा में लगभग 55 लाख किलोमीटर की यात्रा भी पूरी कर चुका है। अब तक के इस पूरे अभियान में यह भी सुनिश्चित किया गया कि सारे ऑर्बिट मैन्यूवर्स इस प्रकार किए जाएं कि लैंडिंग साइट पावर डिसेंट की शुरुआत से ही लैंडर के ऑर्बिटल प्लेन में बना रहे।
Make it further complicated. That is true indeed. We have arrived at the crucial juncture wherein the orbit plane contains the desired landing site at the start of powered descent. We are also happy to announce that live images from the Chandrayaan 3 lander imager camera is being received continuously. The demonstration of soft landing on the moon's surface is no ordinary feat due to the innumerable challenges and complexities involved. The lander velocity has to be killed from nearly 6,048 kilometers per hour without any aid from the thin and tenuous Moon's atmosphere. The lunar dust at the time of landing and the craters and boulders scattered over the Moon's surface make it further complicated to achieve this. The new and improved Chandrayaan-3 design has been built after envisaging all the scenarios which the lander module can encounter. With several software improvements, provision for full-level redundancies, a plethora of special tests, namely the integrated hot test, integrated cold test, and lander leg drop tests were carried out for the lander module. The success of these tests has provided great confidence in the performance of all the onboard sensors, propulsion system, and associated guidance, control, and navigation algorithms. The key findings during the tests have enabled to improve the overall system performance. The largely unexplored south pole of the Moon has been chosen as the intended landing site, since there is a possibility of finding ice and other minerals which would be vital resources for future explorers. Apart from continuing investigations pioneered by Chandrayaan-1 and Chandrayaan-2, the Chandrayaan-3 mission will also provide invaluable data to the science community around the world. Let us give our viewers a glimpse on the configuration of Chandrayaan-3 mission.
चंद्रयान 3 का मिशन प्लान लगभग चंद्रयान 2 के तरह ही बनाया गया है। यहाँ यह भी सुनिश्चित किया गया है कि चंद्रयान 3 को रॉकेट से अलग होने से लेकर के चंद्रमा के निकटतम कक्षा में स्थापित होने तक सारी गतिविधियाँ चंद्रयान 2 के तरह ही हों। और अब हम यह कह सकते हैं कि यह प्लान पूरी तरह से 100% सफल रहा। हालांकि लैंडर मॉड्यूल के सेंसर्स और प्रोपल्शन सिस्टम को इस तरह से मजबूत किया गया है कि लैंडर पावर डिसेंट के समय किसी भी आपदा से बाहर आकर के मिशन के मुख्य उद्देश्य को पूरा कर सके। इस क्रम में लैंडर के मुख्य सेंसर्स कारा, लासा, LHBC, LDV और LHDAC का कार्यात्मक परीक्षण भी किया जा चुका है। LDV जो कि पूर्णतः स्वदेशी तकनीकी से बनाया गया एक नया सेंसर है, इसका मुख्य कार्य लैंडर के वेलोसिटी को तीनों अक्षों में कंप्यूट करना है। पावर डिसेंट के दौरान लैंडर के सटीक पोजीशन और वेलोसिटी का ज्ञान होना बहुत ही आवश्यक है। लिराप यानी लेजर इनर्शियल रिफरेंसिंग एंड एक्सीलरोमीटर पैकेज इस कार्य को पावर डिसेंट के दौरान बखूबी निभाएगा। ट्रैजेक्टरी जनरेशन जो कि चंद्रयान 3 मिशन के लिए बहुत ही अहम है, क्योंकि हर ऑर्बिट मैन्यूवर के बाद यह सुनिश्चित किया जाता है कि लैंडर की मिशन ऑब्जेक्टिव को ना बदले। इस क्रम में मैं यह भी आपको बता दूं कि ऑर्बिट डिटर्मिनेशन जो कि उपग्रह के पोजीशन और वेलोसिटी को बहुत ही एक्यूरेटली बताता है, एक बहुत ही कठिन और जटिल कंप्यूटेशन और एस्टिमेशन होता है। यहाँ यह भी जानना महत्वपूर्ण है कि चंद्रयान 2 का OHRC पेलोड अब तक काफ़ी ऊंचे स्तर का डैम प्रदान किया है, जिसके फलस्वरूप लैंडिंग साइट के सीमा को बढ़ाकर 4x2.4 किलोमीटर कर दिया गया है, जो कि पावर डिसेंट के दौरान सॉफ्ट लैंडिंग कराने में काफ़ी सहायक सिद्ध होगा।
Apart from the sensors, Chandrayaan-3 is equipped with a suite of sophisticated payload instruments. While Chandrayaan-1 and Chandrayaan-2 orbiter have provided abundant remote sensing data of Moon, equally important are the on-site localized measurements that provide ground truths. Lander and Rover have payloads which are completely new and will perform in situ analysis of lunar surface. The two spectroscopes on Rover, APXS and LIBS, will actively measure the surface elemental abundances at the landing location and surrounding area. The lander carries a seismometer ILSA that can sense impact events and lunar quakes. The thermal probe CHAST will measure the temperature profile and thermal conductivity of Moon's regolith. The Rambha payload will carry out lunar ionosphere studies, while the laser retroreflector array shall be a passive location indicator for future spacecraft equipped with laser altimeter. The propulsion module has not been left behind, and an experimental shape payload has been added to it as a value addition. It will help in understanding the nature and characteristics of water-rich planets and will also aid in the future study of potentially habitable exoplanets. We are minutes away from the start of powered descent. The entire powered descent shall be carried out by the onboard autonomous landing sequencer or ALS, which is a series of instructions preloaded to the lander module. These instructions include the commands to be executed, data to be collected and analyzed, and decisions to be made and executed autonomously throughout the powered descent.
जी हाँ, अब हम पावर डिसेंट के बहुत ही करीब आ चुके हैं। हम आपको बताते चलें कि पावर डिसेंट को कुल 4 चरणों में बांटा गया है। सबसे पहले आता है रफ ब्रेकिंग फेज, जिसमें लैंडर की ऊंचाई को चंद्रमा की सतह से 30 किलोमीटर से घटाकर 7.4 किलोमीटर कर दिया जाएगा। इस पूरी प्रक्रिया को पूरा करने में लगभग 11.5 मिनट लगेगा और इसका समानांतर वेग 1680 मीटर प्रति सेकंड से घटाकर 358 मीटर प्रति सेकंड हो जाएगा।
We have continuous flow of lander telemetry data from ISRO's Deep Space Network IDSN-32 located in Belalu, Bengaluru. The data is being acquired real-time by station and is flown to the Mission Operation Complex through our communication links. In addition to it, we also have support from ESA and JPL DSN stations. There will be no ground intervention once the ALS takes charge. The preparation for today's event had started 48 hours before, wherein various pre-selections and uplinking of parameters for the autonomous landing sequence were carried out. The whole descent is divided into 4 phases: the rough braking phase, the attitude hold phase, fine braking phase, and the local navigation phase or the terminal descent phase.
जी हाँ, एटीट्यूड होल्ड फेज, जो कि पावर डिसेंट का दूसरा चरण है, एक बहुत ही महत्वपूर्ण फेज है। इस 10 सेकंड के स्मॉल ड्यूरेशन के दौरान लैंडर के 2 महत्वपूर्ण सेंसर कारा और लासा लैंडर की ऊंचाई की गणना करेंगे। इस फेज के पूरा होते ही लैंडर चंद्रमा के सतह से कुल 6.8 किलोमीटर की ऊंचाई पर होगा।
During the rough braking phase, the lander velocity shall be brought down from 1680 meters per second to 358 meters per second. The altitude will be brought down from 30 kilometers to 7.4 kilometers at the end of rough braking.
So we are just moments away from touchdown. In less than 4 minutes from now, the Vikram lander will start the automated landing sequence. The powered descent will begin in less than 4 minutes from now. This is the moment of truth. The powered descent will then continue for the next 15 minutes. At 6:04 is when we are expecting the touchdown to happen. The powered descent, the landing will happen in 4 sequences: the rough braking phase, the holding phase, the fine braking phase, and the last 150 meters. So India, the Indian Space Research Organization, all set to script history within the next few minutes. These are the last 15 minutes that will determine the trajectory and the history of Chandrayaan 3 as we get this live footage from Mission Operations Control in ISRO at the tracking center, where scientists, the leadership team of ISRO is all monitoring this real-time data. In the next 3 minutes, the powered descent is going to begin. It is well and truly going to be India's date with the moon. The powered descent will be in 4 separate stages. Basically, you have to stop something that is powering itself at the speed of 10 times that of an aircraft down to just a few hundred meters per second. From 6,000 kilometers per hour down to a few hundred meters per second. Let's go back to the live feed that's coming in from ISRO Mission Control in Bengaluru.
इस पड़ाव पे आने के बाद पुनः लैंडर 22 सेकंड के लिए हवरिंग करेगा।
Is just minutes away. In fact, in 2 minutes, ladies and gentlemen, the power descent of ISRO will begin. These are live pictures from the center in Delhi where MOSPMO and Earth Sciences, Jitendra Singh is watching this. Other VVIPs are watching this. This has been put up in Delhi, and this is live pictures that are coming from Mission Operations Control, the tracking service that is there, the tracking room at the ISRO headquarters in Bengaluru. You can see the leadership team, ISRO chairman Mr. Somanathan at the back seat, the other leadership team of the ISRO at the back seat, and those who are directly involved in this mission right in the front seats. We are now counting down to the final minute when the power descent begins.
Dear viewers, the pivotal power descent has begun, and the lander module is propelling towards the moon's surface along the intended trajectory.
It has begun, ladies and gentlemen. The power descent has begun. Now the next 15 minutes is going to be make or break. You can see applause. Applause at the Mission Operations Control in ISRO headquarters in Bengaluru, because those scientists there know the importance of this moment. The power descent has begun. The rough braking phase is on right now. This is going to last for the next 15 minutes, and this is where the speed of the Chandrayaan, the Vikram lander, has to be reduced from 6,000 kilometers per hour to just a few hundred meters per second. This is the live footage that is coming. The next 15 minutes, a billion eyes, a billion prayers on these scientists and at this mission control room in Bengaluru. Let's go back right to the live feed.
हाँ, अभी आप अपनी स्क्रीन पे देख सकते हैं कि लैंडर अब तक कुल 191 किलोमीटर हॉरिजेंटल दिशा में चल चुका है और अभी तक इसकी वेलोसिटी लगभग 31 किलोमीटर बनी हुई है।
So the power descent has begun, ladies and gentlemen. The power descent is the final phase. It's the final 15 minutes that decides the fate of Chandrayaan 3 mission. The final descent has begun. You can see over the next 15 minutes or so, it has to be brought down from just 6,000 kilometers per hour down to just 100 meters a second. Live feed coming in from Mission Operations Control Room in ISRO headquarters in Bengaluru. This is clearly the make or break moment, the last 15 minutes of terror, as the scientists would call it. Let's go back to the live feed that we're getting. This is a live camera output. They've got an animation, a live animation that is coming down as well to the ISRO mission control as scientists, technicians, engineers wait with bated breath for that moment, 6:04, when there will be a safe and successful touchdown.
Will reduce from 7.4 kilometers to 6.8 kilometers. During the next phase, which is going to be the attitude hold phase, we can currently see that the altitude of the lander module is nearly 31 kilometers.
आरुषि, अभी हम इस ग्राउंड ट्रेस को देखते हुए कह सकते हैं कि रफ ब्रेकिंग फेज की शुरुआत बहुत ही अच्छे तरीके से हुई है। आप ये देख सकती हैं कि जो भी प्रोजेक्टेड ग्राउंड ट्रेस है उसी पे अपना लैंडर मॉड्यूल आगे चलते हुए बढ़ रहा है। अभी तक ये देखा जा सकता है कि लैंडर मॉड्यूल लगभग 370 किलोमीटर 36 दिशा में चल चुका है।
So about 350 kilometers have been
The mission
traversed
operations
already.
team is
Remember that
analyzing the
final
data.
phase is about 15 minutes
all
long.
see
It
the
has to come
seriousness
down from
and the
6,000
concentration
kilometers
with which
per hour
each and every
down to just
parameter
100
of the
meters
lander
per
module is
second.
being
The lander
analyzed.
module already completing about 350 kilometers,
The performance so
moving
far seems
fast
to be nominal.
towards the lunar surface. As of right now, as of this moment, all parameters are showing normal and it is on trajectory for a successful soft landing on the south side of the moon. You can see this live tracker as you see the Chandrayaan 3 mission, the Vikram lander moving. This is that small little dot. It's moving straight down into the lunar gravity. It's right now in what is called the rough braking phase.
During the
Let's go
entire
back to the live
descent,
feed.
There is no ground intervention as the ALS has taken charge. The preparation for today's event had started nearly 48 hours before, wherein various pre-selections and uplinking of parameters were done. We can see that the vertical velocity of the lander module has been brought down. It is continuously coming down. And the ALS had already been initiated 1 hour before the scheduled time of the power descent start. Following this, the throttleable engine electronics module, the TECM, was switched on and lander was oriented to the favorable attitude.
जी हाँ, आप अपनी स्क्रीन पे देख सकते हैं कि लैंडर मॉड्यूल जिसकी शुरुआत में वेलोसिटी 1680 मीटर पर सेकंड थी, लगभग 1150 मीटर पर सेकंड हो चुकी है, जो कि एक बहुत ही मैजेस्टिक शुरुआत कही जा सकती है इस रफ ब्रेकिंग फेज के लिए.
So remember, in this rough braking phase, you have both the horizontal velocity and the vertical velocity. The horizontal velocity has been brought down to about 1100 kilometers per hour from above 6000. The vertical velocity right now is 27 meters per second. So at one point, they will have to balance out the horizontal velocity and the vertical velocity, and then the lander itself moves from horizontal position to vertical position. So you can see these two figures. This is consistently falling, and this you will see consistently going up. The horizontal velocity and the vertical velocity, just keep an eye out on both of those figures.
Currently, the horizontal velocity has been brought down and the distance traveled is 574 kilometers. The current altitude is 27 kilometers as can be seen on the screen.
जी हाँ, करीब करीब अपने आधे सफ़र को पूरा करते हुए इस रफ ब्रेकिंग फेज में लैंडर बहुत ही आगे की तरफ बढ़ते हुए अपनी ऊंचाई को घटा रहा है. अगर अब बात करें तो लैंडर की ऊंचाई चंद्रमा के सतह से लगभग 27 किलोमीटर से नीचे हो चुकी है, करीब करीब 26.7 किलोमीटर के आसपास है.
The next phase after the rough braking phase is the attitude hold phase, which will be for a duration of nearly 10 seconds. The lander will be oriented such that both the altimeters will be looking exactly towards the moon's surface. At the end of this attitude hold phase, height measurement update to navigation system will be given from the laser and car band altimeters. Currently, we are in the middle of the rough braking phase.
जी हाँ, अगर हम ध्यान से देखें
So half the distance has been traversed. We are in the middle of the journey of over 1,000 kilometers in this last 15 minutes. Over 500 kilometers has been covered. The horizontal velocity is consistently coming down. It's come down to 885. The vertical velocity is going up. It's gone up to 53. They have to at some point match both, and then it goes from a horizontal position to a vertical position, and then the hovering phase begins. Right now in the rough braking phase, more than half the distance has been traversed, more than 500 kilometers has been traveled horizontally. The final half begins right now.
The altitude of lander from ground is currently 12 kilometer. Is currently 22 kilometer, which is again going to be coming down, and that is expected.
For the viewers who have joined now, we are in We are in the powered descent phase, and we are in the rough braking phase, which is the first phase of the powered descent. We have currently traveled a downrange of 697 kilometers, and the downrange that has to be traveled during this phase is 713.5 kilometers.
जी हाँ, अभी आप देख सकते हैं कि लैंडर की हॉरिजेंटल वेलोसिटी लगभग 720 मीटर प्रति सेकंड हो गई है। लगभग हम ये कह सकते हैं कि 900 मीटर प्रति सेकंड वेलोसिटी को कम किया जा चुका है। At the same time, we can see the altitude of the lander is just 17.8 kilometer from the moon surface, which is going to be around 7.4 at the end of the rough braking phase.
All right, so the rough braking phase is still going on. Remember, the horizontal velocity has come from 6,000 kilometers per hour down to just 650. The vertical velocity has been going up. Like I've been saying, it at some point matches and then it goes from horizontal to vertical, and then the final descent, the hovering phase and the descent phase will start. But right now, we are going close to the end of the first phase, the rough braking phase. More than 700 kilometers needed to be traversed, and we are just getting to that figure of 700 kilometers that has been traversed in phase 1. Let's go back to the live feed. 753 kilometers traversed so far.
जी हाँ, इस रफ ब्रेकिंग फेज के दौरान 800 न्यूटन के चारों थ्रोटल इंजन अपने कार्य को पूरी तरह से अंजाम दे रहे हैं और लैंडर के हॉरिजॉन्टल वेलोसिटी को लगातार कम कर रहे हैं। अब तक लैंडर लगभग अपने 75 से 80% की यात्रा को पूरा कर चुका है।
After the rough braking and the attitude hold phase, we shall be having the fine braking phase, which will continue for nearly 3 minutes.
So the rough braking phase, it is under 500 kilometers per hour. We are coming to the end of phase 1. Phase 1 is the rough braking phase. Then you have the holding phase, so it's under 500 kilometers an hour. The vertical velocity has gone up to almost 70 kilometers an hour, and it is less than 1,000. It's about 27 kilometers from the lunar surface.
जी हाँ, हमारे प्रधानमंत्री जी श्री नरेंद्र मोदी जी हम सभी का उत्साहवर्धन करने के लिए दक्षिणी अफ्रीका के जोहान्सबर्ग से जुड़ गए हैं।
You can see the screen right in front. The Prime Minister is also watching this live from the BRICS summit in Johannesburg. Remember, he is getting a live feed there. He's watching this along with other leaders as well. The Prime Minister is watching this live in Johannesburg at the BRICS summit. He's of course watching this along with the scientists of ISRO, the engineers, the technicians. The horizontal velocity at 330 kilometers per hour, the vertical velocity at 55 kilometers per hour, and the altitude right now is 5.5 kilometers from the lunar surface. Just 5.5 kilometers from the lunar surface. At the far corner, you can see the Prime Minister's feed. He's watching this from Johannesburg at the BRICS summit. So you can see the trajectory. This is the height update, and this is the distance that's been traversed. More than 700 kilometers have been traversed in the rough braking phase as we come to the closure of the rough braking phase. Then there is the holding phase, and then the fine braking phase begins.
It is going to continue for 3 minutes. And the altitude is going to be reduced to nearly 800 meters at the end of this phase.
जी हाँ, जैसा कि आरुषि जी ने बताया कि लगभग 3 मिनट के उपरांत लैंडर की हाइट लगभग 800 मीटर वर्टिकली होगी और यहाँ पे लैंडर की हॉरिजेंटल वेलोसिटी, वर्टिकल वेलोसिटी, इवन डाउन रेंज भी लगभग शून्य होगा।
We can see the visual of the lander module, And we can see that the downrange traveled is nearly 831 kilometers.
So the Vikram lander has traversed more than 800 kilometers now. Remember, the distance of the final descent, the last 15 minutes, was about 1,000 kilometers. The altitude currently is about 5.5 kilometers from the lunar surface. In fact, it is 2.5 kilometers from the lunar surface. The horizontal velocity has been reduced to just 130 meters per second. The vertical velocity at 26 meters per second. The fine braking phase is now beginning, ladies and gentlemen.
To the moon's surface.
We are very close to the moon surface, just 2 kilometers away from the moon surface. The fine braking phase begins. As you see claps going around there, the young scientists, you can see it in their eyes. You can see the Prime Minister joining from Johannesburg. There's a live feed which enables him to watch this live. The horizontal velocity is down to just 30 meters per second. The vertical velocity at 23 meters per second. And it's just 1 kilometer, ladies and gentlemen. The Chandrayaan is just 1 kilometer from the lunar surface.
The final phase of the powered descent, which is going to be the vertical descent phase.
We are now in the final phase. The vertical descent is happening right now, ladies and gentlemen. You can see the live animation from the Mission Operations Control Room in ISRO headquarters. As you see applause, there at the mission headquarters. Horizontal velocity 0.4 meters per second. Altitude less than 1 kilometer per second. The scientists there know how big a moment this is. This is an incredible moment. 800 meters. Remember, the final kilometer is what really it boils down to.
We are in the vertical descent phase 1.
Minutes, it'll be the vertical descent, and then finally the lander legs will open down, will power down,
and we are
then touch down
and approaching the
on the lunar surface.
जी, आप अपने स्क्रीन पे देख सकते हैं कि लैंडर का हाइट लगातार कम होता जा रहा है। इस समय हम लैंडिंग साइट के जस्ट ऊपर हैं और इस समय इसकी ऊंचाई लगभग 600 मीटर के आसपास है। इस फेज के दौरान लगभग 150 मीटर के ऊंचाई पे पहुंचने के बाद लैंडर अगेन लगभग 20 से 22 सेकंड के लिए हॉवरिंग करेगा।
We are above the landing site. The horizontal as well as the vertical velocity is now being constantly reduced. And the lander module has begun its descent towards the landing site.
जी हाँ, आप अपने स्क्रीन पे देख सकते हैं ये जो पथ निर्धारित किया गया है, लैंडर पूरी तरह से उसी को ही फॉलो कर रहा है। इस समय हम लगभग 200 मीटर की हाइट से भी कम आ चुके हैं। अब हम ये देख सकते हैं कि हम लगभग 150 मीटर की ऊंचाई पे हैं चंद्रमा के सतह से।
We are approaching the vertical descent phase 2, which will have the lander module hovering at nearly 150 meters above the lunar surface.
जी हाँ, आप इस तालियों के गड़गड़ाहट को सुन सकते हैं, जो कि सेकंड हाइब्रिड फेज के कंप्लीट होने के बाद इन सारे वैज्ञानिकों के द्वारा की जा रही है। जी हाँ, आप अगर फिर से ध्यान से देखें तो एल्टीट्यूड पुनः कम हो।
The sensors that are updating at this point are providing confirmation of the safety of the landing site.
As expected, the retargeting is going on, and this is a very good signature for the lander. अभी आप ये देख सकते हैं कि लैंडर की ऊंचाई लगभग 65 मीटर के आसपास बची हुई है।
Currently, only 2 engines are now being fired, and we are nearly at zero velocity, vertical and horizontal. We were hovering and now we are approaching the moon's surface.
धीरे धीरे लैंडर की वेगमान को कम किया जा रहा है और हम अब लगभग 50 मीटर से भी कम आ चुके हैं.
We can see the Honorable Prime Minister, Shri Narendra Modi ji, who is here to encourage us, and he is critically looking at the visuals.
जी हाँ, आप अपनी स्क्रीन पे देख सकते हैं कि हम लैंडर मॉड्यूल.
Gentlemen, an incredible moment for India. It is a moment that we have all been waiting for. The Chandrayaan 3 has landed on the moon, and let me go across to our newsroom as well. This is an incredible moment for all of us. We here are celebrating, ladies and gentlemen. The Chandrayaan 3 has made a successful touchdown on the moon surface. And what an incredible moment this is for ISRO, for India's space scientists, and for all of us here at CNN News 18. Unbelievable scenes, ladies and gentlemen. The ISRO scientists have made all of us proud. 1 billion of us are cheering in every street corner here in our newsroom. We are cheering along with the rest of this country. What a proud moment. Ladies and gentlemen,
soft landing on the moon. India is on the moon. Sir, I request our Honorable Prime Minister to address us and bless us. Thank you, sir.
मेरे प्यारे परिवारजनों, जब हम अपनी आंखों के सामने ऐसा इतिहास बनते हुए देखते हैं तो जीवन धन्य हो जाता है. ऐसी ऐतिहासिक घटनाएं राष्ट्र जीवन की चिरंजीव चेतना बन जाती है. ये पल अविस्मरणीय है.
The Prime Minister there addressing the ISRO scientists. What a moment, ladies and gentlemen. India has conquered the moon. I want to take you back to our newsroom. What a moment this is for all of us across the CNN News 18 newsroom, as well as, of course, for 1 billion plus people across India. We have our guests. Take a look at this moment, ladies and gentlemen. This is unbelievable scenes that you're seeing from the CNN News 18 newsroom. In every street corner, in every nook and cranny of this country, you will have this moment etched in our collective memories, in our collective conscience, because this is unbelievable. The Prime Minister continuing to speak.
धड़कनों के सामर्थ्य का है. ये क्षण भारत में नई ऊर्जा, नया विश्वास, नई चेतना का है. ये क्षण भारत के उदयमान भाग्य के आह्वान का है. अमृत काल की प्रथम प्रभा में सफलता की ये अमृत वर्षा हुई है. हमने धरती पर संकल्प लिया और चांद पर उसे साकार किया. और हमारे वैज्ञानिक साथियों ने भी कहा, इंडिया इज नाउ ऑन द मून. आज हम अंतरिक्ष में नए भारत की नई उड़ान के साक्षी बने हैं. साथियों, मैं इस समय ब्रिक्स समिट में हिस्सा लेने के लिए दक्षिण अफ्रीका में हूं. लेकिन हर देशवासी की तरह मेरा मन चंद्रयान महाअभियान पर भी लगा हुआ था। नया इतिहास बनते ही हर भारतीय जश्न में डूब गया है। हर घर में उत्सव शुरू हो गया है। हृदय से मैं भी अपने देशवासियों के साथ, अपने परिवारजनों के साथ इस उमंग और उल्लास से जुड़ा हुआ हूं। मैं टीम चंद्रयान को, इसरो को और देश के सभी वैज्ञानिकों को जी जान से बहुत बहुत बधाई देता हूं, जिन्होंने इस पल के लिए वर्षों तक इतना परिश्रम किया है। उत्साह, उमंग, आनंद और भावुकता से भरे इस अद्भुत पल के लिए मैं 140 करोड़ देशवासियों को भी कोटि कोटि बधाइयां देता हूं। मेरे परिवारजनों, हमारे वैज्ञानिकों के परिश्रम और प्रतिभा से भारत चंद्रमा के उस दक्षिणी ध्रुव पर पहुंचा है, जहां आज तक दुनिया का कोई भी देश नहीं पहुंच सका। अब आज के बाद से चांद से जुड़े मिथक बदल जाएंगे, कथानक भी बदल जाएंगे और नई पीढ़ी के लिए कहावतें भी बदल जाएगी। भारत में तो हम सभी लोग धरती को मां कहते हैं और चांद को मामा बुलाते हैं। कभी कहा जाता था, चंदा मामा बहुत दूर के हैं। चंदा मामा बहुत दूर के हैं। अब एक दिन वो भी आएगा जब बच्चे कहा करेंगे, चंदा मामा बस एक टूर के हैं। फ्रेंड्स, on this joyous occasion, I would like to address all the people of the world, the people of every country and region. India's successful moon mission is not just India's alone. This is a year in which the world is witnessing India's G20 presidency. Our approach of one earth, one family, one future is resonating across the globe. This human-centric approach that we present and that we represent has been welcomed universally. Our moon mission is also based on the same human-centric approach. Therefore, this success belongs to all of humanity, and it will help moon missions by other countries in the future. I am confident that all countries in the world, including those from the global south, are capable of achieving such feats. We can all aspire for the moon and beyond. मेरे परिवारजनों, चंद्रयान महाअभियान की ये उपलब्धि भारत की उड़ान को चंद्रमा की कक्षाओं से आगे जाएगी। हम हमारे सौर मंडल की सीमाओं का सामर्थ्य परखेंगे और मानव के लिए ब्रह्मांड की अनेक संभावनाओं को साकार करने के लिए भी जरूर काम करेंगे। हमने भविष्य के लिए कई बड़े और महत्वाकांक्षी लक्ष्य तय किए हैं। जल्द ही सूर्य के विस्तृत अध्ययन के लिए इसरो आदित्य L1 मिशन लॉन्च करने जा रहा है। इसके बाद शुक्र भी इसरो के लक्ष्यों में से एक है। गगनयान के जरिए देश अपने पहले ह्यूमन स्पेस फ्लाइट मिशन के लिए भी पूरी तैयारी के साथ जुटा है। भारत बार बार ये साबित कर रहा है कि स्काई इज नॉट द लिमिट। साथियों, साइंस और टेक्नोलॉजी देश के उज्जवल भविष्य का आधार है। इसलिए आज के इस दिन को देश हमेशा हमेशा के लिए याद रखेगा। यह दिन हम सभी को एक उज्जवल भविष्य की ओर बढ़ने के लिए प्रेरित करेगा। ये दिन हमें अपने संकल्पों की सिद्धि का रास्ता दिखाएगा। ये दिन इस बात का प्रतीक है कि हार से सबक लेकर जीत कैसे हासिल की जाती है। एक बार फिर देश के सभी वैज्ञानिकों को बहुत बहुत बधाई और भविष्य के मिशन के लिए ढेरों शुभकामनाएं। बहुत बहुत धन्यवाद।
So the first reaction. Were you nervous? So you said you were confident at the start. Your first reaction. Yes, sir, your first reaction. Historic moments of people behind this mission. Dr. Jitendra Singh here with us. I think the ISRO chief is speaking, so he's asking for a little more time. Let's listen.
For being part of our journey to this success, and let me take this opportunity to thank the people behind this mission. The project director of Chandrayaan 3, he is here. Vikram, congratulations to you. The associate project director, Kalpana, and the mission operations director, Srikanth, and the satellite was built at your Rao Satellite Center, Shankar and the director. Thank you, sir. Hello.
It's a great moment of happiness on behalf of team. It gives me immense satisfaction on achieving this goal as a project director of this mission. The entire mission operations, right from launch till landing, happened flawlessly as per the timeline, and we became the 4th country to demonstrate the soft landing onto the moon surface, and we became the first country to go to near to the south pole of the moon. I take this opportunity to thank navigation, guidance and control team, propulsion team, sensors team and all the mainframe subsystems team who have brought success to this mission. I also take the opportunity to thank the Critical Operations Review Committee for thoroughly reviewing the mission operations right from launch till this date. The target was on spot because of the review process. I also thank the ISRO higher management, right from Chairman ISRO, Director URSC, and all the center directors and higher ISRO officials. And finally, my thanks to the Chandrayaan 3 project executives spread across the ISRO centers. Thank you.
Mission Director Srikanth.
It gives me an immense pleasure to be part of Chandrayaan 3 and acting as Mission Director. I would like to thank each and every team member who has supported in carrying out all the mission operations flawlessly. And I would like to thank my senior management, Chairman ISRO, Director URSC, my senior colleagues and my team members for carrying out and supporting all the things carrying out in a proper way. Thank you very much.
Associate Project Director Kalpana.
Good evening to all. This will remain the most memorable and the happiest moment for all of us, for our team Chandrayaan 3. We have achieved our goal flawlessly. From the day we started rebuilding our spacecraft after Chandrayaan 2 experience, it has been breathe in, breathe out Chandrayaan 3 for our team. And starting from the reconfiguration to all the special tests and the simulations we have conducted meticulously, and this has been possible only because of our immense effort from our Chandrayaan 3 team, and of course with the guidance from our Chairman ISRO, our directors and all our experts. With all this, it has been possible. Thank you one and all. Thank you for all the minutest help which has been provided from all the areas of departments. Thank you. Thank you.
Now, Chandrayaan 3 is a result of the work done by thousands of scientists, engineers, our staff and industries and support team across ISRO and other places, other institutions. And Shankaran has been the lead of the center which integrated all of these efforts in the last so many years. So I request him to speak on behalf of all of you.
Thank you very much for the affection that has been displayed today now. Today, we have achieved what we set out to achieve in 2019. It was delayed by about 4 years, but we have done it. When Chandrayaan 3 was launched, after the separation of the spacecraft from launch vehicle, I said, I will speak the rest of the things after the soft landing. So here I will take a couple of minutes to tell the tremendous amount of effort that has been put in by the entire project team. When I say project team, it is not just only the project director and associate project director. Of course, they are the face of the project. They have been living, sleeping, eating, breathing Chandrayaan for the last 4 years. They have been supported by such a large number of people, particularly in the navigation, guidance and control area, propulsion system. This area, the amount of effort that has been put by people, the number of simulations that have been done, the number of reviews they have gone through, the amount of criticism they faced and overcome that. It is, as a person who has been watching this for the last 4 years along with them, my heart goes out for them. The amount of effort is tremendous. That is what ISRO is all about. That is what our organization has taught us to do. Now today this success has put us even more higher responsibility, as the Honorable Prime Minister was telling. because we have set the bar now so high. Nothing less than nothing less spectacular than this is going to be inspiring for any of us in the future. So as the Honorable Prime Minister mentioned, we will be now looking at putting the man in space, putting a spacecraft around Venus and landing a craft in Mars. Work on all these activities are going on for few years, and this success today will inspire us and will spur us to take those efforts even more strongly, so that we will make our country proud again and again and again. Thank you very much for every one of you who have directly or indirectly participated in this mission, encouraged us, intentionally or unintentionally helped us in all for every one of you. A big thank you, because even casual remark, an unintended point can help a person who is striving to reach a goal. The person who is making that remark may not have meant it that way, but sometimes it can ignite that's why I said that even unintended help is very, very, very welcome, and we are very, very thankful for that. Thank you, Team ISRO, for supporting all of us. The amount of affection we received when this mission came into this final stage, the number of people who gave us confidence that nothing can go wrong and this is going to be successful. In fact, I was not that much confident, because we have seen couple of times issues. Because I know very well, as a person who has been doing in this domain for 36 years, I know there are thousands of things. Any of that can anytime go wrong and derail. But so many of the people, because that I only see as the reflection of the effort we have put, that people are so happy to see this effort and they want us to succeed. It is not that they know that we are going to succeed. The people want us to succeed. So thank you very much for everyone for your love and affection. We will continue to do our best and make our flag fly, ISRO's as well as India's flag fly high. Thank you very much.
Honorable Prime Minister called me and conveyed his greetings to each one of you and your family, for the wonderful work you did in ISRO. So thanks are to him for the support that he is giving to us for missions like Chandrayaan 3 and the missions that are in the offing. I think that's a great word of comfort that we are receiving for pursuing the inspirational work that we are doing for the nation. I want to tell you, and I want to thank you also for each and everyone who prayed with us in the last many days, who wanted this success to happen in ISRO. I thank all those people all around the country and maybe beyond the country for their blessings and wishes and affection that he has given to each one of us for doing this work for the last so many years. I want to specifically thank some senior people who have been standing with us, especially the name of Kiran Kumar sir and Mr. Kamalakar, Sri Koteshwar Rao. They have been helping so much. They were part of the team to help them to get the confidence and get the reviews done to ensure that nothing goes with any mistakes. And of course, this is not the work of us alone. This is a work of a generation of ISRO leadership and ISRO scientists. And this is a journey we started in Chandrayaan 1, continued in Chandrayaan 2, and Chandrayaan 2 craft is still working and doing a lot of communication work with us. And all the team that contributed to building Chandrayaan 1 and Chandrayaan 2 should be remembered and thanked while we celebrate Chandrayaan 3. And this is an incremental progress and definitely a great, huge one it is. And thank you so much for all the support and work that you have done. Thank you.
Chief there, Somanathan, congratulating the entire team of scientists, engineers, ISRO leadership. What a proud, proud moment this is for each and every one of them, their families, their loved ones, as billion-plus Indians join them in celebrating what is a landmark moment, the kind of scenes. All right, K. Sivan, the former ISRO chief, is now reacting. Let's listen in.
Success of this Chandrayaan 3 mission.
Also, the government was very much keen with you, sir. They were supporting in every moment of time.
Yes, definitely the government is with us and they are supporting, and they also will be very, very happy to see this happy moment.
Now, the countries like US and Russia and many other such space agent, biggest countries which we call, sir, they are also very keen, seems, sir, that to contact and have in touch with you after we are successful in the Chandrayaan 3?
Definitely, because this Chandrayaan 3, the science data, it is not only for India, it is for the global scientists. So this data that the scientists will be using globally, and they will discover some new things from this data. That way it is interest for the entire global interest is there.
So you are very much thankful and you look very happy at this point of time, sir.
Yes, definitely. It's very happy that to see this one.
Sir, he wants to take one photo with this. Okay.
And this is also a vindication of the dream which our forefather, which our founding father Vikram Sarabhai saw 6 decades ago. And the manner in which Vikram Sarabhai started the yatra on the carriage of a bicycle, and it's been a quantum leap in the recent few years. I think we owe to thank Prime Minister Modi for having made this possible. PM Modi unlocked the space and gave us this enabling milieu where we could give full outlet to our potentials, our aptitudes, our talents, and the results are there for all of you. We have reached the South Pole, which no one else had done.
Sir, were you nervous? We saw you timing your watch also. Were you nervous, sir?
Not nervous, but yes, of course, in this entire journey, all of us, there are some certain moments which I avoid more keenly than the other moments for all those who have been involved in this mission. Personally, for me, the first such occasion was when the Chandrayaan had to move out of the...
It's a matter of great pride, not just for me, for India, the scientists in ISRO, but for the entire world. It's not a small task to land on the South Pole with all the resources at our disposal. And I think the Indian scientists have created history, not just because they managed to do it, but also at the cost at which they have managed to do it. And I'm so happy, and I'm so happy for Nambi sir, because his Vikas engine has yet again proved to be the workhorse of ISRO. And I'm... this means a lot for Indian space industry, and I'm very, very glad that we are on the verge of creating such a spectacular piece of history, space history, and I'm praying hard like the rest of the country is.
Being given a full outlet, so he gave us a milieu where we could express ourselves, and today we have proved to the world we had all the talent, we had all the aptitude, we had all the capabilities. Maybe we didn't have the kind of an enabling milieu for which we were waiting. Prime Minister Modi made that happen. And within a short span, you have seen the wonders. We are now in the frontline nation. We have reached the South Pole. And now the world is looking up to us for cues. It's
Not just reach first ever country to be on the South Pole.
Absolutely. So gone are the days when India was expected to look up to the other countries for cues. Now the other countries, some of them who had started the space journey much before us, are actually looking up to us for cues, for pictures, for clues, and also for very important inferences which are going to be available from the Chandrayaan.
So you were constantly looking at your watch. That 15 minutes of terror was playing on your mind?
No, I think that's because, unlike friends like you, I had been conscious about the timeline, so I knew what would happen at 15 minutes, what would happen, and at what time it will be at 15 kilometers. So that's a very critical time, from 30 kilometers downwards. And at 15, because that is a time, then we lose it. It's like, you leave the steering and let the vehicle move on its own. So the spaceship was taking all the decisions on its own. The cameras and sensors trying to locate the precise position where they have to land in the radius of 4 kilometers, and God forbid if it doesn't happen after a reasonable amount of time, because then the signal is go, no go.
So one has to be guarded against not listening to no-go. So that timeline consciousness, I think, was
But
very
you were also confident that things will go off so smoothly.
Absolutely, because so much of labor, toil has gone. We also were very conscious of some of the inadequacies of the past. The design was different.
That was the MOS Science and Technology talking about what an incredible moment this is for ISRO. We have our battery of reporters from Bengaluru, the Mission Operations Control. We have Harish who's joining us. Srishti is also there joining us. And Purnima is there with a bunch of students in Chennai. Harish, I can see sort of wild celebrations right behind you. There's a big screen. The ISRO scientists and the team that worked on this, they are celebrating. What's the mood there at Mission Control?
Well, the mood is upbeat. In fact, we've had a bunch of ISRO staff here who were present, and all of them waiting for that news, and all of them going up in celebration. Even now, you can see behind me that giant screen which was relaying visuals straight from the Mission Operation Complex here in Bengaluru. All of them have, remember, as one of the scientists pointed out, ever since the failure of Chandrayaan 2, all of them, all that they have done is work on Chandrayaan 3 day in, day out, and ensuring that this mission is successful. At the same time, many of them are not losing out on an opportunity to mention that they have their focus on, even now, they're talking about perhaps putting a spacecraft on...
All right, Harish, I'm sorry to interrupt you. We're just going to go across to Mr. Somanathan, the chairman of ISRO, who is joining us. Thank you very much, sir. Your first reaction, many congratulations. What is the mood there at the tracking center at the MOC?
We are all very jubilant to see the success of the Chandrayaan 3. It has landed exactly with the speed that we expected, very soft landing. And we are all excited to see that it has reached this situation so that we can do further experiments.
What was the last few minutes for you? You were sitting there with previous ISRO chiefs as well. The senior leadership team was sitting there with you. What was the last few moments like for you and your team?
You know, we were very sure about it making this time, so we were not missed at all. And it was exactly following the track and the trajectory that it was destined to go. So we were all very comfortable to see it traveling as expected.
Was there any moment where you felt like, memories from 4 years ago were coming back?
I know that we learned from those memories, those experiences. So there is nothing to be worried about what happened in the past. So we did what we can, and that we achieved it. So there is nothing that is so anxious about that.
Sir, a word of appreciation for the team, the project team, the mission team. They've spent their almost lifetime building this project.
Yes. In fact, the Chandrayaan journey started with Chandrayaan 1. It is a journey of last so many years. And reaching up to the moon itself was a big challenge during Chandrayaan 1, which we perfected. And later in Chandrayaan 2, we did it. And now also we could do the launching as well as reaching moon and capturing in orbit very safely. But the challenge of landing softly is always an enigma for anybody. So that has been broken this time, and we made it successfully. So we are extremely happy about that. The thought process, the hard work, and the testing that the team did for last so many years.
So what happens next? When do we start getting data from the rover as well as from the lander about what it's discovering?
We have to have many initial conditions checks, the health verifications, communication links for scientific data, and after that we will be getting ready for the rover to come out. Before that itself, there are a lot of processes like the RAM opening, RAM latching, and then the rover will come out. It will take few hours to confirm that.
And sir, in terms of what this means for future missions, the Gaganyaan, the Aditya mission, and then of course there is the Mangalyaan as well.
Honorable Prime Minister was addressing us and he was mentioning about all of that. He mentioned about the Aditya L1 mission, the mission that we have for future like the Venus and the Gaganyaan as well. So all of these are in the offing and we are working very hard to achieve those targets. Aditya L1 is scheduled for next month itself, and we will be following up with the rest of those exploratory missions, science missions that we are in the drawing board as well as in the planning.
Mr. Somnath, all right.
Thank you so much.
Thank you very much. That is the first reaction from the ISRO chairman, Mr. Somnath, who has just spoken exclusively to CNN News 18, the first channel that he has spoken to right after those incredible and historic scenes that were seen at Mission Operations Control. Let's also quickly cut into BJP President JP Nadda, who's speaking on this historic occasion of India landing on the moon.
खर्च पर क्वालिटी सेवा उपलब्ध करा रहा है। हमारा मंगलयान मिशन काफ़ी सफल रहा है। मंगलयान अपने लाइफ स्पैन से ज़्यादा चला है। फाइनल स्टेज पर लैंडिंग में स्पीड काफ़ी महत्वपूर्ण हो जाती है। हमारे वैज्ञानिकों ने इस मिशन में अभूतपूर्व कार्य किया है। अब दुनिया स्पेस के क्षेत्र में हमें एक पावर के रूप में देख रही है। अमेरिका ने भी अपने स्पेस मिशन में हमें शामिल करने का आग्रह किया है। मैं एक बार पुनः इस ऐतिहासिक उपलब्धि के लिए देश के वैज्ञानिकों को बधाई देता हूं और इस अविस्मरणीय पल की अनुभूति दिलाने के लिए देश के यशस्वी प्रधानमंत्री श्री नरेंद्र मोदी जी का हार्दिक अभिनंदन करता हूं। भाजपा की ओर से मैं इस महान क्षण के लिए देश की जनता को बधाई देता हूं और इस सफलता के लिए सभी को बधाई देता हूं।
BJP President JP Nadda there talking about this historic achievement, and what an achievement indeed this has been. India has conquered the moon. That is the big headline. That is what we will see across newspapers and television channels, global headlines, because India is now on the moon. The Tiranga has been planted on the moon. Let's go back to our reporters. We have with us Srishti, who's joining us from the Mission Operations Control in Bengaluru, and we also have Yasha joining us from Mumbai. Srishti, if I can come to you first, just in terms of what this moment means for ISRO scientists. Of course, for many of them, this is their lifetime's work. What happens from here on?
Well, the big smile on my face says it all. ISRO chairman, Mr. S. Somnath, has just reached the center here, and he's going to talk to the media persons. But just to brief everybody, this is definitely a big moment for India, as this is the first time we have achieved a successful landing on the moon. Years of hard work put in by the scientists from across the country, from different institutions who have worked together to make this mission successful. And the landing process went as planned. It was a very smooth process, and the touchdown was very beautiful. If you had just seen the way the fine braking phase and the rest of the phases went, so it was as smooth as expected, and this actually explains why ISRO was so confident during the entire preparation stage this time. ISRO chief had earlier mentioned that no matter what happens, the lander of Chandrayaan 3 will land on the moon, and it has successfully landed on the moon. Now the next stage is the verification of all the parameters of the lander. The scientists are going to monitor the health of the spacecraft, and then the lander will begin to roll out the platform for the rover to come out, and the rover is going to move on the lunar surface. So the lander has about 4 payloads on it. The rover has 2, and when everything goes right, both the payloads will get activated and start collecting data. With this big scientific mission, ISRO really wants to understand the atmosphere of the moon. It really wants to understand what is the mineral composition of the lunar surface, how it is changing. Remember, the moon, yes.
All right, let me also go across to Yasha, who's joining us from Mumbai. Yasha, I believe you have a bunch of school kids with you. Schools across the country have been sending out relay messages, asking kids to tune in to YouTube channels, to watch this historic moment. Just take us through what this means for all of them.
So yes, what you see is there are a bunch of school kids here. You will see a Chandrayaan in their hands. Kids, please show your Chandrayaan. They're all gathered here ever since this afternoon. They've made a mini Chandrayaan. There is a Vikram lander. There is a Pragyan rover as well. And there is also a propulsion engine that all of these kids have made. They are in fact quite excited for them. It's almost like witnessing a history in making. And considering that they've all made a miniature of Chandrayaan, they're really excited. They're all gathered here at Nehru Science Center and had made this miniature Chandrayaan. We speak to one of the kids here and try and understand what this means to you. Tell us what this means to you. You know, having witnessed this entire history in making, you all saw that the Chandrayaan 3 landed on moon. What did it mean to you?
It meant really the most to me, as India, in its very first try, tried to achieve the moon, and it was really very successful. We had seen that Chandrayaan 1 and the Chandrayaan 2 missions were really very unsuccessful for us, as in the last 20 to 15 minutes of terror, we had lost it. But India, in the very first try, has tried to reach the moon, and it has showed the whole world that we are still not the underdogs, and we are the developed nation, and we can showcase the whole world our talents and
All right.
our
ISRO has
capabilities
certainly
to the
shown
whole
the world what it is capable of. We have an audio of the Prime Minister speaking to the ISRO chairman S. Somnath right after the successful landing of the Vikram lander. Let's play that out for you just right now.
आपका तो नाम सोमनाथ और सोमनाथ नाम चंद्र से जुड़ा हुआ है और इसलिए आज आपके परिवारजन भी बहुत आनंदित होंगे। मेरी तरफ से आपको, आपकी पूरी टीम को बहुत बहुत बधाई और सबको मेरी तरफ से अभिनंदन कह दीजिए और हो सके उतना जल्दी मैं आप सबको रूबरू में भी बधाई दूंगा। बहुत बहुत शुभकामनाएं और बहुत बहुत बधाई। ओके, नमस्कार।
Yourself and for your courage and strength to support us. Thank you so much. ISRO is planning many missions in the coming days. Our immediate mission is Aditya L1, and Aditya L1 spacecraft is a mission to study the sun, especially the corona of the sun, the processes that take place. The satellite is called Aditya L1. It's already integrated and it has moved to Sriharikota, and possibly it will be integrated with the rocket maybe today, tomorrow. And we are planning to have a launch on the first week of September. Everything is going as per plan, and after the launch, and this launch will go to an elliptical orbit, and from that it will travel to the Lagrangian L1 point, which will take almost 120 days plus. It will be placed in that orbit, and it will do continuous observation of sun unobstructed by the sun, moon or earth. So that is what we are trying to do. There are 7 instruments on board Aditya L1. Now let me complete some more of the missions. The next mission which we are trying to do is the Gaganyaan abort mission demonstration using a test vehicle. For this also the preparations are very well going on. We are targeting to have it on in the end of September or possibly first week of October. So everything is going as per plan. After that we have a GSLV mission for INSAT 3DS, the weather forecasting mission. We also have a mission in PSLV which is scheduled now. And we also have to have the SSLV D3 mission, which is the third development flight of SSLV. So this much is for a short time of next 3 months. And further years I should not announce at this moment because we are working very hard to achieve those targets. Thank you so much. अगले 14 दिन में हमारे ये रोवर है ना, विक्रम लैंडर की हेल्थ कंडीशंस हमको चेक करना है. इसके बाद the Pragyan rover will come out. Pragyan rover will come out in next maybe a few hours. Sometimes it may take 1 day as well, depending upon the conditions. Then each of the instruments will be deployed. There are many instruments. There is an instrument called Rembha, which will be deploying to study the geophysical parameters of the regolith. Then there is an ILSA which will measure the seismic activity. Then there is, Rembha is going to measure the atmosphere, the charged atmosphere of the moon. And there is a Chaste which is going to pierce on the surface of the moon and then measure the thermophysical properties of the regolith. Then we have a ILSA payload which will be lowered from the moon craft, that is Vikram. It will be lowered using some ropes. It will touch the surface and measure the seismic activity on the moon. And once the Pragyan rover comes out, there will be 2 important experiments, and both of them are linked with the elemental composition and chemical composition of the surface of the moon. The first experiment will be using a laser beam. We will send a laser beam from the rover on the material. It will fuse it, and then it will generate some spectroscopic information which will identify elements there. Another experiment is related to an alpha particle which will be emitted by the radioactive material sitting there, and that will generate certain X-ray fluorescence on the surface, and that will be measured to find out the chemical composition. So these are the main experiments that are on board Chandrayaan 3 now. Shall I answer in English? Okay, so say the most difficult part of the mission is to launch itself. Say the GSLV Mark 3, you should not forget that GSLV Mark 3, LVM3 has done the job of putting it in the right orbit very first time. It went to 36,500 kilometers. From that, we did all that up to translunar injection. It worked very well and captured on the moon. So the first critical event is the launch. The second critical event is called the landing and capturing on the moon. If you miss it by your calculation, then it's gone. We cannot retrieve it and there is no mission. So this is the second critical mission. The third critical thing is called this separation of the lander and the orbiter, which happened in the appropriate time. This is again after so many days of spending in orbit, the mechanism has to work without any problem. So it worked very well. And the last critical moment is, of course, that you have watched along with us. That's it. I'll take it. You. Okay, success of Chandrayaan 3 meaning for the future exploration. I think it's all clear to you. I don't have to tell. Say, when it is such a tough journey for going to moon and landing, soft landing, which is very difficult for any nation to achieve today, even with the advancement of technology, and we achieving it in just two missions. The first mission had a narrow miss, and now we achieved it so perfectly. It gives confidence to configure missions to not only going to moon, going to Mars, sometimes land on the Mars, maybe in the future going to Venus and other planets, and also sometimes go beyond asteroids and others. We should think about it. I think you should all support us to plan such missions with a very, very cost-effective mission. Nobody in the world can ever do like this what we do, and nobody will be able to succeed maybe in the minimum most attempts. So I request each one of your support, encouragement. The whole of the nation should be behind us to do this. मुश्किल था. So we went through lot of pain, a lot of agony. I must tell you, the people behind Chandrayaan 2 are still there. They are part of the Chandrayaan 3 team. I think none of them you know today, but the project director of the Chandrayaan 2 is a senior reviewer of Chandrayaan 3, and most of the people who are in Chandrayaan 2 are with us, helping us to do the Chandrayaan 3. So they are part of this. And they have gone through such an agony of understanding what went wrong. It went about almost a year of thrashing them to find out and looking at the data so much. And the whole of this team, I don't think they would have slept very well in the last so many years. I think the credit goes to those people who have spent enough amount of time, but equal amount of time has been spent by our seniors, some of the retired colleagues who sat with them to find out how it can be improved this time. So my salutations to all such people those are unsung heroes today. They are not in the seat, but my congratulations to all such people.
Sir, Rajiv Mishra from Rajasthan Patrika. Sir, here. Hello, sir.
See, Honorable Prime Minister was kind enough to call me, and he connected my name to the Chandrayaan mission. Of course, I am very proud of that. And and he conveyed his greetings to all the scientists in ISRO for the wonderful work they did. Naturally, all of us are proud of that, as I mentioned earlier. And he is very clear about the long-term vision. He wants to make sure that we remain very, very dominant in the area of space exploration and science. It's important for the nation. He is so clear about the Amrit Kal when he was put forth. And we have presented him these ideas and concepts, and I'm very hopeful that he will be supporting us to continue these missions, exploratory missions, science missions, in addition to what is important for societal and commercial needs. Thank you. See, she is asking about the cost effectiveness of this mission. And I think I don't want to explain all the secrets, because if I tell the secrets, others will learn and they will become very cost effective.
Sir.
See, ISRO already strong.
Sir.
It will be.
Sir, Rajiv Mishra from Rajasthan Patrika. Rajiv Mishra. Sir, hello. Sir, Rajiv. Sir. Sir, here, sir, here. Sir, here.
say we must also thank, I think there is a question on who all helped us to achieve this mission. And we must thank all those nations which came forth to help us in Chandrayaan-3 mission. We had support from USA, the NASA, the support from ESA, as well as our colleagues in other scientific organizations in this country. Especially the support came in form of ground stations, the tracking support. You know, from India alone, you cannot see the Chandrayaan-3 all the time. We need other ground stations. One in Australia helped us in Canberra, one in New Narsia helped us, one in UK helped us, and another in NASA's control. And all these ground stations were beaming the data to us, and we were able to get a lot of information, real-time information, and command uplink. Everything happened because of this. The second help came from the Jet Propulsion Laboratory of NASA, JPL, and they were also estimating the position of the Chandrayaan-3 very accurately using their technology and passing on the information to us, which gave us confidence to work on the mission design, trajectory design of the final phase of the mission. So thanks to all of them for their support.
Sir, सबसे पहले sir राजीव मिश्रा here, sir here, sir here.
No, I wish to hand it over to my teammates.
Sir.
You can ask them the question.
Sir,
one
sir.
Please, one by one. Please, don't come.
सोमनाथ सर,
एक मिनट, कर देंगे. नहीं, कंफर्टेबली नहीं, आप लोगों के लिए है, कर देंगे.
सोमनाथ सर, सवाल सर, सोमनाथ सर.
Please, mission director had to come. Please wait. Please patient. We definitely will give. Yes,
sir, Somnath sir.
Definitely video, photo. Don't restless.
Sir, here. Sir, मेरे दो सवाल है सर.
No, there is a question to me. There is a question to me about the technology strength of what we have done, and I must also tell you that the technology that we have in Chandrayaan-3 is no far less complex or inferior to any other technology that goes to the moon. So we have the best of the sensors of the world, the best in the class in the Chandrayaan-3. And I can tell you one story of Chandrayaan-2 to Chandrayaan-3. There is an instrument called the laser Doppler velocimeter was added in Chandrayaan-3, which was developed by one of the laboratory of ISRO. And this is a world-class instrument capable of measuring the velocity. And our cameras, which are put on board, developed by Space Applications Center Ahmedabad, gave those beautiful pictures from the moon. And the inertial system package, which measures the orientation velocity made by the ISRO Inertial System Center. And our rockets are one of the best that put it in the right orbit. And we will have engines and liquid propulsion made in India by LPSC, the Liquid Propulsion Center of ISRO. So it's a made in India craft. So the capability that we have today is as good as anybody.
Sir, Somnath sir, यहाँ पे, sir यहाँ पे.
Now we'll take some photos. Okay.
Sir, Somnath sir. Sir.
आपका तो नाम सोमनाथ और सोमनाथ नाम चंद्र से जुड़ा हुआ है, और इसलिए आज आपके परिवारजन भी बहुत आनंदित होंगे. मेरी तरफ से आपको, आपकी पूरी टीम को बहुत बहुत बधाई, और सबको मेरी तरफ से अभिनंदन कह दीजिए. और हो सके उतना जल्दी मैं आप सबको रूबरू में भी बधाई दूंगा. बहुत बहुत शुभकामनाएं और बहुत बहुत बधाई.
I also want to go across to Nambi Narayanan, who's joining us first and exclusively for his reaction after that historic moment, golden moment for India, touching down on the south pole of the lunar surface, never achieved before. Mr. Narayanan, thanks a lot for speaking to us. For the space community, of course, this is a huge, huge achievement, and you've contributed to India's space journey. But what do you think it means for India and the entire world today to achieve a feat like this?
Yeah, sure, it is. It is a great achievement, and
certainly I feel proud of it, and I am not only happy but also excited. So that's what it is. Yeah, tell me.
It's been a long time coming, sir, isn't it? Of course, India has been working, it has been behind a few other nations, it hasn't had the budgets that some of the others have had, or even the focus on space exploration. But the kind of strides we have made in the last 10-20 years are truly remarkable.
No, but I differ from you in some sense, in the sense there was no dearth of funds for the past at least 5, 6, 10 years.
Yes.
But the whole thing is we have announced a certain private participation in the space sector, which would mean that there will be funding coming from outside ISRO or outside the exchequer. So that way you will have no problem with the funding, but the problem is that we have to plan it well, and then of course ISRO has established its own name in the society, so there should be no problem with respect to funding.
Yes.
Which is your camera?
No, absolutely, sir. I don't mean that there's been any issue with the funding, especially the last few years, but I'm saying that historically, chasing countries like the US, Russia, even China more recently. What do you make of the fact that India has now become the first country to touch down on the South Pole, even though others have, of course, touched down on the moon previously?
Well, I personally feel that instead of saying that we have touched down the South Pole, honestly I would say that we have touched down on the moon surface. And that is more important than overemphasizing the South Pole. Yes, South Pole is there, it is not seen. Now only we are going to see, and then we are going to find out what are the things which are covered there. But I personally think that, again, I have repeatedly told in many areas that this space exploration is going to unite the world, in the sense that your work can't be in isolation. I don't think that India alone can achieve whatever you think of space related matters. It has to be in union with almost all the countries in the world. So that is the way it has to be thought of, because you have no choice in terms of not only the funding. For example, you want to have a tracking station, you want to have a support route. You need every country, even if it's a small country, they will have to participate in this, or they will have to give consent for this. So in that way, it is better to have a unified approach. I have a feeling something will be moving around in that direction if you want to have meaningful space related work.
Absolutely, sir. Does it also feel like, because, you've been through a lot, you were accused of what you were not guilty of, you had to step aside from your first love of space science. How does it feel today to see India achieve this milestone?
Well, I would personally prefer not to mix my personal issues with this matter. And also, it is not traditionally a good practice to think of the bad things while you are in a celebrating mood, right? So,
sir, actually, if you just permit me, R. Madhavan, the Indian actor who's actually portrayed your role as Nambi Narayanan in Rocketry, the film, is also joining us live on the broadcast. Mr. Madhavan, thanks a lot for your time. I've got Nambi Narayanan with me. Your first thoughts on the landing that India has successfully managed on the surface of the moon?
You know, first and foremost, let me congratulate Nambi sir while I haven't, because I haven't been able to talk to him since the successful landing. So Nambi sir, congratulations to you too and all the scientists in ISRO. This spectacular feat cannot be redefined. You know, I can't even begin to explain to you the amount of, the work that must have gone in from after Chandrayaan 2 to what has happened right now. And in the short time and the limited resources, what the Indian ISRO scientists have managed to do is just, is made of rock. This is rock star material. This is superstar material. I want the scientists of India to be celebrated as much, and if not more, than the cricketers and the actors get attention in this country. This is really the beginning of a great era for us in India.
Absolutely. The kind of encouragement something like this will give to the future generations is yet to be compounded, but it will have that kind of effect. Madhavan, why don't you go first, and I'll take that same question to Nambi sir as well.
You know, earlier on it was said that those who control the seas control the world, and then they said, oh, those who control the airspace control the world. But we know now today that the space is the final frontier. To have a footprint there keeps everybody at bay, and you establish your supremacy. And this achievement for the youngsters in India, for the village boys to know that this happened and develop an interest into science, into space travel, into trying to achieve dominance in space is going to be so spectacular for this country. And this couldn't have come at a better time, and a more emphatic victory is hard to imagine.
Absolutely. India is the youngest country in the world. We've got so much potential. Nambi sir, that's really the big thing to look forward to. The fact that this landing is going to inspire a whole generation, multiple generations of young Indians wanting to do what you set out to do.
Actually, it was a surprise which you pulled on, which I never expected. I don't know how you located Madhavan in the whole
You want to say something to him?
I was thinking of him, and actually I should congratulate him for his excellent work on rocketry. In fact, that film made, in my opinion, myself, you were talking about the cricket stars and the film stars and all. This film made me equal to them in one sense. So wherever I go, I am more popular in that sense. But what Madhavan has achieved is what he has told itself. He has made a film which is inspiration to all. I don't think that even, my fans are the youngest generation, 10, 12 years old. These small kids, they bring their parents to me and then say, this is so and so. Now, this was achieved only by Madhavan. That film has tremendous influence on the minds of the people, and he has not only acted, but he has directed, and I don't know how to explain. And this is one occasion, Madhavan.
Then only we can decide when it should come out. So we will announce maybe after all the trials are gone tonight. So the decision will be taken tonight.
So the Prime Minister has spoken to you personally and also addressed the nation. He said he's spoken about Mars and Venus. How does ISRO now look at the priorities, sir?
See, our priority is not all of this. Our priority is to serve the nation, develop the capability in this nation in the science and technology, especially space domain. And a space sector reform has been announced, and we are working with private companies in a big way to make this happen. But these missions are inspirational missions, no? So we must work on such missions as well. While we work on communication, remote sensing and science missions such as this will always create a lot of value in the science community, creating the manpower for it and also helping a lot of scientists.
Sir, my final question to you is spoken about science. What does it mean for ISRO's commercial ventures and ISRO's power in the world stage, sir?
See, the commercial and science are all related. You cannot have great commercial value. You cannot have great commercial outcome with a poor technology. The science and technology strength is required to have a very cost-effective, better, competitive product. So when we do missions like Mars, Moon, etc., our system is becoming better. New technologies are getting injected, new developments take place, which actually feeds to the commercial sector. So it is not isolated. Science and commerce are all connected.
Okay, sir, congratulations. Thank you for speaking to us.
That was the ISRO chairman, Mr. Somnath, also speaking to my colleague Harish Upadhyay there. I've still got R. Madhavan with me, and he and Nambi Narayanan were in a conversation earlier. But Madhavan, before I just let you go, you were talking about the influence this will have and how India will be a leading factor and force as far as space exploration is concerned. And that's the next big frontier, isn't it? So a country that not many would have given a lot of chance, a country that manages to pull off these missions on budgets that, film industry spends on one movie. This country is going to be the feet of the entire world.
Let me explain to you exactly what you have said in layman's terms. What does India achieve by putting a satellite on the moon? It could be seen as something that is insignificant in terms of, so what does it achieve and help us? So let me explain that. The technology involved in putting and achieving something like this, to land something so remotely, gives rise to multiple technologies that can be used in day-to-day life for the betterment of India. Okay, that's what the achievement means for us, that our technology is sound, that our calculations are sound, that our perceptions are sound, and there are other technologies that emerge from this mission will be instrumental from medical field, from science, from the remote sensing satellites, from defense. Every technology that is an outcome of this particular mission is going to be useful, that puts India in a much better position in the world than compared to the other countries who have not managed to achieve this. And that is what the impact of such an achievement and success is going to be on India.
A lot of consumer technologies are going to be spun off from the technologies that have been tested, tried and successfully executed during this mission, and the information, of course, that we will get from the rover is going to be another deal altogether. R. Madhavan, I do really appreciate you joining us. Many thanks for your time.
Thank you very much. Thank you.
I also want to go across to some of our other guests who are joining us. PK Ghosh is with us. Mr. W. Selvamurthy is with us. Let me go across to PK Ghosh first. What a historic, momentous occasion for India. All right, let me go across to W. Selvamurthy joining us first. Your first response, what was that moment like? Because a lot of us were feeling goosebumps here.
Heartiest congratulations to all the scientists, technicians and all the stakeholders connected with this Chandrayaan-3 space mission, which has been extremely precisely successful, and this has made a new history. India has created a footprint on the moon, and first time we were able to land on the southern polar region, which is a very complicated, treacherous terrains and the environment. So this has proven our space capabilities in terms of scientific acumen, technology prowessness. So my salutations to all the scientists of Indian Space Research Organization. You have done proud to our country, and now it has several implications. We have just done the first phase of soft landing, but now all the wealthy data which we are going to collect from the payloads, both on the rover as well as the lander, is going to be very valuable to understand the lunar surface in terms of the chemical composition, in terms of the elemental composition, and also looking at the ionic fluxes which is happening there, the plasma processes which are happening there. So this is going to be very important seismic activities, and we will be also studying about the whole conditions, environments, habitability, water availability. So this is going to be generating a wealth of data and information. And above all, we have proven so many technologies which also have implications on the strategic sector, like propulsion, control, guidance, navigation, payload integration, payload separation, computational capability. These are all vital even for developing a missile. So I think that is why the technology is always have strategic application, and then our footprint on the moon is going to send a new message to the whole world community, and they have been looking at how India does everything so cost effective manner.
Yes, absolutely.
So that is why this mission has also been done precisely with that. And I must also congratulate Honorable Prime Minister and thank him for motivating, inspiring the scientists by appearing from the foreign country where he is addressing the BRICS. So thank you, Prime Minister, and also Minister Dr. Jitendra Singh, who always keeps inspiring, motivating, and scientists, and also now they will provide greater support. There are so many missions are lined up in the Indian Space Research Organization,
yes,
which will put India maybe not in the one of the three or one of the four. We should be on the number one in the position,
absolutely,
which is possible. That is the Indian intellect, capability of the Indian
absolutely. The Indian intellect,
minimal input,
the Indian talent was never in doubt. It was always about just having that concerted effort. But as you very rightly said, it's going to be one small step for the Pragyan rover, but it's going to be a giant leap for India. That's the best way that one can describe it. W. Selvamurthy, scientist and former Chief Controller, Research and Development, DRDO. And of course, he knows a thing or two of how these technologies are going to help multiple sectors as far as science is concerned. PK Ghosh, space strategist, is also with us. PK Ghosh, giant leap for India?
Absolutely. It's a real giant leap for India. And I think each and every Indian should feel proud, tremendously proud over what are the achievements our ISRO scientists have achieved. And not only the achievement, I would like to say how frugal and economical they have been. And this, of course, I just want to put it in perspective. We had a pioneer like Russia trying to land on the south side of the near the South Pole on Lunar 25, and that didn't work. Of course, it was a very unfortunate thing. While we have come in much more late. We have achieved this and at a budget of 615 crores. I mean, look at the tremendous achievement.
Unimaginable.
Of course. Absolutely. And then you see all these technologies that most of them were denied to us, by the way.
Yes.
The cryogenic engine was denied to us. Every technology was denied to us. And how did we do it? We did it ourselves.
Yeah.
We went ahead, did it indigenously with probably little help from here and there. And I think this shows the real capability of
Just
an
hold
Indian
your thought.
scientist.
We're getting some more reactions. I believe the president has responded. Let's listen in.
Our scientists have not only made history but also remade the idea of geography. It is truly a momentous occasion, the kind of event that happens once in a lifetime, making all Indians proud. I congratulate ISRO and everybody involved in this mission and wish them greater accomplishments ahead. The success of Chandrayaan, I believe, is also a major achievement for the whole of humankind. Our scientists have
President also congratulating ISRO scientists and the entire country. Pavan Kumar Chandana is CEO Skyroot Aerospace Private Limited. You know, just that morale that all of our guests have been talking about, what this will do to the Indian psyche. The Indian psyche that has been subjugated over, centuries of slavery and domination. And now, 75 years after our independence, we've shown the world that even if you deny us technology, we can actually go one step further to you. That change in the shift of the Indian psyche is also be very crucial benefit of this landing.
Absolutely. In fact, 65% of India today is below 35 years old.
Yes.
And this mission is going to give a great boost to the entire youth of the country. And in fact, that will fuel the future of the world as well. So we all hear that, this is the next decade of India and the next centuries of India. I think the youth of India needs this kind of inspiration. And today, in fact, like I watched it live, along with our entire young team, whose median age is 28 years old. I really could see the kind of excitement, inspiration which this can bring, and also the kind of confidence it can, build in everybody that we can achieve the impossible, and that too in a very short period of time, that too at cutting edge precision, at cutting edge unprecedented costs, never seen in the world before. And we landed first on the South Pole of the moon, first country in the world to achieve it. And I think it's a phenomenal achievement by our scientists, and really proud as an Indian.
Absolutely. I'm also joined by Prajwal Shastri, who's an Indian astronomer. Before that, let me also go across to Dr. Surendra Pal Singh, who's former director ISRO. Mr. Pal Singh, we were speaking yesterday and you actually very beautifully outlined just why you believe this mission is going to be a success. The same confidence was being displayed by former ISRO chief K. Sivan, and the same confidence was also being displayed by the current ISRO chairman, Mr. Somnath. Because we had improved from the last mission so much, and this mission, as Mr. Somnath put it, has been executed flawlessly.
Well, thank you very much, and congratulations and greetings to you and through all the country persons or countrymen. Let me tell you why I was confident, because I had been following the developments, technological developments. I had been following how it is going, and I was involved in many of systems development, like ground segment for Chandrayaan 1, the 32-meter antenna, the Chandrayaan 1, the complete communication system, which is a legacy, which has been used in Chandrayaan 2, Chandrayaan 3. And I had colleagues, so seeing their thing and also reading about what has been supplied, and also I had a confidence in Somnath, because I know he's a very hardworking person, and every ISRO person is simple. They will talk straight way, what can be done, what cannot be done. And since I know about the systems, I was quite confident because of the redundancies, the way in which things have been tested, that we will be successful. And I think that's what I told you, that we'll be 100% successful, and we are successful. And I think another 2 hours, Pragyan also will roll out. And it's 100%. It's a great achievement. I already distributed laddus to many persons.
Yes. What does it mean for someone like you, who's been obviously a former director of ISRO, to see a moment like this? Did you see that we were going to do it in the early 2020s?
What I'm seeing is that when we started the space program, when the Aryabhat was launched, the average age was 26 years.
Yes.
I'm taking well. Now today, just now Chandna said that countries 50% of the population is below 25 years. I interact, I was vice chancellor of a university, Defense University Pune. So I interacted with a lot of young persons. Now also I interact, and there is a great enthusiasm to join ISRO. So maybe they will start joining private industries. They will work in the technology arena. They will also work on the space physics, and opportunities are many. One doesn't have to go to NASA or ESA to do the technology.
Yeah.
They can do in India itself, and the private industries are coming up. So you can see, I see a bright future. I mean, I'm one among the few persons who see that India will always rise. And as far as cost is concerned, we are Mittavai. In our personal life also, we are Mittavai. We don't spend much.
Yes.
So in technology also, we don't spend much.
So you are not one of the few who thinks that India will always rise. I am certain on a day like today, you are one amongst a billion who have great belief in our country and always believe that despite the setbacks and despite the challenges we face, we will always succeed. This is of course being called as India's century, the 21st century. The next 25 years have been outlined by the government as a quarter of a century, as Amrit Kal, where we have to move towards developing to a developed country, and space exploration and the technologies that will come from that exploration will also be a huge boost in that journey. Prajwal Shastri, how does it feel today?
I agree it's a historic moment, but firstly it's a historic moment, I think, to remember and honor the thousands of engineers and scientists and support staff who have worked for years in bringing this to fruition. There are several scientific instruments, as several have pointed out before, and as scientists we do look forward to the results from those, but a constant thread that comes out when we address scientific questions of the cosmos is how fascinating the universe is, but also how fragile the earth is. Like Carl Sagan said, we are a little blue dot. So that brings me to the second reason that this is a historic moment, which is that we are entering into an era of huge responsibility. So the first soft landing on the moon was in 1966, and we've come a long way since then. Humanity has come a long way since then. So the hope is that India will exercise this new responsibility to build a far more collaborative framework in how human beings use space. After all, knowledge and science is are public goods, so space is also a public good that belongs to everyone. And so the hope is that India will evolve a framework that is aimed towards peace for all and new knowledge and excitement for all.
Was the message, and it's interesting the Prime Minister took the time to say this while he spoke to the Indian scientist community post the landing success. He had joined virtually from Johannesburg, where he is for the BRICS summit, and it was interesting that he sent a message in English to the rest of the world saying that this mission is not just India's mission, this is the world's mission, and this will benefit not just India but the entire world. Mr. Selvamurthy, you believe that was a key message from the Prime Minister today?
India had always believed Vasudeva Kudumbakam, and we, whatever we do, it is for the whole humanity. How do we develop the whole humanity, the quality of life? So Honorable Prime Minister Shri Narendra Modi ji's message is very clear. The success today many countries have contributed, like USA, the NASA,
Yes.
even the Russian, the former Soviet Union, and Australia for monitoring, telemetry monitoring. And so we want to thank all the countries who have played a very important role in success today. So congratulations to 7 billion people. It's just not only 1.4 billion people of our country, and also above all the people here, the 1.4 billion people, their prayers, because one may have scientific power, military power, knowledge power, economic power. Above all, spiritual powers are important. This proved so many people praying for the success from irrespective of the religion or sect, and they were all praying every day. The jubilation started right from the morning today, and also the media I should thank, because every media created that kind of jubilation, energy, enthusiasm. The scientists see this, and children see this.
Yes.
They get motivated to take science as a discipline, the space as an area to work with. So these are all the spin-offs which is coming from this. So I compliment those taxpayers, the common man who has contributed to this Chandrayaan mission,
Yes.
even paying 1 rupee. Then he has also contributed. So my thanks to all the people who have supported this, and I'm sure now the government will allocate more funds for more mission. The confidence level in the governance also goes up, and also collaborations will come now, because the whole world has a tremendous confidence in the reliability of ISRO performance. So that is why they are coming to launch their satellites from our launch vehicles, because of that. One is reliability, the second is the cost effectiveness which we do every mission. So these are all is going to make India to contribute in the space, the business, also
Yes.
the market, space market, we will have a greater share.
Sir, can I just come in
Privatization
and
coming
take the point you made about spirituality and science going together? And I have none other than Indian spiritual leader Sri Sri Ravi Shankar joining me. Namaskar to you, sir. Many thanks for your time. Spirituality and science always goes together in India, and we have shown, as 1 billion people prayed, our scientists have achieved the unimaginable.
Yes, it's such a great moment for all humanity that India has today safely landed on the moon.
Yes. Were you keenly
We
following this?
congratulate all our scientists who have day and night worked for it with such great enthusiasm and intention, and their sankalpa has become successful today.
Absolutely. What do you make of the fact that, India is trying to get into the same realm as some of the more developed countries who've had a space race in the past and obviously have done more than us over the last few decades, but India is really catching up and catching up fast, isn't it? The talent was never the problem. It was just about coming together and having a vision.
Absolutely. We have greatest of the talents there in our India, and even in America, I'm here in America, even in NASA, you'll see about 30% of people there are from Indian origin. So our talents are really, really great, and let's congratulate them all, and the encouragement that they have got from our government.
Yes.
And the people are really, really appreciated. Yeah.
So
by everyone.
you mentioned you were in America, and of course, America is one of those countries that has been a leader as far as space exploration is concerned. Now, one of the things we're talking about is how the world views us. You are a representative and an ambassador of India around the world. Do you think the way the world watches India, especially in scientific fields like this, is now going to change for forever?
Absolutely, absolutely. This has really opened the eyes of the world that has seen that India is capable and is possible, and they do it. We are doers. We are not just talkers, but we demonstrate our skills, our abilities. Yes, and everyone is sharing this. I am here with so many, and they're all sharing.
So that's your team there with you.
Yes.
So you all watched the landing together, is it? Glued to your seats?
Yeah, everybody is really, really happy. We have been praying, success of any project comes from hard work and blessings and grace from the divine. So we have been praying. I spoke to the ISRO chief also yesterday.
Okay.
For successful landing of the mission, and so it has made it all possible. And it's a moment of gratefulness for all humanity.
So can I just ask you, what is it that you discussed with the ISRO chief when you spoke to him yesterday? If you could share a few words.
No, I just told them our prayers are with him, blessings and prayers are with him, and he was returning from the temple with his family, and then and he was really, really happy, to talk to us. Yeah.
So there are some people, I remember when one of our scientists was also caught on camera going to a temple when the launch was supposed to happen. Some people were like, how can scientists be going to temples to pray for the success of a mission? What will you say to that? Because I know many scientists are speaking to us and they're saying we do pray, because sometimes you do your work, but beyond that it's out of your hands. But
science and
yes.
Science and spirituality, they go together. And those people who are thinking they are they are 50 years in backward or even 100 years back, that's when they used to see the spirituality from a cynical viewpoint. But today that's not the case. Spirituality and science have come so close.
Yes.
Yeah.
Okay. Sri Ravi Shankar,
Okay.
Thank you so much for your time and for your words for the entire country. I do thank you for making that time.
Yeah. Jai Hind.
Jai Hind. Let's also go across to some breaking updates now coming in. These are ISRO sources telling CNN News 18 that the Prime Minister is all set to meet ISRO scientists on August 26. Remember, the Prime Minister is currently in South Africa for the BRICS summit. But one of the first things he's going to be doing when he comes back to India is meet the ISRO scientists on August 26 is what we're being told. In another 3 days, remember, the Prime Minister joined virtually today as far as this mission was concerned towards the last 5 to 10 minutes. My colleague Payal Mehta is also joining us with more on this. Payal, what more are you learning?
You heard the Prime Minister speak to the ISRO scientists, address the entire country, and then speak to the ISRO chief as well. And he did, tell the ISRO chief that I will try my best to come at the earliest to congratulate the entire team and meet them in person for achieving this mission, which looks practically impossible at one point in time, because India is the first country in the world to have, have achieved this as well. So what I was given to understand is once the Prime Minister reaches back to the country after finishing his tour both to South Africa as well as to Greece, he will be going straight to the ISRO headquarters. He'll be going to Bangalore and he'll be meeting them there and congratulating them, and because it's a massive achievement as far as the country is concerned, Shivani.
Absolutely. Payal, appreciate you joining us with those updates. Of course, as far as the Prime Minister's focus on these missions is concerned, we all have seen over the last 10 years that he has focused incredibly on space exploration and given ISRO and other agencies all the support. It's not just about money, frankly. It's also support that comes from the government and from the leaders of the day that makes a difference. I request all of our guests to stay with us. We have to slip into a very short break and we'll be right back with some of the top moments and voices on ISRO's spectacular achievement. 3, 2, 1, 0.
Liftoff normal.
Here we have a majestic liftoff of LVM-3 M4 rocket carrying India's prestigious Chandrayaan 3 spacecraft.
We are nearing the final phase of the power descent, approaching the moon's surface.
जी हाँ, आप अपनी स्क्रीन पे देख सकते हैं.
What an incredible moment this is for ISRO, for India's space scientists, and for all of us here at CNN News 18. Unbelievable scenes, ladies and gentlemen.
Sir, we have achieved soft landing on the moon in India is on the moon.
जब हम अपनी आंखों के सामने ऐसा इतिहास बनते हुए देखते हैं, जीवन धन्य हो जाता है। ये क्षण जीत के चंद्र पथ पर चलने का
but equally 3.9 tons. Chandrayaan 2 days to the moon took 48. Chandrayaan 3 days to the moon is 42. Chandrayaan 2 contained one camera to detect hazards. Chandrayaan 3 contains two cameras to be more robust. It also has added features. The Pragyan rover has added solar panels. Chandrayaan 2 landing site is a high plane between two craters. Chandrayaan 3, the landing site is slightly off the Chandrayaan 2 site. So not too much variation as far as the landing site is concerned. Then Chandrayaan also sets the ball rolling for India's next big mission, that is Gaganyaan, further on into space and also sending a human being into space. First manned mission into space. 3 crew members in space for 3 to 4 days. The mission to a 400-kilometer low Earth orbit, splashed down in Indian waters. And then fourth nation to launch a crewed spacecraft after, of course, US, Russia and China. But India was not the only one in the race. Russia also launched a moon mission and they tried to race it. That was the lunar mission, but it failed. August 11, Russia launched the Lunar 25. Attempt was to soft land on the same side of the moon that India is attempting. August 21st, it was expected to reach the South Pole, but the spacecraft crashed on the moon. Deviation of actual parameters. Device switched to an off design orbit. That's what happened. So when all of these aspects happened, Russia was disappointed. But it was nearly after 5.5 decades that they were attempting it. It's not that Russia has not landed successfully on the moon. But 5.5 decades later, how could they make a mistake? Well, it's the countdown to touchdown for Chandrayaan 3 as it gears up for the soft landing. The Vikram lander module will be ready for that moon landing in just hours from now. India is all set to make lunar history. The dark side of the moon, the South Pole, the Atkins Basin. No other craft has gone there. The Russians attempted it, India attempted it before that. But will it be India landing there first? We'll have to wait and watch. The spacecraft that carries the hopes of not just the Indian Space Research Organization, but also of billions of Indians and also the expectations of scientists, space researchers and space adventurers worldwide. The landing on the 23rd of August at 6:04 p.m. It's the countdown to that fantastic touchdown we are expecting. Prayers Havan being conducted, everybody hoping for the best. ISRO confirming that all is on track, repeatedly sending out images of the dark side of the moon as the lander rover module moves towards that entire orbit and that proximity, the closest point from where it will start attempting the landing. Government sources now revealed to News 18 that Prime Minister Narendra Modi is likely to virtually join the Chandrayaan team during the time when the landing is attempted. Mind you, he's at BRICS, he's in South Africa at this point. But this touchdown on the surface of the moon, that too on the dark side at the South Pole, is something everybody is waiting for. First, let's tell you about the 42-day journey to the moon. The takeoff happened on the 14th of July. It began from Sriharikota and it was all done, practiced to the T and went on smoothly. Milestone 1 was the 15th of July when the first orbit-raising maneuver happened. So as this entire Chandrayaan modules moved away from the Earth and trying with each elliptical orbit moving out and out and out and finally slingshotting itself after milestone 2 on the 1st of August, inserted itself into the translunar orbit. And on the 5th of August, the lander propulsion module actually separated. It inserted into the lunar orbit, milestone 3. Milestone 4 was the in-orbit circularization phase. Milestone 5, we come to the lander propulsion module separating on the 17th, and then of course the deboosting maneuver that was completed on the 18th of August. So all these milestones have gone as planned. But there's the 15 minutes of terror. That's what scientists call it. The final 15 minutes, that is the descent onto the moon's surface. that will determine the success of the mission, because from a speed of about 1.68 kilometers per second, you got to reduce your speed to just about 2 meters per second. That's the deceleration. That's where the 4 thrusters play a critical role. The lander begins the descent towards the moon. That's what the 15 minutes of terror. To move towards the moon at 6,000 kilometers per hour, ISRO will then give commands to the lander. The lander will then have its own computers that will do the calculation and figure out the deceleration. The thrusters will kick in. All four engines of the lander will be used. The speed will be reduced to just 2 meters per second. And the lander will be made vertical. So it's horizontal right now, it will become vertical and then land on its 4 strong legs, which have been made stronger in that final braking phase, to much stronger than before, to even wield a little bit more than 2 meters per second. So what is expected to happen on the 23rd of August at 6:04 p.m. if all goes according to plan? The Vikram lander carrying the Chandrayaan rover attempts the landing. That's what it will do. Then the attempt will be to soft land on the moon's south side at the South Pole, the big Atkins Basin, the biggest crater. Series of complex braking maneuvers will come into play. And of course, the lander will actually hover around for a bit to see if the surface is ideal. The sensors will send a message back into the computer, and then it will choose the ideal place to land. Sans the boulders, sans too much of soft moon soil, and then figure out the most perfect available landing space. Rover named Chandrayaan will then roll out of the lander. Chandrayaan will explore the nearby lunar surface, the area, and it will gather images that will be sent back to Earth. It will also pick up samples which will take it back into the lander, which will then send those images of those samples and what's being collected. All that data will be sent back to our space station back and also in Karnataka, and then relayed to the ISRO headquarters. Chandrayaan 3 will explore the unexplored, the dark side of the moon. The possibility of water is in a larger area, in permanent shadow. That's why it's believed to have more water and ice, and could hold 100 million tons of water. That's the possibility, because the dark side is not exposed to the elements, and that's why it could preserve how the Earth was billions of years ago, when this chunk of Earth separated from it and then became the Earth's own satellite, that is the moon. Frozen time capsule temperatures as low as minus 203 degrees centigrade on a moon night could contain preserved materials, insights into geological developments. There are so many aspects that will come to the fore, because we have not known this at all. Untapped resources, traces of hydrogen, methane, it could hold sodium, mercury and silver, source of precious minerals, the original soil of the Earth, composition of it billions of years ago, the crust, mantle and core, we could know all of that. Future exploration aids coming up, and of course the upcoming lunar missions, ideal pit stop for Mars missions. So this is what India will sell to the world, that we've achieved this. And in what? In just our second attempt to land. Second attempt.
3, 2, 1, 0.
Liftoff normal.
Here we have a majestic liftoff of LVM-3 M4 rocket carrying India's prestigious Chandrayaan 3 spacecraft.
We are nearing the final phase of the power descent, approaching the moon surface.
जी हाँ, आप अपनी स्क्रीन पे देख सकते हैं.
What an incredible moment this is for ISRO, for India's space scientists, and for all of us here at CNN News 18. Unbelievable scenes, ladies and gentlemen.
Sir, we have achieved soft landing on the moon. India is on the moon.
जब हम अपनी आंखों के सामने ऐसा इतिहास बनते हुए देखते हैं, जीवन धन्य हो जाता है. ये क्षण जीत के चंद्र पथ पर चलने का.
What a moment it was for India, and a moment that will be truly life-turning for the entire world. For the very first time, any country, India in this case, has touched down with a soft landing, one of the toughest maneuvers to master, on the south pole of the moon. And really this mission is about exploration. So of course our rover is going to tumble out anytime soon, and our rover is going to send back some data. We're going to be looking for the signs of water on the surface of the moon. But what this means for India and its space scientists is another deal altogether. And it was a moment that was goosebumps inducing, a moment that will be remembered for a very long time. I also want to go across to our guest joining us. Prajwal Shastri is Indian astronomer who continues to be with us. Pawan Kumar Chandana is CEO, Skyroot Aerospace Private Limited, and PK Ghosh is space strategist. So PK Ghosh, just outline for our viewers, what is it that can be the immediate aftermath of this landing? Of course, assuming the rover does its job, collects the data that it is intended to collect and sends it back to India. Post that data collection, what is it that it will help us with? Not just Indians, of course, but the world.
See, firstly, I must mention that a major portion of the this entire program has finished, in which we have done the soft landing, which probably Chandrayaan 2 couldn't achieve. It achieved other things. The orbiter is still going. It is carrying out its experiments. Now, after about 2 or 3 hours, what will happen is that the rover Pragyan should come out, and then hopefully by that time things would have stabilized, and the dust, the regolith which comes out from such a landing would have settled down, the sensors would be working at optimal, and both the lander as well as the Pragyan would start carrying out experiments. Now you must remember, of course, firstly, once it comes out, with the help of its battery, its solar panel will come out, 50 watts of energy will be converted by this solar panel, and then the rover will start moving and carrying out it has got 2 payloads with it, and APXS, that is basically it's going to try and find out the environment, this thing, as well as what is happening on the surface, the regolith. Now, so the process is going to continue, the experiments are going to continue, then the lander is going to do its own experiments. All this data will be transferred to the orbiter of Chandrayaan 2, and then it will be sent down to ISRO, who will actually analyze it.
So what are we likely to benefit with? What is that data supposed to help us with? Of course, apart from the discovery of water, iced water on the surface of the moon, what else could it help us with?
We are going to look into what is the seismic activity around the South Pole. Near the South Pole, it's not at the South Pole, it's 69.3 degrees, so it's not really South Pole. So because there is enhanced seismic activity, what is the atmosphere down there? What are the minerals available? Because that will be analyzed, the soil will be analyzed. What are the minerals available? So in short, an entire gamut, and all this is going to help us.
Understand the moon better.
Is going to help us in knowing the moon better, in probably at a later stage putting on a platform for interplanetary travel. Is it better to go to the equator? Is it better to come to near the South Pole? And various other things. So that is the immediate thing which I would think. And of course, one day we may even have space tourism to the moon.
That is being talked about quite a bit now, because humans have always had that innate curiosity to look up to the sky, wonder about the stars, and of course the moon being the celestial body that is closest to us, wonder about the moon. So let me just break this down for our viewers a little bit more in detail. So the landing has happened. That's of course the Vikram lander. After that, the Pragyan rover is expected to come out. So what happens after that is the big question. Post touchdown, one of the side panels of the lander will now unfold. This is yet to happen. This will unfold and it will allow for a ramp to be created for the Pragyan rover to guide down onto the surface of the moon. This 6-wheeled Pragyan rover will then descend using that ramp, and it will move at a speed of just 1 centimeter per second. You know, that's the kind of speed that it will have to take, because it wouldn't go any quicker than that. And then of course the rover will scan the moon's surface. It will leave also, interestingly, imprints of the national emblem, the 3 lions national emblem of India, and also the ISRO logo is there on the tires of the rover. So that's going to leave our imprint as well. And this rover will communicate with the lander. The rover will provide the data to the lander, and the lander will send that information back to Earth. Let's also quickly listen in to what ISRO Chief S. Somnath told my colleague Harish Upadhyay, speaking to him first and exclusively after this mammoth moment.
Sir, successful landing. You said it's a beginning of a golden period. What next, sir?
See, we have to now look at it in a different way. Once you achieved a success in Chandrayaan 3, it actually opens up a lot of opportunities. We can go to further exploration of moon, because a lot of interest on moon is there. We should send our bigger craft, bringing sample missions. Sometimes we should also think about going to Mars, land softly there. So, or other planets like Venus and others. So it's a possibility that is opened out.
Now that we've landed, the immediate question that everyone has is, when does the rover now come out? What are the parameters that ISRO would look forward or look out for?
You know, our rover will come out soon because we have to do a lot of checking, we have to do a lot of verification. Then only we can decide when it should come out. So we will announce maybe after all the trials are gone tonight. So the decision will be taken tonight.
So the Prime Minister has spoken to you personally and also addressed the nation. He said he's spoken about Mars and Venus. How does ISRO now look at the priorities, sir?
See, our
All right, those are the first images of the Indian Vikram lander on the surface of the moon. These are the first images that have come post that historic landing. You can see the leg of the Vikram lander, and that surface, mind you, is the lunar surface, and for the very first time, any lander has landed on the south pole of the moon. This has been a historic landing because this has never been achieved before. This is a tricky terrain and one of the trickiest landings, and especially a soft landing to manage, which is why this mission, as was the previous Chandrayaan 2 mission, fraught with danger. This is why nobody has been able to do this before, and this is why this is going to be an extremely important development, as the Prime Minister said, not just for India but for the entire world. The first images are with us. My colleague Harish is also joining us. Harish, we're looking at the surface of the moon, but the first time, the South Pole.
Absolutely, and these are the first set of images that have come back from the lander. As you rightly mentioned, you can see the legs of the lander. This is just a few minutes post-landing that this photo has been clicked. The other aspect to note here is, if you look at the surface of the moon, remember this is the near vicinity of the lander, and it's very clear that it's a challenging terrain that we're talking about, not a flat surface at all. And here, the next challenge begins for the rover to slowly roll out and start the experiments. But these are the kind of images and a lot more data that will come in the next 14 days or so once the scientific experiments begin in the next few hours. This is the first image perhaps taken from one of the cameras that are part or that's on board the lander. Here, one information that we're yet to know is whether this was from a LDV camera or a hazard avoidance camera or other cameras that were part of the experiment. That's something that ISRO perhaps will put out in the next few hours.
And Harish, what is the timeline like now? How soon do we see the panel of the lander opening up and the rover descending and actually stepping onto the surface of the moon?
Well, that would take anywhere 2 to 4 hours from the time of landing. It depends on the sensors and the cameras that are on the lander. They will look at the surface, near surface of the lander to see if the lunar dust that might have been kicked up because of this landing and the propulsion there has settled down. Once that confirmation is given to ISRO, that's when they will start the process of lowering almost ramp kind of equipment from the lander, and then the rover will roll out. Even the rover, remember, will scan the surface even as it's rolling out of the lander.
And are we expected to get some, continuous stream updates from ISRO of these images as well, Harish? Because today the entire country was glued to the streaming that ISRO was doing. So what happens from here on, and how do they keep all of us updated?
Well, in fact, there are two sets of information that ISRO will now deal with. One, which they believe they can put out immediately, but there will be larger data sets that will come in, images that will come in, which will need further analysis. And perhaps once ISRO has some concrete information, or if they have derived any sort of a scientific conclusion, those are the set of images that perhaps will come in the due course of time. And if there is a larger announcement or a bigger find, perhaps ISRO would want multiple confirmations before they make that public. But these kind of images, the first set of it, perhaps will keep coming over the next few days.
Yes, of course, we're all waiting to see what the rover also clicks, and if we can get the image of the rover from the lander, Harish, isn't it, after it moves out from the belly of the lander. But you were in the thick of things, Harish. You spoke first and exclusively with S. Somnath, the ISRO chief. Can you just describe what it was like today, the entire evening?
Well, remember, before I come to Somnath interview, one of the major images all of us are waiting for is that image of ISRO's logo being imprinted on the surface of moon, and also the Ashoka Chakra. That's something we'll wait for the next perhaps couple of days that might come out. Remember, we spoke to Somnath, he's upbeat, and already ISRO has set its eyes on bigger challenges. We're talking about Mars. ISRO has carried out a successful Mars orbiter mission. If they want to put a spacecraft there, that would be the next challenge for them, or an opportunity. Also, Venus is something that the Prime Minister has mentioned, and ISRO saying a lot of it is already under works. We are talking about Aditya L1 mission that is ready to take off. It's set to take off somewhere in September first week. It's a busy year for ISRO. There is Gaganyaan. We have the NISAR project, which is a joint venture with NASA. Another major scientific breakthrough expected from that. So a busy year for NASA, and perhaps this is the beginning of it.
All right. My colleague Harish Upadhyay bringing us first and exclusively those images, the first set of those images, the first image in fact that has come, that has been taken from the Vikram lander. One of its legs can actually be seen, and that is the surface of the moon, the first image that has been clicked by it. And that surface is important because that's the first time any country has managed this soft landing on that side of the moon, the far side of the moon, which is the South Pole. So far, humanity had not touched this side of the moon. My colleague Harish also spoke to other members of the Project Chandrayaan 3 team. Let's listen in.
Sir, last several days ever since the launch, this has been the hub of activity, the nerve center, as I said. Were there any challenges, any nervous moments, sir?
Every day was a challenge for us. As you know that the Chandrayaan lander and the propulsion module, when it was launched on July 14th from Sriharikota, actually our work started much before that. We started our work somewhere in May 2023, where we started looking at various tracking stations which are going to provide us the data. We had to simulate the entire data which comes from the station, and we have to see that the commands what we are going to give should go smoothly. So this was a major job before the launch itself, and since the day of launch, every day, every hour, I can say, was a big challenge for all of us, because we want spotless and perfect support. So we had to plan A, plan B, everything we had to make.
3, 2, 1, 0. Liftoff normal.
Here we have a majestic liftoff of LVM-3 M4 rocket carrying India's prestigious Chandrayaan 3 spacecraft.
We are nearing the final phase of the power descent, approaching the moon's surface.
जी हाँ, आप अपनी स्क्रीन पे देख सकते हैं.
What an incredible moment this is for ISRO, for India's space scientists, and for all of us here at CNN News 18. Unbelievable scenes, ladies and gentlemen.
have achieved soft landing on the moon. India is on the moon.
जब हम अपनी आंखों के सामने ऐसा इतिहास बनते हुए देखते हैं, जीवन धन्य हो जाता है। ये क्षण जीत के चंद्र पथ पर चलने का
Good evening, hello and welcome. You're watching CNN News 18. This is The Right Stand with me, Poonam Burde. What a day it has been today. Hours of anticipation, jitters, excitement and a final touchdown. A moment that's etched in history, a moment that's etched in the hearts of 1 billion Indians. Goosebumps felt and a sense of pride running through our veins tonight. India's space journey started with a vision in the 1960s. Vikram, a staunch advocate of India's space endeavours, had back then said that we do not have the fantasy of competing with the economically advanced nations in the exploration of the moon or any other planets. But we are convinced that we can be second to none if we want to play a meaningful role as far as advanced technology goes. That dream has been realised today, and what a day it has been. Today, India has truly accomplished what no other country has. We've landed on the side of the moon where no other country has before. India's scripting history tonight. Let's look at what has exactly happened in the last few hours. The anticipation that built up for over 40 days with Chandrayaan 3. India is now the first ever country to land on the lunar surface on the south side, which is also called the dark side. It is the fourth nation to land a soft land on the lunar surface after United States, China and Russia. 1 billion Indians are saluting the spirit, the hard work and the commitment and dedication of the scientists at ISRO who've made this possible. Remember, India was also the first country to discover that there was frozen water deposits on the lunar surface. We did so with the first mission of Chandrayaan, with the third mission of Chandrayaan. Yet again, history has been scripted by your own country.
3, 2, 1, 0.
Liftoff normal.
Here we have a majestic liftoff of LVM-3M4 rocket carrying India's prestigious Chandrayaan 3 spacecraft.
We are nearing the final phase of the power descent, approaching the moon surface.
जी हाँ, आप अपनी स्क्रीन पे देख सकते हैं.
What an incredible moment this is for ISRO, for India's space scientists, and for all of us here at CNN News 18. Unbelievable scenes, ladies and gentlemen.
Sir, we have achieved soft landing on the moon. India is on the moon.
जब हम अपनी आंखों के सामने ऐसा इतिहास बनते हुए देखते हैं, जीवन धन्य हो जाता है। ये क्षण जीत के चंद्र पथ पर चलने का
It's a new India, it's the dawn of India's space odyssey. A new chapter begins and it's only upwards and onwards for India and for ISRO. We've seen Vikram the lander land on the lunar surface. The first image that we accessed for you here on CNN News 18. An image that no one has seen before. An image of the lunar surface from the south side of the lunar surface as captured by the lander Vikram that we got for you here on CNN News 18. That is the image of the moon that hasn't been seen in ever in history. The first time ever that we see this image is right on your screens here. This is what the south side of the moon looks like. Now that Vikram has put its foot down on the lunar surface, what happens next? Let's take you across with that. We are going to be seeing the rover, which is Pragyan, eventually roll off. It's a matter of a few hours, could take up to a day as well, is what the ISRO chairman told us just a short while ago. But what happens next? What happens once the rover is actually out? Let's take a look at that. Now, one side panel of the lander is now going to unfold once that lunar dust settles. It's going to create a ramp for the rover, which is called Pragyan. That ramp is then going to wheel out this 6-wheeled Pragyan, and it will descend onto the lunar surface. Pragyan is going to be moving at the speed of 1 centimeter per second. It will scan the moon's lunar surface. It is going to take in all the data that it can. There are cameras that are attached to Pragyan as well as to Vikram. It's going to be leaving imprints of the national emblem and of the logo of ISRO. So India is, in its true sense, making its mark on the lunar surface. The rover is then going to be communicating with the lander. So Pragyan then communicates with Vikram. The rover is going to be providing this data to the lander, images that are going to be sent, samples that would be then used to analyze what exactly lies on the dark side of the moon. The lander is going to be sending that information back to the Earth then, and that is when the real test of what's to come is what we're looking at. This is a new chapter, like I said, in India's space odyssey. The intent is to lead the space race. What it means is that India, with this win, with this victory, has cemented its position amongst spacefaring nations. The intent is also to collaborate and with several other countries. Remember, it is an elite club that India is now a part of, but there is a long way to go for ISRO still, and we're looking forward to that as well. It's not just over yet. What that means is that there is potential for enhanced global partnerships with many other countries in the world, and this space race could really become a healthy competition, a friendly fight between all the countries, with India taking the lead. Boosting morale of our scientists is also important. To build inspiration is also key. It fuels passion, is the most kids, the youths, the next generation, all of whom are going to be looking at what happens next, are going to have interest in what the country has to showcase further. The road ahead is also of how India further develops, or how ISRO further develops its space technology. The world is also going to be watching at that. The private sector could be looking at making an entry. Startups would want to have a say in them as well. Scientific research is another big deal, which is why this mission is not just about what lies on the lunar surface. It's much, much more. It's not just a win for India or for ISRO. It's a win for all of humanity, for all of mankind, is also what many scientists believe. The implication of all of this particular mission, is that there is going to be an enhanced understanding of the lunar surface, which could only help us in future explorations, not just of the moon, but several other space explorations, like the next one of that of Gaganyaan as well. The intent is also to learn and ensure that we put this into application. Now, Chandrayaan 2's near success is what ensured that this time around we got it right, we landed. It wasn't a failure, it was a near success. That is where we learned from, which is why we're here today, is also what ISRO told us this evening, right after that successful victory. So what does this mean for India? What does this mean for the world? We are going to be opening this up to our panelists here on this broadcast. Malika Sarabhai, daughter of Vikram Sarabhai and Padma Bhushan awardee, joins us on this broadcast here. Professor Y.S. Rajan, Honorary Distinguished Professor at the ISRO and a Padma Shri awardee, also with us on this broadcast. Dr. Venkateshwara Sharma, the former Deputy Director of ISRO as well. Dr. Kesan, the founder and CEO of Space Kids India, and Gohar Raza, scientist, joins us on this broadcast. But I would like to begin by asking Ms. Sarabhai, thank you so much for speaking with us here on CNN News 18. One of the many dreams that your father saw, one of the many visions that he had, today stands realized. How do you feel?
I feel thankful. I feel especially thankful to the 50 years worth of ISRO scientists who have kept Papa's dream alive and who have brought us here today. I feel somewhat concerned that this can become a race to prove how great we are. That's not what this is about.
Yes.
This has to be about how we can empower humanity, how we can use science to take away some of the many, many, many ills that divide our world, that completely destroy our world today. And that if we are to find out what is on the moon, or if we are to find out what is on Venus or Mars, that it is to be used for making lives easier, better, more dignified in this world. And I fear that we live in such a jingoistic world that it can easily become about we are the best, we are the biggest, we are the greatest. And I only pray that that is not so.
We really do hope that is not the case, but celebrations, of course, taking place here in India. Even those who perhaps know very little or absolutely have no knowledge of how this actually works are partaking in this historic moment, because that's really what this is about. But Ms. Sarabhai, I also want to ask you, at the beginning of the show, I read out one of the quotes from Vikram Sarabhai, and he said that if we want to make a meaningful change and if we want to talk about the humanity, then we must make sure and we have to be confident that we're second to none when it comes to application of advanced technology. Today, the journey that ISRO has taken from the 1960s to now, the kind of advancement that ISRO has done, the kind of technological prowess that ISRO has shown, this is exactly what Vikram Sarabhai was talking about, isn't it?
Indeed, and as I said, I think we have to applaud the fact that so many thousands of ISRO scientists have not only understood Papa's vision, but have kept faith with it and have worked for 50 years. That's a long time to keep any vision alive, to keep any faith alive. And I salute them, and I say to you that had Papa been here, he would have been thumping the shoulder of each and every one of you. And yes, this is the victory of the human spirit, and we must see it as that.
Absolutely, and this is not just about ISRO and about India as well, because this is about the greater implication that it's going to have, isn't it? Let's not talk about this as being a space race, perhaps a friendly fight or so where we want to take everyone together. Yes, healthy competition is always good, but this is also giving inspiration to many other countries who perhaps always thought that space was out of their means. Financially, it is something that they couldn't do, but ISRO has proven that wrong as well, isn't it, Ms. Sarabhai?
Yes, indeed. I remember the original chicken mesh satellite dishes that Papa used to do, and an interview he did with a French journalist saying why he wanted indigenous technology always, because he wanted self-reliance. And I think that is a mantra that all countries must take, not to depend on others, but to depend and to grow and to nurture indigenous talent, indigenous science, indigenous cultural aspects and everything. To depend on oneself.
Absolutely, that dream has been realized. It is something that is epitomized by every single scientist, every single person who works at the organization, at the Indian Space Research Organization, and everybody else who has faith in those scientists that have been putting their hard work there. Ms. Sarabhai, thank you so much for speaking with us here on CNN News 18. Our other panelists continue to be with us, and I would like to get in Professor Rajan now in. So thank you so much for coming on the show and taking out the time to share your perspective. We've seen the kind of journey that ISRO has had. We've been talking about it. Ms. Sarabhai also was pointing that out. Where next for ISRO? Where are we going to be seeing ISRO take the next big leap?
See, I was fortunate to be with Vikram Sarabhai. By age of 20, I joined Physical Research Laboratory, 1964. So I have just seen him face to face for about 7 years till he passed away. We had several things lined up for space. Everything cannot be achieved at a time. That is why he initially concentrated on the few applications. On that, we have done very well. And fortunately, now they are all going to be farmed out to many industries so that multiple times they can do, whether it is in remote sensing, resource survey, forest survey, communication, TV, and variety of them. This is on one side of it. It's not only, you should not purely looking for only leaps. So we are going to have a Gaganyaan now. But there are many chained links. They are all linked together. So there are things like bigger applications. We may have a lot of small satellites done, which will be for going from 4G to 5G, even more.
Yes.
Because those things is not only for the 5G, it can serve lot of unconnected areas. That is possible when we do nearby, because I don't want to get into all the technical details, but all the technologies exist. So that is on one side. On other side, Other side is a lot of newer technologies would need to be introduced.
Yes.
And then we want to go much bigger sizes. Launch vehicles have to be improved further. So things are not, these are all laid up for ISRO. It is not that they are not talking about everything, because there are many things which they will plan. For example, even this Chandrayaan, they would have done for decades. Before they started, I will start doing it. There is a little bit of a design, little bit of this, and there is also multiple cooperations with our industries, and probably now, because things have become big size, international cooperation, ISRO started with international cooperation, but you can't continue only on a receiving side. You have to contribute too. So such missions indicate that we are equal. In fact, he has used certain words, Sarabhai. Many think that he has talked only these applications and all. He says we have to be stand proud among the Committee of Nations. There are some things which he has spoken.
Yes.
With many convocation addresses and all. So that one, it was followed by Professor Dhawan, and the subsequent one, the base has been set up. And what is most important thing to be noticed from ISRO is that the cohesive organization. There will be a lot of conflicts and competitions even within themselves. But this thing which has come in has kept it up for so long, and they are able to do new.
Yes.
With the shedding routine operational work to industries is one great step. Now they will be able to explore sciences, solar immediately, and Aditya is there.
Yes.
But we can't be doing only sciences. There will be newer applications which can come, lower these things. And also, space has become an important thing for strategic sector, for our own defense, security, and all that thing.
Yes.
So all over the world, we can't just say that we are not doing it. So those type of things for protecting us, these are the type of things ahead. And there are so many items with them. Some will look like a very visible big leap. Some of them will be steady state leap, which people don't realize. For example, 1977, before space applications came, meteorological geosynchronous satellite came. That is one of the, weather was one of the things in the original 4. You know what is the deaths in cyclone, Andhra cyclone? Was 10,000 people. Come inside 83, 84 onwards. Not only started coming down, now it is 0.
Yes.
Cyclone we can't stop, but we can stop it, gives an advance notice. So like this, there are many applications which are around disaster management, not only for us, for the world. India is already contributing. Plus also several of these new items, new technology would need to be done.
He wants something.
Yes.
So these are the things which are there. So I don't want to extend more. So in other words, we will have some very visible ones. At the same time, we will have things which are spread out. It has gone to people, which we feel people won't know.
Sure, absolutely. Every day is not going to be like today, where there is going to be a nail-biting finish that we're waiting for. We're at the edge of our seats for the last 15-20 minutes waiting for something to happen. It's not going to be an everyday affair that happens. ISRO has been working and will be working behind the scenes for a lot of things that perhaps will not make headlines, unfortunate as that may be. But that is what ISRO is going to be doing, putting India on the map, whether many of us know it or not. And that's really the beauty of how the team at ISRO has been working and will continue to work as well, as Professor Rajan was beautifully putting it. And Dr. Kesan, I want to get you in as well. We talk about, like Professor Rajan was also saying, it's not a one-way street. For a long time, India has been learning from other countries, getting technology from other countries, but we have to reciprocate. This is where now India has started doing that. This entire made in India, made at a low-cost mission, that's something that seems to be the forte that ISRO is really getting into, and that opens up to a lot more, isn't it? It doesn't necessarily just stick around to ISRO. It opens it up to the private sector as well, and that's really what the next big thing is going to be as far as the space forum is going to go.
Absolutely. I really vouch for this, Poonam, because, we were looking at technology transfers from Russia, and it was all going well. And at a certain point, something happened, and after that, we couldn't do anything. We had to be by ourselves. So this has taught a lesson, not only for this industry, but for all the industries, that we need to be self-sufficient. I think the Atmanirbhar Bharat is the right term that we have to be using here. And predominantly in this, though you say science is, a collaboration, but there is some sort of a competition everywhere. Every country would like to have an edge over the other country and want to prove that, we are the number one. That I think it is imbibed within us, as a child, that number one tag. So, we are so crazy about that, and, we want to do that. So I think, if we have to go beyond all those things, we have to be self-sufficient. And this, what best can it be, than this moment today? And we are teaching this to the future generation. We had about 200 children today who were watching the entire journey live, the landing live. And every child has, had a special moment and a special anecdote about what they felt about the whole process. So many of them are thinking of becoming space scientists. That is the future. So we have been able to ignite that within them. So this is very, very important. The ignition is very, very important.
Yes, that fire has been lit. That fire has been lit in the minds and hearts of several people, several youngsters who are now going to take inspiration from what's to come next, perhaps wanting to have a career which wouldn't have been thought of until a few years ago. And Gohar, Raza, I want to get you in on that. We've seen how people unite for, say, cricket matches or for movies and things like that. Today we had an event like this where, irrespective of the age, from the young to the old, everyone came together for one cause, for one organization, for one country and one mission. And that's really something that we haven't seen before, perhaps.
No, we have seen it whenever ISRO has achieved those high points, which Rajan was also talking about, that these events make headline. So ISRO has always been appreciated by the Indian masses, including the illiterate ones, for their achievements. I think today was a day again of celebration of science, scientists and scientific achievements that science has made throughout the history of mankind. The point that I wanted to discuss and raise here was that whenever the nation has put a major mission mode project in the hands of scientific community in India, we have achieved heights. ISRO is one example of that. Atomic energy is another one. Then DRDO has many things to its credit. So this mission mode is extremely important, probably, for science in today's world, especially after emergence of big science in the world. The other thing which is very important is that ISRO was always a cohesive organization, both vertically and horizontally.
Yes.
Vertically in terms of time I'm talking about, because the older generations of ISRO scientists passed on the vision, improved upon the older vision. They didn't give up. They didn't learn to say no, it cannot happen, or it is not possible. So that vision of Sarabhai and those scientists who initiated the project ISRO, that vision has been improved upon over generation.
Yes.
It has not been given up. The other thing is that horizontally also, it's very closely integrated. All of them work for one mission.
Correct.
Two missions or number of missions. These two things have seen bad moments, good moments, both in terms of collaboration also. Initially, the international organizations told us that they are not going to collaborate with us. They will not give us technologies. They will not give us even simple technologies.
Yes.
One incident I am recalled every time, that American organizations is denied.
Yes. Sorry to interrupt you there, Gohar Raza. I'll come back to you. Hold that thought though, but I would just want to get in these images that have now been tweeted out by ISRO, and these are the first images has been put out by ISRO. Let me read out the tweet that ISRO has put out now along with these images that you see on your screens. ISRO says this is the latest update that's coming in. The communication link is established between the lander of Chandrayaan 3 and the command center here in Bengaluru. These are the images that have already been sent back by the lander Vikram to the control room here in ISRO. These are the images that were taken from the lander's horizontal velocity camera that were taken during the descent. So this is during the descent while it was just a few meters away above the lunar surface. That is when these images were captured. They now have been sent back to the control room here in Bengaluru for further study. First images there being tweeted out by ISRO, giving us a sense of what the lunar surface looked like while Vikram carrying Pragyan was descending in that power descent. What we also are going to be showing you is the first image of the lunar surface that was taken on the south side. This is during the descent. Let's also show you what the image is of the south side of the lunar surface. Remember, this is the image that we've accessed for you exclusively here on CNN News 18 that shows the south side of the lunar surface. Union Home Minister Amit Shah is also now addressing a gathering. Let's cut across.
हम सब के लिए गौरव का दिन है। आज चंद्रयान 3 तय किए हुए समय पर, तय किए हुई जगह पर सफलता के साथ चंद्रमा की सतह पर उतरा है। मैं इस मौके पर सबसे पहले तो देश के सभी 140 करोड़ लोगों को बहुत बहुत मन से बधाई देना चाहता हूं कि आजादी के अमृतकाल में हमारे देश को अंतरिक्ष के क्षेत्र में एक बहुत बड़ी सफलता मिली है जो हम सब के लिए गौरव का विषय है। इसके साथ अथक मेहनत और बहुत बारीकी से प्लानिंग कर चंद्रयान को सफल करने वाली टीम चंद्रयान के सभी वैज्ञानिकों और सभी इंजीनियरों को भी मैं हृदय से बहुत बहुत बधाई देना चाहता हूं। आज आपके प्रयास ने देश को विश्व में गौरव दिलाया है और मैं देश के प्रधानमंत्री जी को भी बहुत बहुत बधाई देना चाहता हूं क्योंकि स्पेस मिशन की उनकी जो कल्पना है, नई स्पेस पॉलिसी लेकर जो आए हैं, इसका बहुत शुभ आगाज आज अमृतकाल की शुरुआत में ही हुआ है। आज चंद्र की सतह पर उतरने वाला भारत चौथा देश हो गया। दक्षिण ध्रुव के ज्ञान की दृष्टि से अंधेरे क्षेत्र में पहुंचने वाला भारत पहला देश हो गया। करोड़ों सालों से चंद्रमा के दक्षिणी ध्रुव को जिस प्रकार से रहस्यों ने घेर कर रखा था, बहुत सारे रहस्यों का उद्घाटन हमारा चंद्र मिशन करेगा।
Union Home Minister Amit Shah there, like many others, congratulating the scientists at ISRO. Tributes coming in from across the country for the brilliant minds that have achieved this historic feat for the entire country. A feat that has ensured that the world's eyes are on us tonight. Actor Amit Sial now joining us here on this broadcast on this momentous occasion. Tributes pouring in. Amit Sial, thank you so much for speaking with us here on CNN News 18.
Thank you.
Your first response. This was something that we were waiting for in anticipation all of today, if not before. Somebody who had absolutely perhaps no idea about how exactly space research works, how this mission has been working, even today was sitting at the edge of their seat and was wanting, hoping, praying that this is going to be a success, and what a success it's been.
Yeah, I think it's absolutely true what you just said, because I would definitely have no idea how this happens. I only know how to act. But yeah, it was a nail-biting finish, and we all have been waiting for the last 40 days for this to, take its course. And it was very smooth. It's an overwhelming experience. And I think, मतलब मुझे तो मैं तो शूट पे हूँ कहीं एक छोटे से शहर में, तो मैं ज़्यादा सेलिब्रेशन में पार्टिसिपेट नहीं कर पा रहा हूँ. बट आई होप कि जैसे हम लोग वर्ल्ड कप जीते थे उससे कुछ 100 गुना ज्यादा खुशी होगी देश में. बहुत ही गर्व की बात है.
जी बिल्कुल, आपने वर्ल्ड कप की बात की अमित सियाल, एंड वी वर टॉकिंग अबाउट दिस थोड़ी देर पहले ऑल्सो. मूवीज हो, वर्ल्ड कप जैसे या ओलंपिक्स हो, स्पोर्टिंग इवेंट्स हो, वी सी हाउ पीपल फ्रॉम स्मॉल विलेजेस गैदर अराउंड perhaps a public place where there is a TV, want to share those moments with other people. Now we're seeing those kind of moments, that kind of excitement with events like these as well, something that perhaps we wouldn't have expected a few years ago.
Yeah, exactly, and I think it shows that we as a country, we as people of this country are coming together. We are participating in whatever feats our country is achieving, and I was just seeing Mr. Prime Minister and the Home Minister's comments about and how happy they are about what we have achieved together. I think the whole point is that we should realize that when we get together, all of us as one country, we can achieve anything.
Absolutely. One last question before I let you go, Mr. Sial. I just want to ask you, we saw the kind of success rocketry the film was, the kind of inspiration that film became. Do you think we have to now move on to films like that, perhaps TV series, OTT series like that talk about perhaps ISRO's journey, what we're looking at, how we started, where we've reached, something on those lines? More of that needs to be done so that we reach the larger audience in terms of celebrating these kind of achievements?
Definitely, I think our films and our creativity needs to extend to stories like these. Because these are the real heroes and they are unsung heroes. They should be sung about and celebrated about. And definitely, and there's so many of these successful stories which we are not aware of. And we must pluck them out and put them out for everybody to watch and enjoy.
Absolutely, and we do hope that perhaps you have the opportunity to do that. Many others in the industry also have the opportunity to do that, and we have the opportunity to watch that. But Amit Sial, thank you so much for speaking with us here on CNN News 18. Remember, it is the day we are celebrating India, we're celebrating ISRO, the unsung heroes, like Amit Sial was also pointing at. They are the ones that have to be celebrated today. They are the ones that we have to talk about today. Our panelists continue to be with us here on this broadcast. But let's listen in to what the chairman of ISRO had to tell us just a short while ago.
Sir, successful landing. You said it's a beginning of a golden period. What next, sir?
See, we have to now look at it in a different way. Once you achieved a success in Chandrayaan 3, it actually opens up a lot of opportunities. We can go to further exploration of moon because a lot of interest on moon is there. We should send our bigger craft, bringing sample missions. Sometimes we should also think about going to Mars, land softly there. So, or other planets like Venus and others. So, it's a possibility that is opened out.
Sir, now that we've landed, the immediate question that everyone has is, when does the rover now come out? What are the parameters that ISRO would look forward or look out for?
Rover will come out soon because we have to do a lot of checking, we have to do a lot of verification. Then only we can decide when it should come out. So we will announce maybe after all the trials are gone tonight. So the decision will be taken tonight.
So the Prime Minister has spoken to you personally and also addressed the nation. Yeah. He said he's spoken about Mars and Venus. How does ISRO now look at the priorities, sir?
See, our priority is not all of this. Our priority is to serve the nation, develop the capability in this nation in the science and technology, especially in space domain. And a space sector reform has been announced, and we are working with private companies in a big way to make this happen. But these missions are inspirational missions, no? So we must work on such missions as well. While we work on communication, remote sensing, and science missions, missions such as this will always create a lot of value in the science community, creating the manpower for it and also helping a lot of scientists.
It's onwards and upwards for ISRO and for India as far as space research is concerned, as far as all of these missions are concerned. Chandrayaan 3 is just the beginning. That's the message coming in from the ISRO chairman as well. Our panelists, Professor Rajan, Gauhar Raza and Dr. Kesan continue to be with us. Gauhar Raza, I apologize for having interrupted you earlier. You were sharing an anecdote. If you could go ahead, please.
Yeah, I was telling that at one point of time, US refused to give us even balloon technology, and we had to create our own balloons. And today ISRO has come to a long way where all other countries are ready and are willing and are inviting us to join in cooperation for further exploration of spaces. Now, the result is, or the conclusion can be drawn, that when we work in mission mode and when we work under pressure, then we have delivered wonders, in fact. And it is almost a miracle that has happened, that we landed up our rover on the surface of the moon. The other thing that I wanted to say at this occasion is that it not only brings about the entire nation together in celebration, but it also is a breaking point. It's a breaking point because such points give an edge and establish authority of science over all other ways of looking at the world, or even on our own society. So such moments are extremely important.
Yes.
One should realize that such moments do not happen every day. This has been said. But the failure that we saw last time, and we called it failure as a common person, are not failures. Because such failures have happened probably 1,000 times in developing every small thing, including a nut or a bolt probably. We have learned, ISRO has learned, and that is how science and technology progresses, by failures. You have a nut which fails, and then you develop a nut or a bolt which works. So the history of ISRO or any scientific organization can also be written in terms of failures from which we have learned. So in science, the point I'm making is there is nothing called failure. There are learning points. And two learning points, Chandrayaan 1, Chandrayaan 2, have led us to a technological advancement where we have landed up very safely, softly, like a photo finish. Exactly what we had planned was achieved. It is a big achievement. It is a big technological achievement, which will be followed by scientific achievement. Because the data will come, we'll know more about the surface of the moon. So it has an impact on the nation as well, and nation's conscience, nation's thinking and brain of the younger generation, what they think future holds for them. It is extremely important that such moments are celebrated in country. We should also be aware of those who want to hold the society backwards. We should be aware that there are forces which spread myths, superstitions, cheat people in the name of all kinds of things, and they are pretty strong in our country. There are products which are sold in the market, which I call them as superstitions. These are products which are being sold by very powerful houses, which are headed by all kinds of people who are very well respected in the society. So we should always be aware that isolated islands of science and scientific temper cannot sustain themselves. India has to have scientific temper, which is enshrined as a duty, which is enshrined in our constitution. And this particular moment is one step forward. The younger generation, probably while celebrating, is also imbibing the values of scientific temper today.
Absolutely, it is a day to celebrate. It's a day to also mark the kind of trajectory both ISRO, the country, and the young of this country are going to be taking. I request you both to stay on with us because Dr. Amitabh Ghosh also joins us on this broadcast. He was a member of NASA's Mars Exploration Rover mission. Thank you so much for speaking with us, Dr. Ghosh, here on CNN News 18. Just a few hours ago this afternoon, in fact, we did speak before the soft landing was attempted. And, all prayers, all excitement was right up there. Was it exactly the way you expected it to go when you watched it?
Well, it was, of course, amazing. It was just dawn in Washington DC here, So I was in my office in almost semi-darkness, and it's amazing to see this happen. I'm a little old. So in the 90s, when I went to study space science in America, India did not have a planetary science program. In 2004, the Chandrayaan 1 was launched. And it's been barely 20 years, and India has orbiters on 2 planets, and Moon and Mars, and not 2 planets, but Moon and Mars, and then also the capability to land a lander and a rover. So it's been incredible. I mean, I cannot describe to you the feeling. And being a scientist, it's a little more see, the rest of the professionals, they will move on with life. Tomorrow you will have a different program and different coverage. But the people at ISRO and people like us at NASA who work on these things, this is something you have worked on for 5 years. And so that last moments when, so you follow what is the velocity and what is your altitude. And so if it is in the right envelope, and if it is not in the right envelope, then you're in trouble. So towards the last, maybe a couple of minutes, the last minute, so there was absolute, there was absolute confidence that it will happen. So it is an incredible feeling. I cannot describe to you.
Dr. Ghosh, this is an accomplishment that we've achieved, that ISRO has achieved, but now it's not just going to be an end at this. Yes, we're celebrating this, but we're also excited for what's to come next for ISRO as well. We know that there's one mission, the Aditya one, which is up just next month, as confirmed by ISRO as well. But as far as this particular moon landing on the south side is concerned, the significance of this is much larger, isn't it? Because many believe that this could really be the pit stop. This side of the moon, the lunar surface, could actually be the pit stop for many other planets, perhaps like the Mars or even Venus. Do you agree?
No, I don't agree. I think this is being discussed. I don't agree. This is a view which is being... So if you go to Mars and you make a stop at the moon, the biggest cost is to land on another planet. Gravity is your worst enemy. If you land on the moon and then you go again from the moon, then it's a bad thing. So it's much cheaper to go directly to Mars. But the first part, what you said, is this is not about just Chandrayaan 3. The huge thing that happened today is that India developed the capability to soft land on another planet. So you can go again to the moon to do more things. You can go and spend 1 year, not 14 days. You can go to a different part of the moon. You can go to Mars. You can try landing in the asteroid. So it is like when you learn to say cycle, you can go anywhere with your cycle, right? So it's a new sense of freedom. It is not just about this mission, although it is very exciting. It is about this general capability and what the future will bring, with what the next 10 years will bring. So that is what is so exciting about this.
One last question before I let you go. We've been talking about the future. The future is also perhaps of affordable, low-cost missions like these, and that's really something that we need to talk about. The vision with which ISRO was started, competing with technologically advanced nations, with financially advanced nations, was something that we were only perhaps wishing for, hoping for. But here we are doing these missions at 1/10, half the cost of what other countries have done so. And this really also opens up the playground for many other countries in the world as well, isn't it?
Right. So it is a fascinating development, So space has become completely democratized now. So if you think it was a game where only the superpowers could be there, and now you will see a lot of technology has become cheaper as well. So a lot of private players, lot of other countries will start, and they've already attempted, like Israel has failed. So it will attempt, but I should caution you once that this is the robotic spaceflight business. It is much less expensive. The human spaceflight business, you need launch vehicles which are 30 times as much capable of doing 30 times as much weight. But there also, private enterprise is what is coming in. Elon Musk's rockets are reusable, and that's lowering the cost of spaceflight by 99%. So right now, both in this segment of unmanned spacecraft as well as manned space flight, there is huge change in the economic model and huge change in the cost, which actually means if you can go to space much more cheaper, you will go there much more frequently. It will become much more affordable. The reason you don't go that often is that it is expensive.
Correct. It opens up many more doors, not just for India, but for the rest of the world as well. An inspiration nonetheless. An achievement worth celebrating, not just today, like Dr. Ghosh was also pointing out, that perhaps this is something we would have forgotten by tomorrow, but we really hope not. We really hope that India continues celebrating moments like these, remembering achievements like these, and that is something that we would want to keep in mind, not just every time a mission like this comes to the fore, but the journey of ISRO will continue, and our faith in ISRO will also continue with the same passion. I thank you all panelists for joining us here on this broadcast and sharing your perspective. It is time for a quick break here on this edition, but our non-stop coverage here will continue on CNN News 18. I'll see you in just a short time. Don't go anywhere.
We have achieved soft landing on the moon. India is on the moon.
जी हाँ, आप अपनी स्क्रीन पे देख सकते हैं कि हम लैंडर मॉड्यूल
जब हम अपनी आंखों के सामने ऐसा इतिहास बनते हुए देखते हैं तो जीवन धन्य हो जाता है।
What an incredible moment this is for ISRO, for India's space scientists. All of us here at CNN News 18. Unbelievable scenes, ladies and gentlemen. India has conquered the moon.
The first attempt by India in 2019. In 2019 too, India made a similar attempt. But what's the difference between then and now? Let's try and quickly compare and contrast Chandrayaan 2 with Chandrayaan 3. Chandrayaan 2 cost 978 crore because it also had the orbiter in it. Chandrayaan 3 cost 615 crore. But it's equally heavy because the Pragyan rover and the Vikram lander have been made heavier, and they've been also boosted with, packed with more features, more abilities. Chandrayaan 2 component, the orbiter, lander, rover. Chandrayaan 3 component, the propulsion module, lander and rover. Chandrayaan 2 payloads were 14. Chandrayaan 3 payloads were, total number is 7. Lesser number but equally 3.9 tons. Chandrayaan 2 days to the moon took 48. Chandrayaan 3 days to the moon is 42. Chandrayaan 2 contained one camera to detect hazards. Chandrayaan 3 contains two cameras to be more robust. It also has added features. The Pragyan rover has added solar panels. Chandrayaan 2 landing site is a high plane between two craters. Chandrayaan 3, the landing site is slightly off the Chandrayaan 2 site. So not too much variation as far as the landing site is concerned. Then Chandrayaan also sets the ball rolling for India's next big mission, that is Gaganyaan, further on into space and also sending a human being into space. First manned mission into space. 3 crew members in space for 3 to 4 days. The mission to a 400-kilometer low Earth orbit, splashed down in Indian waters. And then fourth nation to launch a crewed spacecraft after, of course, US, Russia and China. But India was not the only one in the race. Russia also launched a moon mission and they tried to race it. That was the lunar mission, but it failed. August 11, Russia launched the Lunar 25. Attempt was to soft land on the same side of the moon that India is attempting. August 21st, it was expected to reach the South Pole, but the spacecraft crashed on the moon. Deviation of actual parameters. Device switched to an off design orbit. That's what happened. So when all of these aspects happened, Russia was disappointed. But it was nearly after 5.5 decades that they were attempting it. It's not that Russia has not landed successfully on the moon. But 5.5 decades later, how could they make a mistake? Well, it's the countdown to touchdown for Chandrayaan 3 as it gears up for the soft landing. The Vikram lander module will be ready for that moon landing in just hours from now. India is all set to make lunar history, the dark side of the moon, the South Pole, the Atkins Basin. No other craft has gone there. The Russians attempted it, India attempted it before that. But will it be India landing there first? We'll have to wait and watch. The spacecraft that carries the hopes of not just the Indian Space Research Organization, but also of billions of Indians and also the expectations of scientists, space researchers and space adventurers worldwide. The landing on the 23rd of August at 6:04 p.m. It's the countdown to that fantastic touchdown we are expecting. Prayers Havan being conducted, everybody hoping for the best. ISRO confirming that all is on track, repeatedly sending out images of the dark side of the moon as the lander rover module moves towards that entire orbit and that proximity, the closest point from where it will start attempting the landing. Government sources now revealed to News 18 that Prime Minister Narendra Modi is likely to virtually join the Chandrayaan team during the time when the landing is attempted. Mind you, he's at BRICS, he's in South Africa at this point. But this touchdown on the surface of the moon, that too on the dark side at the South Pole, is something everybody is waiting for. First, let's tell you about the 42-day journey to the moon. The takeoff happened on the 14th of July. It began from Sriharikota and it was all done, practiced to the T and went on smoothly. Milestone 1 was the 15th of July when the first orbit-raising maneuver happened. So as this entire Chandrayaan modules moved away from the Earth and trying with each elliptical orbit moving out and out and out and finally slingshotting itself after milestone 2 on the 1st of August, inserted itself into the translunar orbit. And on the 5th of August, the lander propulsion module actually separated. It inserted into the lunar orbit, milestone 3. Milestone 4 was the in-orbit circularization phase. Milestone 5, we come to the lander propulsion module separating on the 17th, and then of course the deboosting maneuver that was completed on the 18th of August. So all these milestones have gone as planned. But there's the 15 minutes of terror. That's what scientists call it. The final 15 minutes, that is the descent onto the moon's surface. That will determine the success of the mission, because from a speed of about 1.68 kilometers per second, you got to reduce your speed to just about 2 meters per second. That's the deceleration. That's where the 4 thrusters play a critical role. The lander begins the descent towards the moon. That's what the 15 minutes of terror. To move towards the moon at 6,000 kilometers per hour, ISRO will then give commands to the lander. The lander will then have its own computers that will do the calculation and figure out the deceleration. The thrusters will kick in. All four engines of the lander will be used. The speed will be reduced to just 2 meters per second. And the lander will be made vertical. So it's horizontal right now, it will become vertical and then land on its 4 strong legs, which have been made stronger in that final braking phase, to much stronger than before, to even wield a little bit more than 2 meters per second. So what is expected to happen on the 23rd of August at 6:04 p.m. if all goes according to plan? The Vikram lander carrying the Pragyan rover attempts the landing. That's what it will do. Then the attempt will be to soft land on the moon's south side at the South Pole, the big Atkins Basin, the biggest crater. Series of complex braking maneuvers will come into play. And of course, the lander will actually hover around for a bit to see if the surface is ideal. The sensors will send a message back into the computer and then it will choose the ideal place to land. Sans the boulders, sans too much of soft moon soil, and then figure out the most perfect available landing space. Rover named Pragyan will then roll out of the lander. Pragyan will explore the nearby lunar surface, the area, and it will gather images that will be sent back to Earth. It will also pick up samples which will take it back into the lander, which will then send those images of those samples and what's being collected. All that data will be sent back to our space station back and also in Karnataka, and then relayed to the ISRO headquarters. Chandrayaan 3 will explore the unexplored, the dark side of the moon. The possibility of water is in a larger area, in permanent shadow. That's why it's believed to have more water and ice and could hold 100 million tons of water. That's the possibility, because the dark side is not exposed to the elements, and that's why it could preserve how the earth was billions of years ago, when this chunk of earth separated from it and then became the earth's own satellite, that is the moon. Frozen time capsule temperatures as low as -203 degrees centigrade on a moon night could contain preserved materials, insights into geological developments. There are so many aspects that will come to the fore, because we have not known this at all. Untapped resources, traces of hydrogen, methane, it could hold.
India's date with the moon, a successful one at that. Vikram has landed successfully on the south side of the dark side of the moon. Pragyan, the rover, is soon going to be wheeling off in just a few hours from now. It is a day to celebrate ISRO. The brilliant minds at the Indian Space Research Organization deserve our applause, deserve our tribute, because it's not just this mission. Let's look at the impressive track record that ISRO has had in its over 5-decade history. There have been 124 spacecraft missions that have taken place so far as ISRO is concerned. There have been launch missions, at least 92 of them so far. What we've also seen is that payloads have been put in the orbit. It's the sixth largest country, the sixth largest number of payloads put in the orbit by any space research organization is that of ISRO. Objects in outer space is also something that we've seen, 133. So far, only 4 countries have landed on the lunar surface. India is one of them. Second landing that has been done by India. The first one, of course, was with Chandrayaan 1. Today, as a soft landing attempt done on the side of the moon where no one else has reached before. Images that no one else has seen before. Images that we brought to you here on CNN News 18 just a short while ago. This is going to be ISRO's decade, millennium perhaps, as many would say, many would bet on. India's space missions have been extremely frugal, which is also why ISRO is being celebrated today. We've seen the kind of money that is spent by several of these space organizations, several countries on these missions. But India has shown the way that it can be done frugally. India has spent 615 crore rupees as far as this mission is concerned. Other nations have spent way more. Russia, in fact, spent 16,000 crore rupees on their recently crash-landed mission, the Luna 25. Mangalyaan, India built that at 440 crore rupees. It was the cheapest mission that has been done so far. Remember, in 2022, India's space budget stood 7th in the world. While India spent $1.93 billion, US spent $61 billion as far as one of its missions is concerned. The comparison has often been made of sci-fi movies as well. What's real and what's real, and what really is the difference between the two as far as money is concerned. That comparison was made by Elon Musk just yesterday as well when he was talking about Chandrayaan 3. Let's take a look at some of the recent movies. Oppenheimer, 813 crore was the budget. What was the budget for Chandrayaan 3? Just 615 crore rupees. Mission Impossible, over 2,000 crore rupees was spent in making that sci-fi movie. Here we have a mission that has launched India on the moon, literally, done way lesser. Interstellar, 1,368 crore rupees. Martian, 885 crore rupees was the budget for that movie. And here we have India paving the way, going to show that frugally, made in India, indigenously developed missions also work. That is the way forward. It's not just something that India wants to do. It also sends a message to all the other countries that are wanting to enter this space race. Celebrations erupting across the country. Accolades coming for our ISRO scientists from across the country. Listen in to some of them.
भारत माता की जय, भारत माता की जय, वाह 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 वाह। मतलब इससे ज़्यादा खुशी की बात मेरे ज़िंदगी में कभी नहीं हुई है, कि हम तो जब छोटे थे तो ये गाते थे गाना, चांद पे होंगे चंदा मामा दूर के हैं ही नहीं। तो मैं इस मौके पर सभी देशवासियों को नतमस्तक होकर और ख़ासकर हमारे इसरो के साइंटिस्ट को नतमस्तक होकर प्रणाम करता हूं और कहता हूं कि उनकी ये सफलता पूर्ण रूप से पूर्ण हुई और हम चांद पे पहुंचे हैं। अभी मैं अपने एक्टिंग स्कूल में अपने सारे स्टाफ के साथ बैठा था, मैंने इतना उल्लास हर उम्र के लोगों में कभी नहीं देखा है।
मान्यताएं परमात्मा तक जा रही थी, हमारे वैज्ञानिकों का ये प्रयोग सफल हुआ है। ऐ मेरे भारतवर्ष, आपको अनंत बधाई। ऐ मेरे वैज्ञानिकों, आपको अनंत बधाई। ऐ मेरे इसरो, ऐ मेरे ऑफिसरों।
I want to congratulate ISRO for this fantastic achievement. I want to say something. Now onwards, globally, nobody can ignore India. Salute ISRO.
It's a matter of great pride, not just for me, for India, the scientists in ISRO, but for the entire world. It's not a small task to land on the South Pole with all the resources at our disposal. And I think the Indian scientists have created history, not just because they managed to do it, but also at the cost at which they have managed to do it. And I'm so happy, and I'm so happy for Nambi sir because his Vikas engine has yet again proved to be the workhorse of ISRO. And I'm this means a lot for Indian space industry, and I'm very, very glad that we are on the verge of creating such a spectacular piece of history, space history, and I'm praying hard like the rest of the country is.
Good evening. Welcome to Brass Tacks on what is surely a historic day. A giant leap for ISRO and for 1 billion plus Indians. India today has become only the 4th country ever to land successfully on the lunar surface, on the moon, and that too the first ever to successfully land on the south side of the moon. No country in the history of space exploration has ever done that. Now, over the next 2 weeks, the lander Vikram and the rover Chandrayaan will be studying the lunar surface. They will be looking for mineral deposits, looking for ice that's been frozen there at -200 degrees. They will be relaying that data back to mission control in Bengaluru. Over the next 1 hour, some of the biggest voices, scientists, space experts, people who have done this for a living for the last 30 and 40 years will be joining us, both nationally and international guests, people who've been associated with the International Space Station, with NASA, experts like you will get nowhere else, right here on CNN News 18 and right here on Brass Tacks over the next 1 hour. Let's jump right in.
3, 2, 1, 0. Liftoff normal.
Here we have a majestic liftoff of LVM-3M4 rocket carrying India's prestigious Chandrayaan 3 spacecraft.
We are nearing the final phase of the power descent, approaching the moon surface.
जी हाँ, आप अपनी स्क्रीन पे देख सकते हैं.
What an incredible moment this is for ISRO, for India's space scientists, and for all of us here at CNN News 18. Unbelievable scenes, ladies and gentlemen.
Sir, we have achieved soft landing on the moon. India is on the moon.
जब हम अपनी आंखों के सामने ऐसा इतिहास बनते हुए देखते हैं, जीवन धन्य हो जाता है। ये क्षण जीत के चंद्र पथ पर चलने का
India has conquered the moon, and how? And now we're getting the first pictures, the first visuals of the lunar surface. These are pictures taken by cameras on board the lander Vikram. It's been relayed back to mission control in Bengaluru, and you can see the craters there. You can see the uneven surface of the moon. Remember, the south side of the moon is the dark side of the moon. It hardly gets any sunlight. In fact, water is believed to have been frozen there at -200 degrees for years on end. So part of the scientific exploration that Vikram, the lander, and Pragyan, the rover, will be doing is about finding hydrogen, finding water, finding some of these minerals which at that temperature have been preserved for tens of hundreds of years. So these are the first images that have been transmitted by Vikram the lander back to mission control in Bengaluru. But I want to play out some of the important sort of personalities and sound bites that we've got over the last couple of hours since this historic mission was successful. Chandrayaan 3, the mission is a success. Vikram has landed safely and a soft landing on the south side of the moon. Let's play out the Prime Minister's soundbite as well as, of course, an exclusive interview with the ISRO chairman himself.
Space and Chairman ISRO, Shri S. Somnath.
Your first reaction, many congratulations. What is the mood there at the tracking center at the MOC?
We are all very jubilant to see the success of the Chandrayaan 3. It has landed exactly with the speed that we expected, very soft landing. And we are all excited to see that it has reached this situation so that we can do further experiments.
What was the last few minutes for you? You were sitting there with previous ISRO chiefs as well. The senior leadership team was sitting there with you. What was the last few moments like for you and your team?
We were very sure about it making this time, so we were not missed at all. And it was exactly following the track and the trajectory that it was destined to go. So we were all very comfortable to see it traveling as expected.
Was there any moment where you felt like, memories from 4 years ago were coming back?
I know that we learned from those memories, those experiences. So there is nothing to be worried about what happened in the past. So we did what we can and that we achieved it. So there is nothing that is so anxious about that.
Sir, a word of appreciation for the team, the project team, the mission team. They've spent their almost lifetime building this project.
Yes. In fact, the Chandrayaan journey started with Chandrayaan 1. It is a journey of last so many years. And reaching up to the moon itself was a big challenge during Chandrayaan 1, which we perfected. And later in Chandrayaan 2, we did it. And now also we could do the launching as well as reaching moon and capturing in orbit very safely. But the challenge of landing softly is always an enigma for anybody. So that has been broken this time and we made it successfully. So we are extremely happy about that. The thought process, the hard work and the testing that the team did for last so many years.
So what happens next? When do we start getting data from the rover as well as from the lander about what it's discovering?
We have to have many initial conditions checks, the health verifications, communication links for scientific data, and after that we will be getting ready for the rover to come out. Before that itself, there are a lot of processes like the RAM opening, RAM latching, and then the rover will come out. It will take few hours to confirm that.
And sir, in terms of what this means for future missions, the Gaganyaan, the Aditya mission, and then of course there is the Mangalyaan as well.
Honorable Prime Minister was addressing us and he was mentioning about all of that. He mentioned about the Aditya mission, the mission that we have for future like the Venus and the Gaganyaan as well. So all of these are in the offing and we are working very hard to achieve those targets. Aditya L1 is scheduled for next month itself and we will be following up with the rest of those exploratory missions, science missions that we are in the drawing board.
जब हम अपनी आंखों के सामने ऐसा इतिहास बनते हुए देखते हैं तो जीवन धन्य हो जाता है। ऐसी ऐतिहासिक घटनाएं राष्ट्र जीवन की चिरंजीव चेतना बन जाती है। ये पल अविस्मरणीय है। ये क्षण अभूतपूर्व है। ये क्षण विकसित भारत के शंखनाद का है। ये क्षण नए भारत के जयघोष का है। ये क्षण मुश्किलों के महासागर को पार करने का है।
All right, that was Prime Minister Narendra Modi speaking to the ISRO team of scientists, the mission folks, the project team, all of them. He was, of course, getting the vantage view of the final few moments as the touchdown happens. So what does this moment mean for ISRO, for India's space exploration, and where does it go from here? Dr. Shailesh Nayak is former chairman of ISRO. Tessie Thomas is known as the Missile Woman of India. She's DG Aeronautical Systems at DRDO. Dr. Radhakant Padhi is a professor of aerospace engineering at ISE. In fact, Group Captain retired V.N. Jha is former joint director at DRDO. He's joining us as well. Let me go across first to Dr. Nayak, Dr. Shailesh Nayak. As someone who has seen this from close quarters, what does the moment like today mean for you and the community of ISRO scientists who have made the entire nation proud? Yes, the previous one ended up in failure, but it's because of the lessons of that failure that today's success was achieved. What does today's moment mean for you and for your community of scientists?
Yeah, I think it's a very proud moment. And the most important thing is that how do you learn from your failures? And in science, this is the most important. There are a lot of uncertainties and we need to learn. And I think there the ISRO culture of reviewing each thing and also addressing the issues which comes up at different levels. And you must also appreciate, that the kind of number of people involved in this, there may be more than 10,000 people involved to do this. And all the teamwork, the leadership, and the culture which ISRO has developed is the success story. And that is, I think, I cherish, because that is not present in many other institutes.
Yeah.
This is what the teamwork and the leadership is the critical.
So, in terms of, what lessons were learned from the previous time, Chandrayaan 2 4 years ago, which ended up in failure, and the corrective mechanisms that were taken this time around, what in your estimate was the difference in the lessons that were learned and thereby the difference between failure and success?
I won't call the previous mission as a failure. The orbiter is still running,
Correct.
Still orbiting. It's still providing data. Today also it provided communication support. So it's not a failure. Only failure was the lander, it didn't land. And there may be several issues and, but that all have been corrected. And that is what the most important. And you must also realize that few days back, Russia couldn't do it.
Yeah.
So it is not that simple. It is not, there is a lot of intricacies and lot of understanding has to be done. So the important part is how best we learn. And this is a learning by experience.
Okay, Tessie Thomas, again, what Dr. Nayak said, there are probably about 10,000 people who are involved in this entire project, in this entire mission, from the launch team, the propulsion team, the guidance team, the sensor team, the optical team, and of course, finally, the touchdown team. Walk us through why so many different people and so many different teams and cogs are involved to make something like this a success. It may boil down to those last 15 minutes as it did today, but the efforts are perhaps that of a lifetime.
It's a great, marvelous achievements for the country and years of effort by the space community. It's a great moment of pride for the leader, Dr. S. Somnath and his team, for exploring this milestone achievement and putting India into the first country to soft land on the south pole of the moon region.
Yeah.
And for my experience of mission design and guidance and control, I know the efforts of thousands of scientists who have worked in ISRO for this mission. As you mentioned, it has to be a coordinated efforts of all the teams, propulsion team, the navigation team, guidance team, control team, all working for this full, well-planned 40 days of efforts starting from its launch. Prior to that, years of work. But from launch day or previous day, the countdown starts to today's the lander reaching the moon, Vikram landing there, the great efforts of scientists from all field working together to achieve this. It's a great moment and proud for our country.
All right, I want to go across to Akash Sinha as well. He's a space scientist, and his company was involved in a part of Pragyan, the rover. So tell us and tell our viewers about that, and also what the rover's work will be, which starts now. The lander has done its job, the soft landing, the safe landing has happened. Now the rover has to begin its job.
Thank you so much. First of all, many congratulations to the entire country and ISRO. I think it's a remarkable achievement. As you said, yes, we were fortunate enough to be part of this mission. We developed part of the navigation software that will be used by the Pragyan rover. So once the rover, comes out, which I believe will happen sometime shortly, the rover will use its two eyes. There are two stereo cameras on it that work as two eyes, and those two eyes will help it build a 3D model of what it sees in front of it. That 3D model will help it navigate around the moon. And most of this process will be done fully autonomously. The rover will also have some equipment with which it can drill. It has a spectrometer so that it can analyze the samples that it collects. One of the good things about the rover is that, again, there's been a lot of ingenuity used here to keep the cost low.
Yeah.
And we've been very smart in the software, and that's why we could go less expensive in hardware. So we haven't used some very expensive 3D LiDAR or flash LiDAR sensors, which many other firms use. We have a very small, lightweight rover, which works just like us with two human-like eyes on it, and it builds a 3D stereo out of it.
Okay. So let me now, before I go to our other two guests, let me just give you a sense, a lowdown of what exactly is going to happen next. Now, the touchdown has happened, the soft landing has happened, the lander is on the lunar surface. In the next few hours, the lander will open. In fact, one side of the panel of the lander will open, and it will then make way for the rover to come out. So let me just explain that process for our viewers. So one side of the panel that will unfold, and then it will allow the rover to come out. It's going to conduct a series of banking procedures after the landing happens so that it's in a stable position. One side opens. It creates a ramp. There's going to be a ramp between the lander and the lunar surface in a way to enable the Pragyan rover to roll out. It's a 6-wheeled rover. As Akash was saying, it's lightweight. It rolls off from the lander onto the lunar surface. Pragyan will be moving at a very slow speed, at 1 centimeter per second roughly. That is how slow the rover will be moving. It will scan the lunar surface of the moon. What will it look for? It will look for minerals. It will look for hydrogen. It will look for water. Remember, water has frozen there on the south side of the moon at -200 degrees. It will also, the rover, it has 6 wheels. It will leave imprints of the national emblem, the 4 lions, and also the logo of ISRO. So that's going to be India's imprint or India's tracks on the lunar surface. The rover will continue to communicate with the lander. The lander is still communicating with the orbiter from the previous mission, Chandrayaan 2, and they will send out data back to mission control. The rover will then provide all of that data. It's going to be on the lunar surface for one lunar day, which is 14 Earth days. The lander will then send all of that information, collate it, and send it back to mission control. So on that, let me ask Dr. Radhakant Padi, people sort of try to try and make sense of this in layman terms for our viewers as to, all this information. What is it that the rover is trying to find from the lunar surface, and how may that information, the scientific basis of that information, how may that be useful for future missions, as it were?
Hello.
Yes, Dr. Padi.
As you rightly told, there are several sensors on the rover, and then several sensors will really collect a host amount of data. And if I really can recall, this has got alpha particle X-ray spectrometer. It has got a laser-induced breakdown spectroscope as well, and it also got a polarimetry something spectropolarimetry that you can study Earth, from the moon, basically.
Okay.
I mean, these are kind of interesting sensors, and many of the sensors have been developed in-house in ISRO, which is very nice to see it happening.
So, for the next 14 days, 14 Earth days, we will have all of that information. Will this information be collated and shared with other space agencies as well? Where are we in terms of research of proof of life on the lunar surface? Chandrayaan-1 had indicated that there may be the presence of water, but now how does this take that forward?
Well, I'm just coming back from ISRO's Mission Control Center, so it is not really 14 days. Maybe we'll have 13 days. I mean, just about 1 day is already over.
Sure.
Also, it's a picture perfect landing, basically. In fact, the slope that we estimated about 4 degrees round is roughly about 5-6 degrees. And then everything went very nicely, and the designated site to actual landing was within half a kilometer, within 370, 400 meters, basically.
Okay.
So it's a very nice, perfect landing that we have been waiting for. And in fact, we have done several improvements to the system. We means, the ISRO team along with our lab as well.
Okay.
This is what it is. But then coming back to your question, yes, there will be a lot of data collection about mineral composition of the soil, about seismic activity of the moon, about you can just put some little bit of laser beams and break down these small stones out there and study the chemical composition, like suppose has it got calcium, magnesium, iron, whatever it is. And all these studies will be nicely done, and through the data collected from the rover as well as from the lander. Both of them have sensors.
Okay, Captain V.N. Jha, one of the facts that we perhaps don't give enough credit for is that ISRO has done this at a fraction of the cost of other similar lunar missions. In fact, we had this graphic running through our shows that some of the biggest Hollywood movies have a budget that is far higher than what ISRO spent on the entire Chandrayaan-3 mission. It's about 600 crores or so. How may that be useful for ISRO in the future, in future missions, as well as, of course, ISRO now sends into space satellites of other countries. So if other countries are interested in lunar missions, then ISRO could be offering them a cheap alternative.
Saka, I am actually on the moon, and I'm sure entire India, entire 1.4 billion people must be feeling to be, resting on the moon. And it is so amazing, our scientists, especially the high performing scientists, that they are so humble. They do so much and speak so less. This is something very unique of the scientists that they have. I mean, we have just heard the series of the scientists that they have performed. It's marvelous. It's a great feat. And especially in this particular mission, when ISRO has done everything that was possible. I have been discussing at various places. People used to talk about the 18 minutes of terror, 18 minutes of terror. I always, cut them. I said, no, it is not 18 minutes of terror. Those 18 minutes are the marvel of science that the ISRO would have put in that computer chip, in that computer which is aboard that lander, which is going to guide those 18 minutes. And believe me, I was just feeling that every inch of the descent that was happening, those were absolute marvel of science that the ISRO scientists had put into this. This is one area. Secondly, now you asked me about the things that how we go from here. There are many things. Right now, let us get out of the shock. At least, I have been a design scientist in the DRDO. And many times, ISRO, of course, didn't come in the media to talk about as much as freely as they are talking today. But every time that we were talking about the present design of the Chandrayaan-3, everyone was talking that failure mode and this thing that. Every critical system equipment that we design, we carry out this FMECA by an independent agency. This is failure mode effects and criticality analysis by an independent body. In our case, mostly we incorporate IIT Kharagpur.
All right.
Those scientists, they come and do it here. I'll just take another 10 seconds. So all these were known, and every time that we wondered that could this go wrong, and then we thought that it is already incorporated. So we were absolutely confident, almost 100% confident that this soft landing will succeed.
Okay,
and
so what does
ISRO
this mean? What does this new chapter in Indian space exploration mean? Now, clearly, this is a new voyage in Space Odyssey. The intent, of course, is that India now becomes one of the leading players in the space race, as it were. The implication is that it cements its position among spacefaring nations. Remember, right now, there are only 2 other countries that have successfully, in fact, if you take the former Soviet Union, that would be 3, but the US, Russia, and China are the 3 other countries that have successfully landed a mission on the moon. The intent, of course, is collaboration. There are partnerships. It could have potential for enhanced global partnerships. The Prime Minister also made a mention of that in his speech today. The intent, of course, is to try and boost the morale of not just the launch team or the mission team, but entire 1.4 billion Indians. The implication is that this fuels passion in the next generation for science and technology, for space technology, to take up space technology as a career. So what does the road ahead look like? Well, it means boosting space startups. Remember, at a time when we're talking about private space companies, SpaceX and Virgin Galactic, India could be on the cusp of producing private space entrepreneurs. Also, scientific research will increase as a result of this, and the implication would be an enhanced understanding of the moon. And like I keep saying, the whole idea behind proof of life on the moon becomes something that will be having huge implications. So also what has happened between Chandrayaan 2 and Chandrayaan 3 is that this is a solid mission in the way that they learned from the mistakes of the past. There was redemption, vindication of sorts for the entire ISRO team, and today it was met with success. So clearly, it is a big moment for India's scientists, India's space community, and of course, the hard-working men and women of ISRO. As I get quick closing comments from our first panel before we move to our second panel, I want to go back to Dr. Shailesh Nayak. Where does the Indian space program go from here, just in terms of the other missions that are outlined for ISRO?
Yeah, I think the other missions are also extremely critical. The Aditya mission is coming, Chandrayaan, and I think there are many others to look for in the planetary research. How our solar system. I think there is a whole lot of new things will be opened up now. That if we have to go to other planets, I think the moon would be sort of a in between where we can launch our missions to other satellites. And this may happen in next 15 years. And this, I think it's a very great moment. And this will lead as one major change which has happened in last 25 years or so. So I'm very hopeful, and my very best to the ISRO people. Thank you.
Tessie Thomas, do you believe India is now at the cusp of being able to send its technology and its know-how to other countries around the world? India is already doing that in terms of launching of satellites. Could we be in a position where we are exporting that technology to other countries, or other countries are riding piggyback on ISRO's technology, countries that may be interested in other launch missions, whether it is to the moon or to space, whatever the other missions that countries may be interested in?
Yeah, definitely. Our country has proven the space capability and explored missions of this great nature. That itself shows the capability and what we can achieve in terms of space economy. I think surely the startups and all across the world will be looking for launching through our satellites, our centers, for these great achievements. I think our country has shown the potential, the space potential, that what we can explore and do it. And definitely the generations to come will be learning more from this type of milestone achievements.
It has, of course, ignited 1,000 sparks, to borrow the book title of former President APJ Abdul Kalam. It has really ignited 1,000 sparks across this country, across the length and breadth, and the next generation will take it to the next level. Who knows? Today it's the moon, tomorrow it may be Mars. I want to thank all our guests who are joining us on this panel one. As we move on to our second panel, I want to play out some of the vox pops from celebrities that has come to us. Of course, like I said, it's not just for the scientific community in ISRO, but for every single Indian, wherever you are, in Shillong or in Chennai or in Mumbai or in Hyderabad or Delhi, wherever you are. Today was a moment where you held your head high with pride and said, I'm proud to be an Indian. My flag has been planted today on the moon. Here are some celebrities exuding that same sentiment, and right after that we'll go straight to our global panel that is joining us on this incredible day.
भारत माता की जय, भारत माता की जय, वाह 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 वाह। मतलब इससे ज़्यादा खुशी की बात मेरे ज़िंदगी में कभी नहीं हुई है कि हम तो जब छोटे थे तो ये गाते थे गाना, चांद पे होंगे चंदा मामा दूर के है ही नहीं। तो मैं इस मौके पर सभी देशवासियों को नतमस्तक होकर और ख़ासकर हमारे इसरो के साइंटिस्ट को नतमस्तक होकर प्रणाम करता हूं और कहता हूं कि उनकी ये सफलता पूर्ण रूप से पूर्ण हुई और हम चांद पे पहुंचे हैं। अभी मैं अपने एक्टिंग स्कूल में अपने सारे स्टाफ के साथ बैठा था, मैंने इतना उल्लास हर उम्र के लोगों में कभी नहीं देखा है।
मान्यताएं परमात्मा तक जा रही थी, हमारे वैज्ञानिकों का ये प्रयोग सफल हुआ है। ऐ मेरे भारतवर्ष, आपको अनंत बधाई। ऐ मेरे वैज्ञानिकों, आपको अनंत बधाई। ऐ मेरे इसरो, ऐ मेरे ऑफिसरों।
I want to congratulate ISRO for this fantastic achievement. I want to say something. Now onwards, globally, nobody can ignore India. Salute ISRO.
It's a matter of great pride, not just for me, for India, the scientists in ISRO, but for the entire world. It's not a small task to land on the South Pole with all the resources at our disposal. And I think the Indian scientists have created history, not just because they managed to do it, but also at the cost at which they have managed to do it. And I'm so happy, and I'm so happy for Nambi sir because his Vikas engine has yet again proved to be the workhorse of ISRO. And I'm this means a lot for Indian space industry, and I'm very, very glad that we are on the verge of creating such a spectacular piece of history, space history, and I'm praying hard like the rest of the country is.
So where does ISRO go from here? In space exploration, it has now set a benchmark, a gold standard, if you will, in space exploration in a way that countries are looking to emulate India's space research and space exploration program. So what is in the pipeline for ISRO? The next big mission, of course, is Chandrayaan, which is to put a man in space. That is going to be in 2024. It's going to be the first manned mission to space. 3 crew members will be put in space for a period of 3 to 4 days. So that's Chandrayaan in 2024. The mission will look at a 400-kilometer low Earth orbit and then send back its observations and data back to the mission control. It'll be a splashdown in Indian waters. This is the manned space mission we're talking about. If it is successful, it'll be the 4th country in the world to be able to launch a crewed spacecraft. Again, after the United States, the former Soviet Union, China, and of course the 4th country in the world, India. So that's going to be the next big thing for ISRO and for the Indian space research programs to try and put a manned space mission with a crew, with a full board crew up in space. But where does this rank in terms of other global space missions, and is this now igniting some kind of a space race, if you will, but in a very positive way? We'll now be joined by a panel of global experts, people who've been there and done that. Leroy Chow is former NASA astronaut. Jonathan Levy will be joining us. He's a space commentator. Dhara Patel is a space expert with the National Space Center. And we'll also be going across to Chris Hadfield, who is a former astronaut. So, Leroy, let me start with you first. You must have seen the incredible images of the Indian moon mission landing on the lunar surface, the first one to do so on the south side of the moon. What does this mean in global space exploration. There have been other countries, a few of them, a handful of them, that have sent space missions to the moon and have successfully done so. But the first one to land on the South Pole is India. What does this mean? Put it into context for us, please.
Well, this is a big deal. As you pointed out, India is only the fourth nation in the world who has successfully soft landed a probe on the lunar surface, and to land the first one, to land one at the South Pole. So South Pole, of course, is of great interest for exploration because we believe, since there are permanently shaded areas around the South Pole of the moon, that there could be water ice actually near or on the surface or in shallow craters. And so it's very exciting that India has demonstrated that we can put a probe down there with a rover. And so this kind of sets the stage for other planned missions, including NASA's planned Viper mission and other missions that they've contracted with smaller commercial companies.
Dhara Patel, just to expand on the point that Leroy was making about how this is on the south side, it's the first time that a moon mission is landing on the southern pole of the lunar surface, and because those parts don't receive sunlight or there aren't high temperatures there, what may that mean in terms of what the lander and the rover could explore in terms of hidden minerals, proof of life, if you will, water, etc.?
Yeah, so the rover is going to be operating for about 2 weeks, or what we call a lunar day. And that's based on, I guess, the solar light, the radiation that it receives for its power. Because the moon rotates, within a couple of weeks' time, it will be faced away from the sun. It won't have that solar power to keep it powered. But in that time, it will be analyzing the environment around it. It will be looking at some of the thermal or the heat properties, like you mentioned, there's extreme temperatures. It will be looking at seismic activity, so the sorts of moonquakes we think it might experience. But it will also be looking at the kind of mineral and elemental composition on the lunar surface, but also the lunar soil as well, just to try and determine what sorts of things, what sorts of resources might there be there on the moon that may pave the way for future human exploration to that region.
Chris Hadfield is also joining us, and so is Jonathan Levy. Chris Hadfield, you must have also seen those pictures of India's moon mission, the lander landing softly and safely on the south side of the moon. How do you compare this with other moon missions, and are you seeing now a renewed interest, not just in the established countries, established space powers as it were, but newer and newer countries taking a greater interest in space exploration?
Thanks. There are two main things that I think have driven this renewed interest. One is our technology has gotten better. It used to be so incredibly near impossible to get to the moon, and yet now it's become to the point where multiple countries can do this. So, and if you look at rocket technology and the improvement of computers and artificial intelligence, that is opening up possibilities for all those other space stations that are going to follow behind India. But to me, the second most important thing, and it was part of Chandrayaan 1 that discovered this, the moon has water. And that is really driving all of the space agencies' interests there. If you can get to the South Pole, where you always have sunlight for power, and where you dig down into the craters and you have on the order of 400 billion liters of water, then it becomes much more Earth-like and a much more desirable destination. And so that improvement in technology and the discoveries of water on the moon that Chandrayaan 1 helped with, those are the big door openers and kind of what Chandrayaan 3 is helping lead us to next.
So Jonathan Levy, what would be a breakthrough, if you will, over the next 14 days that the Chandrayaan mission is going to be there on the lunar surface, the lander and the rover? What may be a significant marker that you will be looking out for on the point that Chris just made about the availability of water or the presence of water on the lunar surface?
Yeah, I think over and above just actually having a successful mission, which is significant in itself, I think the scientific experiments that are taking place, the analysis of the surface on the ground there at the South Pole will provide valuable information about plans for how we might set up bases there in the future. Not only maybe confirming water or water ice, but the composition generally there. Because if this is going to be a place that we're going to build on and build habitats and permanent habitats, we need to understand the geology of the area and what the challenges will be, as well as the potential benefits.
Okay, just give me a moment. I'm going to come back to our guests in just 1 second. But ISRO has managed to do all of what it has done and has a very, very impressive track record. 124 spacecraft missions have been undertaken by the ISRO so far. 91 launch missions that have been undertaken by ISRO, which is again a record. The payloads that have been put into orbit, it is the 6th largest in the world for any space agency. In terms of the objects that are in outer space, over 130 of them. The satellites that have been launched at one shot, and remember ISRO just did this recently where it launched satellites of multiple countries, 104 is the record that ISRO holds for launching satellites at one go. The next one, of course, is going to be the big one, which is the first manned mission by India. It's called the Chandrayaan, and that, of course, is something that India will be hoping to do in 2024. So let me go back to our guests and Leroy, just to take this forward. What is it that you would be looking for? I mean, are we close to a position where we can say that okay, there is the presence of water, large quantities of water on the lunar surface, and are we in a position to even think about possible habitation there?
Yes, water is a big enabler, and what it does is that if you can have water on the moon that's readily available or not difficult to access, you can bring it to the surface, you can electrolyze it and separate it into oxygen and hydrogen. You can use those for, of course, breathing the oxygen. You can also use them as components to make propellant for your vehicles that you're going to go ahead and launch off of the moon, perhaps back to Earth. So that's the big enabler, and it's very exciting. ISRO has made great strides over the last several years, coming up with very sophisticated launch vehicles, as you pointed out, becoming one of the leaders in launching satellites. And hopefully in the next couple of years, year or so, we'll see ISRO put the first Indian astronauts into space. And that is something that very few countries can do.
Dara Patel, just to sort of take this forward in terms of, what could be the next sort of frontiers to be conquered, as it were. You have now the moon mission, which is successful. Of course, all the data will be analyzed, and of course, the scientific studies will open new chapters. But, sending a manned crew to outer space, that's one. You have the mission to the sun. It won't get too far close to the sun, but the exploration of the sun from the not so warm side, that is there as well. That is mission Aditya. I think that's going to be playing out over the next couple of years. And then there is also the mission to Mars. How do you see these various missions playing out? And just a word also on the fact that whether it is ingenuity or whether it is just traditional Indian nature to do things cheaply, the fact that this mission is substantially cheaper than other missions that we've seen undertaken by the US or China or the former Soviet Union.
Yeah, there's a lot there. So I think first and foremost, thinking about the future of space exploration, I think this new space race, this new kind of drive and push to get to the moon, it's not necessarily the end goal for everyone. Part of this big drive to get to the moon is to be able to have an outpost that allows us to get to other places in our solar system like Mars. And, I think that is the big hope for several different nations and organizations, is to eventually take humans to Mars. And if we can, make sure that we have successful missions to the moon and we can get crew to and from the moon safely, living and working on the moon for longer periods of time, that paves the way for us taking humans to Mars. But also all these other missions that you've talked about, the Indian Mars mission is giving us more understanding, along with other missions that are at Mars, about the Martian surface and how humans might cope there. an understanding of our sun is incredibly important. Our sun, it drives the solar system. It drives space weather. We feel the effects of the sun here and around Earth, and it will be the same for places like the moon and for Mars as well. So it's an incredibly important kind of body in our solar system to study. And I think on the kind of notes you mentioned about the cost of space, it's one of the big things that we are trying to bring down in the industry. Space is a very expensive industry, and the more sustainably and the cheaper we can do things, I guess the more advancement and developments we can make as well.
Chris Hadfield, one of the things that Dara just referred to was it has always been a big dream to be able to go to the moon and use that as some kind of a launch pad to explore the rest of outer space, to explore the rest of the solar system, as it were. How far out do you think that is? I mean, we have an International Space Station, but to have, let's say, a permanent station on the moon, is that an impossibility?
Oh, no, of course not. In fact, it's a program that India is a part of. India is a partner in the Artemis program, and an extremely accomplished partner now that they have landed Chandrayaan 3 on the surface of the moon. And the purpose of that international Artemis program is to send people to the moon, first to orbit it, and then eventually to land on the surface, and to start building a human settlement where you have both sun and water at the south pole of the moon. That's what we're doing. That is the plan and the joint reason that we're working on this together. There's a mission with crew on board going to the moon late next year or early 2025. International crew of Americans and Canadians going to the moon in 2024 or 5. And so it's pretty easy to extrapolate out that since India is a partner in that and is about to fly their own astronauts in space, that there will be Indian citizens going to the moon and walking on the surface of the moon. It's a natural progression from what we've done so far. And I think that is immensely inspiring to young Indian people as to some of the options that are available to them when they're choosing what to do with their lives.
All right, I'll give Jonathan Levy the final word. Back in the 50s and 60s, the term space race was, of course, had negative connotations, the space race between America and the USSR. But do you see a positive space race now being sort of ignited, if you will? China has had multiple successful space missions just in the last decade and a half or so. India has had, again, multiple successful space missions in the last 10 years or so. Do you see more and more newer countries being excited and ignited for space exploration and space programs as India and China have done in the last 10 to 15 years or so?
Absolutely. I mean, competition is a great thing where it accelerates progress, but that will happen both at an individual level and at a partnership level. And I think what you're seeing now is that India's demonstrated its ability to have an independent program, but also increases, therefore, its role within the international community and the partnership projects going forward. And I think the reason people are getting stimulated by space isn't only looking at steps beyond the Earth, but also looking at the critical infrastructure supported from space for the Earth. And it's becoming strategically important to have a capability in space, not only to monitor weather and those sorts of things with climate change, which India's affected by, but also communications and transactions and all the things that are important for national security. So it's a multi-level scenario now, and one in which all nations need to have a role in one way or another.
All right, Jonathan Levy, Leroy Chow, Dara Patel, and of course, Chris Hadfield. Thank you very much for joining us on what is an incredible moment, not just for India, not just for ISRO, that it indeed is for 1 billion plus Indians, but this is a big moment for space enthusiasts around the world. This is going to ignite and propel an entire new generation of kids to take up space exploration, much like the Apollo series did, much like what we saw when Neil Armstrong and Buzz Aldrin and the first moon mission ended in success. And with those great words, one small step for man and a giant leap for mankind. Today was indeed a giant leap for India, for ISRO, and Indian space enthusiasts everywhere around the world. We leave you with some prominent voices on what this moment means for us, for space programs, and of course for pride at being part of this great nation. Thank you for tuning in. I'll catch you again tomorrow night, same time. Good night.
It is with immense pride, as a citizen of our great nation, that I witnessed the remarkable landing of Chandrayaan 3 on the moon today. The success of the lunar mission places India in a select group of nations to have successfully achieved a landing on the lunar surface. It is all the more significant because India is the only nation to have achieved a lunar landing on the south pole of the moon. This will herald new avenues in scientific research and discovery. Truly, this lunar landing represents a milestone in the onward march of our nation. My heartiest congratulations to Team ISRO and the entire scientific community on this historic achievement. They have truly made the nation proud.
There are days when history is made. Today, with the successful moon landing of the Chandrayaan 3 mission, our scientists have not only made history but also remade the idea of geography. It is truly a momentous occasion, a kind of event that happens once in a lifetime, making all Indians proud. I congratulate ISRO and everybody involved in this mission and wish them greater accomplishments ahead. The success of Chandrayaan, I believe, is also a major achievement for the whole of humankind. It shows how India has harnessed its rich traditional knowledge base along with modern science in the service of humanity.
आज हम सब के लिए गौरव का दिन है। आज चंद्रयान 3 तय किए हुए समय पर, तय की हुई जगह पर सफलता के साथ चंद्रमा की सतह पर उतरा है। मैं इस मौके पर सबसे पहले तो देश के सभी 140 करोड़ लोगों को बहुत बहुत मन से बधाई देना चाहता हूं कि आज़ादी के अमृतकाल में हमारे देश को अंतरिक्ष के क्षेत्र में एक बहुत बड़ी सफलता मिली है, जो हम सब के लिए गौरव का विषय है। इसके साथ अथक मेहनत और बहुत बारीकी से प्लानिंग कर चंद्रयान को सफल करने वाली टीम चंद्रयान के सभी वैज्ञानिकों और सभी इंजीनियरों को भी मैं हृदय से बहुत बहुत बधाई देना चाहता हूं।
We have achieved soft landing on the moon. India is on the moon.
जी हाँ, आप अपनी स्क्रीन पे देख सकते हैं कि हम लैंडर मॉड्यूल
जब हम अपनी आंखों के सामने ऐसा इतिहास बनते हुए देखते हैं तो जीवन धन्य हो जाता है।
What an incredible moment this is for ISRO, for India's space scientists. All of us here at CNN News 18. Unbelievable scenes, ladies and gentlemen. India has conquered the moon.
Presented by
ये क्षण भारत में नई ऊर्जा, नया विश्वास, नई चेतना का है। ये क्षण भारत के उदयमान भाग्य के आह्वान का है। अमृत काल की प्रथम प्रभा में सफलता की ये अमृत वर्षा हुई है। हमने धरती पर संकल्प लिया और चांद पर उसे साकार किया। और हमारे वैज्ञानिक साथियों ने भी कहा, इंडिया इज नाउ ऑन द मून। आज हम अंतरिक्ष में नए भारत की नई उड़ान के साक्षी बने हैं। साथियों, मैं इस समय ब्रिक्स समिट में हिस्सा लेने के लिए दक्षिण अफ्रीका में हूं, लेकिन